there's like one thing that's going on, there is absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancer as fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, Bob! That's just Game Awards!
On this anymore because all of you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. Fuck you, dude. Fucking the fucking channel. Fuck! Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry.
hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, premium, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this Thoughts on a broadcast coming to you live. And my audio is low, and I know because I was doing a round of interviews right before. Let me fix that real quick, of course. I'm Hasan Piker, coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. I condemn Hasanabi. He made the offliners watch CNN for an hour. Okay. Did CNN bump you? I'll talk about that in a second. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It is, of course, it is 5/14, May 14, 2025. May 14, 2025, 11:14 a.m. and chat is being incredibly annoying. It's 68 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, and I suspect that all of the offliners were waiting for the opportunity to fucking complain that they sat around and watched CNN for half an hour. I'm sorry, we literally watch CNN all the fucking time. Shut the fuck up. It's not a big deal, okay? I'll tell you all about it in a second, though. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasan. Hasanabi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button. So help me God, that is what I'ma do. That is what I am going to do. I'm going to do that. I'm going to tell you exactly what's going on in my world. And what is taking place in my world is that, any word of comfort, my dog gets paid tomorrow. It's all good. She'll be all right. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi Piker. And I ended the broadcast last night a little bit earlier, and the reason for why I ended the broadcast earlier is because I was supposed to do two back-to-back interviews. One with CNN with Caitlin Collins, and another with the Podjons. Okay. And the Caitlin Collins one was also going to be about the CBP detention, right? Problem is, there was a little bit of a miscommunication where the producer, I guess, like, followed up with a text message after I had already confirmed that I would be on. And where the fuck is the text message? Hold on. Basically, it's a little bit of a he said, she said situation, but there was an understandable miscommunication. She asked, like, if I live stream every day at the time, and I was like, yes. And she was like, are you able to end your live stream at 9:40 p.m. Eastern for this interview? We can't be live streamed, unfortunately. This would be a great opportunity for you to come on tonight. And I said, sure. And then she said, great, if I sent you a link around that time, would that work? And I didn't see that text message because I was live streaming. And by the time it was 6:40 and I hit her up, like, what's happening? She did not respond. And I was like, I don't know what's going on. But then today she apologized, said, we hadn't heard from you. Since we hadn't heard from you, we didn't think this was happening. Let's stay in touch and make something work soon. So it's a little bit my fault because, like, she asked for a follow-up, but I feel like I had already said yes. But I know, offliners, I know you guys all love getting together and fucking complaining, and it's a wonderful opportunity for you to fucking complain and be like, hey, you made me watch CNN. Shut the fuck up. We watch CNN every day. Okay, that's the whole point of watching. That's literally what we do on this broadcast. Okay? Please stop. You're babies. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about this. Okay? Please stop. I know you guys are joking, but it's annoying me already. Anyway, but yeah, I did the Podjon interview as well. Trump regime detains and questions Hasan Piker over political views and commentary was the Podjon's coverage on it. And, that is a conversation that took place last night. But outside of that, what else did I do? Absolutely nothing. You were on CBS News Chicago. Nice. What else did I do? Absolutely nothing. Went to bed. Watched Andor. Went to bed. Second season is like, I'm a little hot and a little cold on it. I'll tell you. Second season of Andor. Sometimes it's like fun. sometimes it's you know, cool and fun, and then other times there's like pacing issues in my opinion. But it's just the beginning of the second season, so you know, maybe it'll get more interesting down the line. But you know, who knows? Pacing issues, that's TikTok brain talking. Okay. But yes, I know, new RFK Pestilence unlocked. We'll talk about that as well. But yeah, woke up this morning, went, worked out. I'm back on my bullshit. I'm back on my freaking workout regimen. I'm back on my I'm back on my workouts. Why are RFK op-eds on the New York Times front page? What? Define pacing right now. Okay, calm down. Yes, I'm the king of the libs. Okay, I am the king of the freaking libs. Don't you worry about a goddamn thing. I'll talk about that in a second. But what was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? I had an interview at an immigration law firm today for an internship in a few months, and it went well. Just want to say thank you for influencing me to act on my values. Hell yeah. Okay. Oh, what I was gonna say is I've already lost 1 pound. So it leads me to believe that now that I'm down to 239, it leads me to believe that the 240 number that I saw on my scale yesterday when I finally came back, from France and Chicago was, as a matter of fact, simply water weight. I think it's just water weight. So I'll probably burn through that again, and my goal is to, in a couple months, get back to like sub 230, hopefully in a month. Have you watched the recent bias video from Legal Eagle? No, I have not. Have you seen this TikTok impression? Yes, I have. It's very funny. I'm gonna do body fascism. You already know. I'm gonna do body fascism. Bro, I try to edit you, but you gotta work on your rhythm. JK, I had fun. Thanks for everything you do. I'm a newbie to the clip complex. Let me know if you like it.
Not a one-way ticket, please. I've lost my bus pass. Jackson on these looking so tense, man. The Kylie fucking regionish, man. Keep it at the fucker, fuck off. Jesus said on the cross. 2 tens of bush, 20 things on the fuck is the lost. Who's next? Me, miss. Someone you like a bag. While you're shopping at your nose, I see your ankle tag. Fuck you, curfew. Dislocated eye socket. Overnight cop shop with 2 grams in his pocket. Loves his reputation, now he's nowhere being a rocket. In his dreams, 9mm loaded. I'm a hitch, double OD. Lonely scum, what they say about me.
You did this? Yeah, I played a role in this Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed Shadows delivered the second highest day one sales in revenue in franchise history behind Valhalla. It also set day one Ubisoft performance record on PSN. The company expects to contribute strongly to its fiscal year 2025-2026. But I don't understand. Grum said it sucked. So I'm just like kind of confused what that's about. Kind of confused, kind of weird. I doubted your whiteness until now. Yeah, don't ever doubt my whiteness. I genuinely cannot dance. I have no rhythm. I'm fucking ass, okay? I would love to see your daily routine schedule. It blows my mind how you manage to balance everything. It's crazy. It's jam-packed. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, personal news-wise, that's pretty much it. There's not really anything else going on. I had some really cool meetings earlier. And also did some freaking yeah, I know. Okay, Sam Cedar cooked Ezra Klein on abundance. Okay, they debated. They did a debate on abundance. But as I was saying, actually, I don't know what I was saying. Oh yeah, I did some interviews as well. Lift the Gremlo embargo. There is no Gremlo embargo. Why is everybody being annoying? Do I have a hair trigger? What happened? What's going on here? Also, this is pretty funny. Stock 2000 crashing out over mainstream news outlets, not falling for his months of harassment and smear campaigns. Why do MSM outlets keep asking Hasan about the manosphere? He's mentally weak as fuck and whines about 100 different things a day on his broadcast. Young men see those emotional outbursts from this incredibly privileged guy and move right along to watch someone like Aiden Ross or Asking Gold. Okay, bud. Anyway, yeah, one day. I think you're in a bad mood. I'm a little bit. I'm in a little bit in a bad mood, I guess. Not necessarily. Hilarious cope, I know. Yeah, I'm pushing the young men to the right by being mentally weak. Did you see Fox News' new fixation for perceived enemy? Yes, Miss Rachel. We're gonna be talking about that, don't worry. Okay, let's blast off. The laughing emoji called you soy is over. Yeah, we've heard ever since I heard what he sounds like. It's so funny. I just like, to me, it does not matter. I mean, it didn't matter, but it super does not matter since I know what kind of life this person leads. All right, let's blast off. Let's do it. Let's blast off, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Let's blast the frick off, okay? Yes, I know. Elon Musk is manually doing a prompt about white genocide. I promise. I'm gonna give you some Elon Musk. I'm gonna give you some freaking Elon Musk commentary, Megaphonics. Oh my God, you're literally losing your mind in the chat. He's like, please, you have to talk about Elon Musk. You have to. I'm a hit, double OD, low life scum. Okay. That's what they say about me. We live to hate him. Thanks, Hasan. What? Okay. What was I gonna say? There was some other stuff going on. Oh, I'm gonna have I am going to have Jeremy SCAHILL on the broadcast later. We're going to be talking about interviewing Hamas and interviewing not just Hamas, but also the Houthis as well, and what those kinds of interviews have contributed to. And also I'm going to ask him his perspective on the Trump Middle Eastern tour, of course. That is going to happen at 1 p.m. Pacific, so in a little bit. I'm on The Daily Show. Trump's Middle Eastern tour continues as he meets former Al-Qaeda commander turned Syrian president, talking to Jeremy SCAHILL. His interviews with Hamas/Houthis and Trump's Middle Eastern tour and its impact on Israel's genocide. Brisha Liberal Psyop, aka The Daily Show. Good job. Thanks. Why did like every major CEO go to Saudi Arabia? Because America is a company, okay? That's what it is. That's what it is. Did you like how the Saudis sucked off Trump? Yeah, I actually kind of did. I'm going to talk about that. It's very weird. It's very strange. Like, the way that they're glazing him is crazy. But we'll get to that in a second. Okay. I'm on the Daily Show. Trump's Middle Eastern tour continues to meet former Al-Qaeda commander turned Syrian president, talking to Jeremy SCAHILL about his interviews with Hamas Houthis, and Trump's Middle Eastern tour and its impact on Israel's genocide. New tax. www. We'll of course cover the new tax bill and numerous other issues as well. There's a lot going on. But let's blast off. Yes, I am going to watch the Legal Eagle video. Please stop spamming it, okay? I will watch the Legal Eagle video about his biases. I know. I am shocked. I am shocked to find out that Legal Eagle is biased. That's crazy. Drummer from band in Austin removed from plane and detained by U.S. Customs. Wait, what the hell? It isn't interesting. It's just him saying I'm a lawyer. I think the rule of law shouldn't be destroyed. I know. I know. I know that already. But chatters lose their minds. Yamal Saeed, the drummer of the Austin, Texas-based rock band Lord Buffalo, was forcibly removed from a plane and detained by U.S. Customs and Border Patrol Monday while en route to the band's European tour. We are heartbroken to announce that we have to cancel our upcoming European tour, the band wrote. Our drummer, Yamal Saeed, who is a Mexican citizen and a lawful permanent resident of the United States green card holder, was forcibly removed from our flight to Europe by Customs and Border Patrol. He has not yet been released, and we have been unable to contact him. What the fuck is happening? Dude, I swear, dude, if you are a legal permanent resident right now in the United States of America, the government is very actively just saying, like, you have no rights. Like, I think one of the things that the American government is doing right now is basically saying, like, we are creating a process where citizens and non-citizens, like non-citizens as in even legal permanent residents with green cards and whatnot, are actually considered second class. Okay? And I need people to understand that this is exactly what Nazi Germany did as well. Okay? Removing the citizenship status of Jews and other groups, other minority groups that they wanted to eradicate is how it began. Like, within the legal structure, they utilized statelessness as a mechanism to justify apprehension, detention, and also execution. Do you understand? This is how it works. And it is frustrating that a lot of people are refusing to see that. What is AOC waiting for? I don't know. I don't know what AOC is waiting for as far as, like, endorsing Zoran, because there's some good news that have come out of the latest polling in New York. And best case scenario is that this is the result of all the start of the TV advertising, and that even more ground can be made up just through positive advertising and increasing name recognition. Now, if only there were two internationally famous politicians who could help with that. The gap is narrowing, with Zoran finally arriving at 40%. Okay, on the first round, Cuomo's at 44% with the highest name recognition, obviously, and Zoran is at 22%. And he just keeps picking up over and over again with ranked choice, getting all the way to a 60-40 slant. This is a major improvement from previous polls that were conducted. It is very difficult for Zoran to win this race, but it is not impossible. And I wish that AOC and Bernie Sanders would, you know, because this is maximum impact zone at this point. I wish they would use the maximum impact that they have right now to actually put their weight behind this guy. Like, I don't know why they're not doing it. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Even Jamal Bowman endorsed him. I mean, that makes sense. Jamal Bowman endorsing him makes total sense. For the record, that I mean, he is not. I mean, he's aligned in values and also is not like a part of the party machine at this moment because he's no longer an active sitting representative. But I don't understand why, like, AOC would not do a singular endorsement for Zoran, not even for Brad. I know it's ranked choice, and therefore a lot of people are like, oh, you know, I endorse both. Like, I think Brad is also progressive, which he is. But Zoran is significantly more progressive. Zoran should promise to bring the Dodgers back to Brooklyn to get Bernie's nod. Guys, okay, I know Grok is bricked and constantly talking about fucking white genocide because Elon most likely manually added white genocide as a prompt into Grok, and now it's broken. I know. I don't care. AI sucks. Please. It's like not that significant right now. We'll get to it. Oh my fucking god. The things that you guys care about sometimes. It actually wants it actually caused me to want to stop streaming for a little bit. Holy fuck. I know, dude. I know. Elon Musk loves fucking Grok, and he loves lying and using Grok, and he is trying to get people to believe that white genocide is happening, and it's very obvious. Okay. Jesus Christ. Do you hate Grok? Yes, I do. Even though Grok is almost always on my side because it's still, as it stands, without Elon Musk's input and feedback, is still very much relying on readily available information and is not like actively lying, even though it does have the capacity to hallucinate. So, you know, there's definitely a little bit of that, but you know, we'll do Grok in a second, please. This is the CBS News Chicago, right? ICE detained man who runs the anti-Trump YouTube channel. He is U.S.-born citizen. Yeah, Sam Cedar, Unk, debated. Sam Cedar, Unk, debated Ezra Klein on abundance. We have that on the docket. We have Grok on the docket. By the nature of the data it relies on, LLMs are very bad at intentionally being misinforming. Yeah. I have a fan account on TikTok, Hasanabiism, and it got reported and removed from For You page for the last week. Wanted to ask if there's anything you can do. No. Unfortunately, I have no contacts at TikTok, and I don't know how that stuff works. I think you just have to, like, try to correct it and work within the confines that TikTok has. And even then, there's a lot of mass reporting that works, mass targeting that can take you out. But I think you can bring it back. It's happened to me, too, and I am, you know, like, I have a million plus followers on there, and it happens all the time. It's really annoying, but you have to challenge those reports. They're usually good at replying to those challenges, though. Anyway, Asmongold struggles to wrap his mind around a chatter's foreign policy analysis vis-a-vis Israel, Trump, and Iran before surreptitiously picking his nose and eating it. What is this?
Laydon Alexander is now 21. Hamas cap.
Israel wants to have the U.S. start a war with Iran, and Trump doesn't want to have to deal with that. That's why he's trying to stay away from Israel. Yeah. That could be true. Maybe.
Captured him when he was 19, October 7th, 2023, of course. Now, all of this has some wider ramifications with regard to negotiations in the Middle East. Again, Steve Witkoff continues to say ridiculous things publicly. So Steve Witkoff...
But he's crashing out about this. He is not happy at all.
Yeah, based. Bro, you missed the part where he ate his booger? Where? I didn't see him. Oh, he did right here. Okay, I don't care. Okay. Dude, I love people who are like, whenever I make fun of Asmongold or whatever, people will be like, ad hominem attacks against Asmongold, who is a brilliant political mind. And hey, Hasanzi, did you really say a bunch of inflammatory shit on the internet and then get shocked Pikachu face when consequences popped up? I don't know if you know this, but the consequences that you're talking about are unlawful. Like, that's kind of the whole point of all of the news coverage surrounding the incident that took place with Customs and Border Patrol. That's not how things work in the United States of America. Maybe you should move to Israel if you like it so much, where you can get detained for whatever you say about Israel that the government decides is not appropriate. But in the United States of America, that's not, at least for now, that's not how things work, you know? I know that makes you very sad, where you're like, oh, I wish the government could fucking unlawfully detain and arrest and deport American citizens for exercising their First Amendment constitutionally protected speech. What's also really, really stupid is that once that goes away, it goes away for you as well. You know, I know you don't have the capacity to think that far ahead or think at all, but this is not just a threat for me. This is a threat for you as well. Hopefully you wake up to that, though. I'm worried about you even talking about interviewing Hamas or the Houthis. No, dude. That's it. And even if I were to personally interview Hamas or the fucking Houthis, there's nothing the fucking government can do about that. That is insane, okay? Don't be ridiculous. I am not from USA law, but interacting with terrorists? Okay, well then see yourself out of this conversation, okay? That's hilarious. When people LARP as like, when people LARP as American hogs, I have no time for that, you know? If you're not an American, I don't have to hear from you. I'm sorry. Your opinion is worth less to me than you could ever comprehend. Like, we already have enough right-wing dumb fucks in this country that we have to deal with, you know, that are actively advocating to take away their own rights because they think that this will never backfire on them, right? I don't have to entertain foreigners that are also advocating against Americans' best interests here, you know? You can just enjoy the show quietly. Just RFK Jr. said he doesn't think people should be taking medical advice from him. Nice. Okay. Another student has been released. Wonderful. A federal judge has ruled Badr Khan-Suri, the Georgetown researcher held in a Texas immigration detention center since March, must be released from custody and returned to Virginia as he challenges the legal basis for his deportation. So that's good as well. The courts are slowly but surely taking back some freedoms or demanding the protection of American legal permanent residents and American citizens and non-citizens alike, you know? And that's a good thing. Bro, this makes me think of Zen fascism every time our brain rot has exploded. Yeah. I know Ezra went on Sam's show earlier. I saw pieces of it. And I will watch it. I am interested to see someone whose opinion I respect tackle the abundance agenda, because I have not actually like read into it too much. I just know that like the most annoying people defend the abundance stuff, and I feel like they don't fully understand it. So anyway, let's get started. CBS News Chicago. Schumer Hasan takes issue with the questioning at O'Hare International Airport.
He was in town to speak at the University of Chicago, but says he was detained for several hours at O'Hare and questioned about his political beliefs.
Federal agents say the prominent Twitch streamer is lying for likes. Our Sarah Maki is live at O'Hare and looking into this tonight. Sarah.
Bro, they sent someone to O'Hare to cover it? That's crazy. That's dope. Is there going to be a part 2 of reacting to the context puke? Yes, there will be. Oh my god, this guy always comes in to demand, or is this the same? Yeah, this guy comes in and asks this like, yes, as I told you yesterday, I will repeat again. Yes, I'm going to finish the context puke. Do not worry. Okay? No, we aren't done. There's 40 extra minutes on it. And I said I was going to finish it, and I'm going to continue the fundraiser when I do finish it. Okay? I will burn through it faster. I will burn through it faster this time around. It's not going to be 12 hours or anything like that. What treasured memory have you lost recognizing this chatter? Who knows? All right. Let's continue.
Guys, with millions of followers, Hasan Piker often talks about left-wing issues and believes that is why he was pulled aside and questioned here at O'Hare. We talked with our legal analyst about what travelers need to know.
They started asking me about crazy, like, do you like Donald Trump? It's illegal for him to even ask me those questions. Like, they can't deny me entry into my own country for, like, even if I was like, I love Hamas, they can't do that. Like, what do you mean?
That's American-born citizen, Twitch streamer, and left-wing political commentator Hasan Piker recounting a 2-hour encounter with federal agents after he arrived in Chicago from a family vacation in Paris. An incident he talked about at length with his millions of followers.
Everything I've done is fully protected under the First Amendment, okay? And none of these questions are actually valid questions to ask.
A Homeland Security official acknowledged the incident, telling us this is nothing but lying for likes. Claims that his political beliefs triggered the inspection are baseless. Our officers are following the law, not agendas.
And I suspect because this happened at an airport and an entry point into the country, that there were cameras everywhere.
Legal analyst Herb Miller told us location is key. International travelers give up certain Fourth Amendment rights to search and seizure that domestic travelers retain.
And immigration has an absolute right to ask you who you are and to see your identification, but they don't have a right to ask you questions and demand answers of things other than your identity and your...
Yup. This is... You know what's crazy? For American citizens, I found out that Customs and Border Patrol technically doesn't even have a right to deny you entry for like stuff that they actually... stuff that would fall under Customs and Border Patrol's purview, like whether you have like agricultural products that might might be an agricultural threat. Like, that is literally the job of Customs and Border Patrol, okay? I didn't know this, but even stuff that they are supposed to be looking at, like contraband, you have a legal right to say that you're not answering that, and that they can't deny you entry. They can confiscate it, but they can't, like, arrest you, from what I understand. Unless, I mean, obviously, unless it's like a drug, and then, you know, they investigate and you know, they catch you trafficking drugs or something, and then they can obviously arrest you. But as a United States citizen, like, in that conversation, you're not, like, you can just say you're not responding to those questions beyond the confirmation of your identity. And I didn't even know that. Of course, they have ways of making it more difficult for you, but you have ways of making it more difficult for them. Like, for example, where there are things you can do, as I've mentioned already, that make it harder for them to actually seize your stuff or be able to, like, take information from you. They have no, they do not have a legal right to compel you to put your passcode on your phone. Weirdly enough, your phone has a lot more private data than your actual laptop, but the laptop is an older piece of technology, so there's more legislation surrounding accessing information in your laptop, as opposed to legal protections accessing your phone. This is why everyone always stresses the importance of removing biometrics from your phone. No Face ID, no thumbprint, none of that, because they can actually, it is in a legal gray zone where they can actually use your biometrics to turn on your phone. And I believe there's a term called like first unlock or something. I forget what the actual term is called, but like, they literally, once it's unlocked, or if they seize your phone while it's unlocked, while your phone, before first unlock, like while your phone is already unlocked, they can actually look through it. There's different ways of doing this. You can put your phone on airplane mode, and then they can literally look through everything on your phone. They can't just, like, look for new information by refreshing your email or anything. But one of the quickest things that you can do if you forgot to change biometrics, if you forgot to remove biometrics from your phone, like Face ID from your phone, you can click the hold button 5 times in a row in rapid succession, which automatically will lock your phone, and you won't be able to use Face ID until you put your passcode in. But then again, and that's for your iPhone. But then again, it doesn't even matter technically, because they can still try to get this information out of you, or make your life difficult and detain you for a very long time if you refuse to play ball. So at that point, it's up to you, but that's the reason why I say you have to play ball. The best idea, obviously, if you're traveling internationally, is to travel with a burner phone. That's what people say. Or back up your phone beforehand and then wipe it when you are in the process of travel. Of course, this is just for United States citizens, and I believe green card holders as well. Green card holders also have additional... Green card holders and U.S. citizens have more protection at the border than non-citizens do, or travelers do. Unfortunately, if you are on a student visa, if you're a visa recipient like Customs and Border Patrol, it's within their power to deny you entry into the country. So, you know, unfortunately, you have a different set of standards. But what I'm talking about is specifically about American citizens and even green card holders as well. Green card holders, even though this administration is trying to change that dynamic, green card holders also have, this is not legal advice, obviously, but green card holders also have additional sets of protections for them. Like, you can't deny entry to a green card holder either, in the same way that you could to someone who is simply on a visa.
your citizenship.
He adds all travelers keep their Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, though acknowledging that could prolong your questioning at a time when border enforcement is a White House priority.
The government is trying to be tougher. It's trying to be more invasive. It's getting close to that line, whether or not something's constitutional or unconstitutional.
Has there been any more official response that you're lying for likes? No, but the irony, of course, is that the person saying you're lying for likes is Tricia McLaughlin, the spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security. And while she said that, she also admitted that there was a detention. And the reason why I think it's really funny is that, like, they don't even deny it. They just omit the questions that they asked, and and basically say, no, it wasn't for a political reason. It was a routine check. It's fucking bullshit. We all know that it wasn't just a routine check, especially given the line of questioning and how specific the questioning was. But having said that, you know, I find it really funny that there are people who are still acting as though this is not real. This is not a real thing to happen, even though the Department of Homeland Security admitted that it happened. And I'm going to talk about that in a second, but I got to pee real quick.
And it always ends up in the courts.
We have asked for video of this encounter to find out exactly what was said inside. When we talked to Irv Miller, he also said when talking with clients, he advises them to answer questions respectfully, but when they think that something may be going wrong, to ask for a supervisor. From O'Hare, Sarah Maki, CBS News, Chicago.
Thanks, Sarah.
Hasan Piker, what's up?
What's going on, John? Things are not looking too hot right now. How about on your end?
You were briefly a political prisoner?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, I was briefly detained by the regime for being a political dissident and interrogated on my loyalties to the administration.
So, for people who have not yet heard this story, which is all over the place now, can you tell us what happened? You were in France, and you were flying home?
I went to France for Mother's Day. Took my family there. Did they straight up ask you about your temporary bans on Twitch? Yes, they did. God, why does this keep happening, man? I don't understand. Bro, what is this self-suck half a stream? No, I'm not actually going to watch the whole thing, but you guys should, if you would like to. It's wild this happened, but Legacy Media has an axe to grind with you. After your name came up in a meeting where I work, someone blasted a Richie Torres press release to the entire network for awareness. No, that's not Legacy Media. That's Legacy Media does not have an axe to grind with me necessarily. Obviously, if they did, they wouldn't be talking. They wouldn't be offering this kind of coverage. But there are, of course, always going to be people in newsrooms that are fucking freaks. But no one worth a damn is ever going to take Richie Torres seriously, especially as it pertains to Israel. So, you know, fairly easy to counter. Talk about the library? What do you mean? You can't sub to you using Prime. Monthly membership is also enabled. I don't understand why this is happening. I don't know either, but the Trump library. Oh, here's the last thing I was going to say about this. Well, one, I have officially set my line of inquiry. I sent in my line of inquiry at dhs.gov/trip to get more information on why this detention took place and why these questions were asked. So we'll see when they respond what they will say, because I also asked them, like, how do I make sure this doesn't happen again? Okay, that's one. What is this? They're right. My Prime sub needs renewed, but it won't let me. Only gives me an option for 3 to 6 month subs. That's weird. Okay. They ain't responding. LMFAO. Who knows? Did the news network ask you for comment before claiming you lied? What? They did. The outlet that reached out after that statement, after the DHS statement, was NBC, which I did reply to. So, what was I gonna say? Somewhat related is the Block Club, local news in Chicago, suing the DHS for information about the ICE raids they've been doing. Good. There was another thing I was gonna say. He's a communist with a Gucci bag, got his product cakes, gotta have his swag. Why do people keep repeating this over and over again? Is this like the new line that is like that they just turned it into a rap thing? Like, is it a song? Is it a copy pasta? Where did this come from? I don't know where this materialized from. This is what the heckler was gonna rap in Chicago? I don't think so, but that's fucking awesome if that was the case. I wish we had more time in Chicago. I wanted to hear that man spit. It's all over your YouTube vids, especially crossover collab podcast vids. Wait, really? Why do you keep sending me this Ludwig clip saying breaking news, I'm not racist? What does this have to do with anything? We're gonna look at the Daily Show appearance that I had, obviously, but the last thing I wanted to show you was this very funny interaction that basically explains how a lot of people operate online, and how that interaction looks like when they engage like a normal person. Okay, this guy Derek Martin, okay, is the founder of Find the Path DC. He's on the board for Accountable.org, Campaign for Accountability.org. Like, this is the dude who fucking worked at the NSA, I guess. Okay, I'm not entirely familiar with his politics. I don't think he is someone who would agree with me on this, but he says the Trump administration is hassling Twitch streamers at customs now. Whatever you think of Hasan and his beliefs, I'm sure we disagree on some things. This is a dangerous road to go down. And what I find really funny is, like, this person, this lolly VTuber guy, okay, who is constantly making videos about me, that's like a super, like, Israel bricked this dude's brain. Very, very unwell individual. He goes, there's no evidence this happened. And then this person responds, we can debate whether his recounting of the incident is credible, but the government admits he was taken aside for extra scrutiny. He says, Hasan claims ICE detained him. This says they asked the guy that supports multiple U.S. designated terrorist organizations a few extra questions. To me, when someone is released, it suggests at one point they were not free to go. Like, he's like, look at the Department of Homeland Security statement. It says it right there. Why the fuck are you trying to debate this? Okay. To which I said, Derek, you are arguing with an Israel dick rider who watches the pornographic anime of children. Anyway, so Ad hominem, you called me a pedophile. Old Nick of Myra, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Are they this dumb? Why would they tell such a provable lie? Yes. The answer is yes. Okay, I need you to understand something. Yes, they are this stupid. And yes, because they are so echo chambered into oblivion, surrounding themselves with other like-minded dumb fucks, that they have no way of comprehending how normal people interact with new information like this, and they think every single person is geared up, tuned up to 11 with their unimaginable Hasanabi hatred that is deep in their core, a very important part of their fucking identity. No one cares. No one is like this. Most people are not like this, okay? So if you spend all of your time online, obviously you are going to have a very different approach to this situation, because there's a lot of insane stuff for the past, I don't know, 4 or 5 years at this point that have circulated online, mostly slander, mostly smear, bullshit, right? So you can generate a lot of attention and get some clicks if you entertain this ridiculous nonsense. Get in the helicopter. What does this mean? I don't know what the fuck this guy's saying. But for normies, they look at the situation and go, I am reading the news and it says something very different than the way that you are approaching the subject matter. It's a Pinochet reference? Oh. Cool. I don't care. Whatever. Who gives a shit? But yeah. That's also the reason why so many people, when they find themselves in this like weird fuck Hasan echo chamber, they cannot comprehend why like mainstream news will give me any time whatsoever, or will offer me any positive coverage whatsoever. Speaking of positive coverage, let's get to Hasan Piker, progressive king of Twitch, invites Jordan Klepper into the manosphere. Now, the original title for this video was Hasan Piker, liberal king of Twitch, to which I responded with liberal, and they changed it to progressive since then. They called me the liberal king. Is there a longer version? 5 minutes seems a bit short. I think there is a longer, this hasn't been televised yet. So this is like a sneak preview. And I don't know if the televised version is going to be going to feature me for a longer time. But this is just the brief version. Maybe it was, it was televised yesterday. Oh, it was on TV. Dude, I cracked way more jokes on that one. Damn. I mean, this is a very, we talked for like an hour, I would say, but of course it's supposed to be bite-sized for the TV. You know, they put your bangers in there though. No, I had some other bangers too. I was ripping into Jordan. Was Klepper as chill to hang as he seems he'd be? Yeah, he was a chill hang. Bro, didn't know you got some funny in you. Disclosure, not paid chatter. Okay, dude. I feel like seeing that angle of the desk is forbidden knowledge. Yeah. It is. Because it doesn't look that good. Because it's not... Everything that you see is the set, basically. And everything you don't see, I don't really care to, like, create a visual space. Like, I don't care about the... I don't care about the aesthetics of what it looks like off camera. you know? You lied to us and made us think the room was much bigger. It is pretty big. I know your haters are seething and coping, bro. I mean, I don't care. It is what it is. You gotta do what you gotta do. From your first interview, one-on-one with a Trump supporter, yeah, very different now. Very different type of interview now, because I've gone through my political journey, I guess. Did you see Sam talk to Ezra Klein today? Yes, I did. And I want to watch it, but possibly later. He had a long interview with Ezra that, wow, seemingly went on for an entire hour, as a matter of fact, almost an hour, where this is a different E. Klein, not the E. Klein that all of you drama perverts are thinking of. This is Mr. Abundance. He's also wanted to come on my stream as well. The thing is, like, I don't know enough about Abundance. It started off as an interview, and then I think it turned into more of a debate because of the differences in opinion between Sam Cedar and Ezra. What is this? How do I handle the situation? Is it okay to watch you for political commentary, but watch Asmongold and Tectone for gaming news? New to the movement, but just want to do what is right. Dude, do whatever you want to do. I don't give a shit. It's so funny. Like, what are you asking me for permission? I will give you the full rundown. Ezra is a full-on piece of shit. Okay, that seems a little bit aggressive. He is a full-on piece of shit. I think he's just a liberal, man. God damn. I will give you the full rundown. Chatter wants Bobby's news, but also doesn't want to get deported to El Salvador. Yeah, my hate for liberals is pure. Yeah, Sam was saying he could have gone another hour. Oh, I can see it. Full rundown. I hate him. Really mad. Abundance is neoliberalism with a new coat of paint. That's what it sounds like from everything that I have seen, all the bits and pieces that I've seen of the book. But like I said, I haven't read it. I have not read it. So I don't know. I don't know enough. I don't have an opinion on it. Other than a lot of annoying people have defended it. But I have a little bit of a soft spot for this E. Klein, I will admit. So, who knows? I think he is 100% a liberal. I disagree with his worldview, but having said that, I do think that he is genuine. Not that it makes all that much of a difference. Listen, I want to build housing, but it won't happen by turning our cities over to tech bros and private developers. Is the Daily Show thing this 5-minute video? Yes. I also have I don't have enough time to go through this whole thing right now because I have our Jeremy Scale coming on to specifically talk about Hamas. Or Klein's your kryptonite or something? No, I mean I like Ezra Klein.
You were on the Iglesias' show, I guess the Slow Boring podcast. I mentioned that we hadn't responded, so we wanted to have you on to talk about the book. We had Paul Glastis on from Washington Monthly, your old haunt.
Where I intern. Love Paul.
With a critique. that was, I think, like a middling critique. Some of the proposals that were brought up in the book. But let's just start with you outlining, like, thematically, what is the book about?
The book is about a very simple question, which is, what do we need more of and how do we get it? And then the parts of the book that I think have aroused more controversy, critique, energy, conversation, is that much of the book is exploring the question of why in the places Democrats govern, or in the times when Democrats govern, are liberals, are Democrats, are in some cases people on the left, unable to produce more of the things we need. Why is there so little housing in California and New York? Sam, where are you? Just so I have you
in New York.
You're in New York. So why in places like New York and California and Illinois, where you have a lot of Democratic control, has it become very unaffordable? Why is it very hard to cite enough clean energy, even though that's become a major project for the Democratic Party? Why is so much that we do so goddamn slow? Medicare released its Medicare cards a year after it was passed into law. Getting prescription drug prices negotiated on 10 drugs took 3 years and will only go into effect this year, just in time for Donald Trump to take advantage of it and brag that it was him who did it. So this question of the sclerosis of liberal government, how do we actually make it deliver the things it is promising to deliver, is the core inquiry of the book.
And the culprits run across, I guess, like four sort of main silos, as far as I can tell. Like we have the regulation and bureaucratic red tape, and this is a problem both in terms of like building infrastructure and to some extent within the context of housing. There are that housing is also addressed by like local, I guess, incumbent groups that have power there. The infrastructure, again, some of that bureaucratic process is a function, and we'll get into this, is a function of environmental regulations that end up getting abused in some fashion. And then in the context of like of science and innovation, it is a sort of a risk-averse funding. But let me, before we go into some of the specifics, from your perspective, because I've been reading a lot of there's a lot of reviews of the book out there. It's also,
have you read the book?
I have. Well, I've listened to the book. Let's put it
see,
that
that's as good.
And to me, I like your read better than her. Okay, but I've listened to both. I listened to.
All right, if you that just gives you a sense of at what level we're talking.
That's a different critique. But yes, I have read the book, and I've also read. There's a tremendous amount of reviews about the book.
What is your critique of the book? I want to answer your critique of the book.
Well, I will get to that. Okay. I will get to that. But from your perspective, is this a policy or a political book?
Oh, I don't think you can separate those two.
Okay,
I mean,
so
wait, where is it? Someone said, I have trouble with this because I think Democrats as being very Ezra-like, not Caesar-like. It seems like he's arguing for the same solutions, but they just work this time. Yeah, I think that if your identification of the problems with unleashing the government, which is something that he keeps repeating over and over again, is the regulatory mechanisms that offer a setback to new development, new buildings and whatnot, then I disagree with that. I mean, are there instances where you could dial back on some of the annoying inefficiencies? Certainly. But as an advocate for more government, bigger government, there's a point in this conversation where he brings up the public housing or affordable housing units that were built in Chicago that cost $1 billion+. Each housing unit that was created amounted to like $1 million+. And this was like an incredibly costly endeavor. And I personally think this is yet another byproduct of the public-private partnership that takes place in situations like this. And I think that the government can be more efficient. I agree on that front. But it's not through unleashing the private sector in an effort to tackle these problems. I think you'd be surprised with how much Ezra agrees with the regulation takes. Just because he's talking about removing some regulation doesn't mean he's against regulation in general. Yeah, the examples of bad regulations are things like parking space mandates, single staircase stuff. I don't agree with single staircase, for the record. Like, I think that it's good. It's one of the few regulations that's actually decent in America where you have multiple fire escapes. I know that. Look, I know the YIMBY language. Okay, I know that that's one thing that they point to. And the parking space mandates, I understand. That one I do understand. That one is actually a valid form of deregulation, right? Single-family homes, like rezoning single-family homes in order to build more housing units. I understand that. I agree with that. Okay, upzoning. I agree with that. Having said that, I don't think that this should be done through. I don't think that this should be done through the private side of things, because everything in America is done through the private-public partnership, and everything in the United States of America that has been done through the private-public partnership has led to tremendous pain, suffering. PG&E is something that a chatter brought up, and here it is. If unleashing the private sector worked, PG&E would be loved and power in California would be cheap. Power in California is neither cheap nor safe, and that is a great example of the unleash the markets upon a utility company, become a utility provider, and all of a sudden you will unleash great energy, except that's not what has happened. And as a matter of fact, the counterexamples to this are plenty. Well, I guess not plenty necessarily, but like the Tennessee Valley Authority would be a great counterexample to this. Or if we're going to talk about ISPs, for example, I'm going to go back to Chattanooga, Tennessee, okay, where the government taking the controls from private enterprise and directly delivering incredibly important utilities like internet has led to tremendous success and much better outcomes for every citizen, right? Rare Tennessee mention, I know. None of the nitpick deregulations Ezra talks about moves the ball. Housing is built when it's more profitable than other possible investments. The only method that will work is the Vienna model, where we have a robust, commodified housing production that doesn't rely on market logic. I agree with you.
You know my career. I'm a policy reporter from way back, but I think something that has always been central to the way I understand that is policy, politics, and process, and I think this is very much a book about process and proceduralism, are all intertwined. The idea that you can peel them apart, that you can say, oh, this bucket is policy, this bucket is politics, is not at all how I look at that question.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, we'll start with the policy side first, but broadly, my critique is there seems to be an absence of, well, I think the culprits that you have chosen in some instances are correct, but broadly speaking, there's an absence of analysis of power dynamics, I think, that and the interplay of money and politics, or I should say power in our society, I think is problem.
Please explain why you don't like single staircase zoning. It's a fire hazard. The reason why that regulation exists is because it's considered a fire hazard to have only one fucking exit point. One of the most famous instances of single staircase zoning and the devastation that it contributed to was Grenfell. It's outdated? Okay. This is not an issue with modern fire safety standards. Well, I mean, I just gave you an example of a modern fire safety standard, which had other contributing factors to it, of course, but single staircase zoning is demands from YIMBYs that in order to you know, build housing more efficiently, and in order to cut costs in terms of like building new housing, what we must do is stop forcing stop forcing developers to put 2 staircases at least, and that 1 staircase is enough. There's a law from like 1910. It needs to be updated. It's not just cutting costs. It costs density. I think New York City 4-floor walk-ups. Yeah, I personally don't think that maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that it's like the fact that there are 2 staircases that you have to build that is like this big of a hurdle in building new housing.
Oh, Mike, I mean, I think that, look, there have been questions about specific policies and assumptions. I've read critiques about your assessment of why China is able to do certain things and whatnot. But and I also think the power questions really filter through a lot of what you perceive to be problematic. And then I think broadly, I think it's also difficult to understand like how this is going to function as a political question. But we will get to all of that.
We'll do the second in a minute.
But let's do
Let me talk about power. Let me talk about power. I have been interested to see this critique develop. And I just had Zephyr teach out on my show. There's an episode with her and Shukat Chakrabarti called Abundance in the Left that I think people would be interested to hear sort of do the power debate at some length. I think this has been very revealing to me about what my friends on the left, and I think of myself usually as on the left, though, liberal, not a leftist, I guess, mean when they say power. I think this is a book entirely about power. But it is a book that treats power highly situationally. So there is a structure of power that arranges itself around, say, a housing development in San Francisco. That is a different structure of power than arranges itself around the question of can you build interstate transmission lines, which is a different structure of power than arranges itself around the question of can you site rural broadband and build that in the way that you want to, which is a different structure of power than you see in a bunch of the other cases in the book. And one thing we are attempting to do over and over and over again is get extremely granular about what is happening. So one thing that bothers me about the power analysis that I hear on the left, let's take housing, because I also think it's very important to ground things in like a specific case. Texas builds more housing than California. It builds more housing than New York. When people move to Austin and Houston and Dallas, they build homes. When people move to San Jose and San Francisco and Los Angeles, they don't. Is your view, do you find it a credible view to say that the issue is Texas has solved the corporate power problem, but California is permeable to corporate power and dominated by oligarchy in a way that Texas, or for that matter, Florida, is not?
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily, I think it's not necessarily corporate power. I think what we're talking about is money. I think we're just talking about money.
So
and
Texas has solved the money in politics problem, but California is not.
Well, I can tell you that, like, if you want to compare, let's say, San Francisco to Houston, right, you just have a lot more space in Houston. You have a lot more money in San Francisco. And so the power that rests with the money is more concentrated, literally, right? And has the ability in those instances to stop this housing project or that housing project. Like, look at Austin, for instance. You bring up Austin. In the course of Austin, and this was, I read this in the review, because obviously I'm not studying Austin or San Francisco for that matter. But Joe Wiesenthal wrote, that his observation about Austin was that it was cheap, and then it got very expensive. Then there was, and it was a function of costs went up, rents went up. It became expensive there.
Rents have gone down in Austin because they built so much.
They built so much.
I want to hold on what you said the first time.
But
San Francisco has concentrated money in a way that...
There was no change in the building codes, for instance. Like the argument that...
The building code responded in Austin. So you can just go look. I mean, I don't know if you guys are able to pull up data on the show and show it, but just go pull it up if we can. You can search Fred housing starts in Austin and San Francisco. You could just do this in general. You can look at this analysis across blue and red cities. But what the difference? Let me just. I want to go through this example, but we can go through a bunch of them. Houston doesn't have a zoning code. That's why it's easier to build there. I mean, I was talking to a developer there, and he said, "Look, the thing everybody knows about Houston, if you're a developer, is it's a bad place to be a homeowner. It's a good place to be a developer." And this is what I mean when I say the whole book, in a way, is about power. That in these procedural questions, in this question of how do you get housing approved, what we have created in many blue cities is a lot of veto points. And that veto point can be used by corporate power. It can be used by moneyed interests. It can be used by local homeowners who are not power in the way we would normally think of them, but sure as hell are power when you're thinking about whether or not to build housing. It can be used by all sorts of players. And so I think that one of the places where
Austin is still much more expensive than it was before the pandemic law. Houston has housing codes. They just put in ordinances. This is all bullshit.
Diverge from some of my other friends on this is that I think when you create this level of proceduralism, this level of veto points, they get captured by interest over time. And that is a place where power can pool. Now, I think the place where I probably part, just to finish the thought, I think the place where I probably part is that I think that the left is often very attentive to power when it is coming from certain recognized villains, and much less attentive to power when it is coming from people who might in other contexts look like allies or just be local homeowners, but that can also be real power wielded in a problematic way.
Well, but you listed off 3 entities that have power: corporate power, moneyed interests, and homeowners. And I would suggest to you that in all 3 of those that you just listed, that money is ultimately the controlling factor. So, for instance, I can tell you, like, I don't know San Francisco, I don't know Austin, I know Worcester, Mass. And I can tell you that during urban renewal, we had, there was an entire neighborhood that was completely, I don't know if you've ever been to Worcester, had gone through 290. There was an entire neighborhood called Laurel Clayton, I think it was, that ended up dumping people into a housing project, Plumley Village. And it was all run by the Worcester Redevelopment Authority. It was completely streamlined. None of the other, what we would call today groups. There was no equity involved in this, or equitable justice or anything like this. And the neighborhood was completely destroyed because the input only essentially came from this big insurance company and the Worcester Redevelopment Authority, which was essentially owned by the same type of people. And I only know about this because a buddy of mine was homeless in high school because of how much destruction generationally it had created as a result of that. And so when you list off those 3 elements of power, in my mind, those are all moneyed interests. Those local homeowners, I'm sure there are stories of low-income people who own homes in an area that hasn't been redeveloped, is able to stop building. But I would imagine those are very far and few between.
Then I think we should be in agreement, right? If this is the case you're making, then I think we should be in agreement, because there's no doubt that
I'm saying it's moneyed interest.
It's sometimes money interest, for sure, right?
Well, what is it the other times?
Let me finish the thought, okay. and then you can give me your rebuttal. When you create these highly legalistic systems, the people with the money to hire lawyers and lobbyists are going to be more capable within them. And so the structure of a society that begins to vary so much in bureaucracy, where you have to know when to show up to the planning meeting, and you have to know who the city council members are, like, it begins to structurally favor those who can navigate that society. So when we talk about things like upzoning, or we want to make it possible to build more houses in an area, like,
I think talking about regulatory capture this way, is a very, like, under normal circumstances, this is unironically a Charlie Kirk argument. This is where Yimbys often lose me, because they start sounding like libertarians, which, by the way, a lot of libertarians are Yimbys, for the record, where they'll say, like, oh, well, it's because there's a lot of regulatory capture, which is used against people that want to do the right thing, and therefore deregulation is actually a necessity. When in fact the solution, I think, is good regulation, not more or less regulation, but good regulation. Ezra's book amounts to, I've talked to middlemen contractors who want to make more profit, and they said accessibility and zoning standards are too hard for us because we want the money. He does not understand the need for central planning to do this. His work fails by siding with the owner class and protecting their money. I mean, if Ezra was a real one, in terms of abundance, he would be advocating for centrally planned economy and Chinese-style governance. Like, there is no country more abundant than China in that regard, and there's definitely a lot of things that the Chinese government does that we would have to do away with some of the regulation in this country as well. So I guess from that angle, he could also, we could entertain the deregulatory aspect of that.
Like, everybody knows it is almost impossible to upzone a rich area, and that is because they are able to bend this process to their will. Now, you can take a place like California.
All right, let me address that. I mean, I get that point there, and I think that is what worries. I don't know about other people, but that's the type of thing that worries me, because the argument you just made is almost identical to the one that I would have every week with Tim Carney, who I know, back in the day, which is an idea that the problem with wealthy influence, and if you and I agree, then it is money. The problem with
but we don't agree that it's all money.
Okay.
Money is one mechanism of influence.
But I think it is the biggest one. Would you agree with that?
It depends on the issue. So look, there are a bunch of these issues.
Okay, well, let me finish my point about Tim Carney. He would say that you need to have less government. That way it cannot be as corrupted or manipulated by moneyed interest. Now, I don't know if you think that money is the problem 51% of the time or 30% of the time.
I don't think categorically asking that question is, but here, let me say where I disagree with Tim Carney, because maybe it'll clarify where maybe you and I don't agree. Tim wants a less capable state. I want a more capable state. Tim wants a state that does fewer things. I want a state capable of doing more things, including the things it has already promised to do. So when I look at California high-speed rail, I work backwards and I say, what the fuck happened that the state of California could not build high-speed rail, which they can do in Japan, they can do in China, they can do in Europe. Tim looks at it and says, they shouldn't be trying to build high-speed rail. And so the disagreement I have with Doge, with a lot of different things, with a lot of my friends on the right, is they want to reduce state capacity. I come at this as a liberal who wants the state to accomplish very difficult things, decarbonizing the economy, building enough affordable housing, including, by the way, public housing, building mass public infrastructure, things like high-speed rail or the Big Dig or the Second Avenue subway here in New York City. And what I see is a state failing to accomplish its goals. Right. Now, they would say, don't fucking try. I would say, fix the state. And one issue with the state.
Yeah, I don't agree. I mean, I don't disagree, but there is a point where I don't agree with him, which is that the problems with the state is not regulations. The problems with the state is that it is basically a slush fund for moneyed interests. It's an endless wallet for middlemen that greatly expand the timeline for projects with no real interest in actually accomplishing said projects. This is why I think like an anti-corruption candidate in America, Latin American style, would probably pop off and look no further than Donald Trump. What is Drain the Swamp? Drain the Swamp, quite literally, is an argument against corruption, against moneyed interest in politics. Now, of course, Donald Trump is a swamp monster himself, but there's a lesson to be learned from this commentary. Not just on Drain the Swamp, but even Donald Trump claiming that he is a peaceful candidate. He's a candidate for peace. In terms of what the government that is supposed to have awesome powers should do when dealing with housing, in terms of like unleashing abundance upon the unsuspecting American masses, what the government should be doing is moving in the direction of either becoming, in the short term, a market competitor that forcibly draws down prices with public housing, or even in the long term, completely decommodifying housing in its entirety. Okay? Because the major issue with housing in this country that Ezra also recognizes both in this interview and in his book, that is his contributions to homelessness, that is a gigantic problem. Okay? That the singular, albeit reductive, but the singular most responsible reason for housing being so unaffordable in this country is due to the profit motive, is due to homes being recognized as this dual use shelter, but also a very reliable investment vehicle. Houses are seen as a speculative asset for homeowners, whether they are a single homeowner or own multiple homes. Okay? Dude talks about terrorists when he won't survive 10 minutes in Gaza. Asman would slap the shit out of him and he would cry. I wish I could live. I wish I could experience your reality for like one moment. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Asmongold would even agree with this statement, you know? He doesn't go outside unless it's to go to Whataburger, and he is like 100 pounds soaking wet. What are you talking about? Like, what? I don't. Why do you get rage baited so easily? I don't know how someone can arrive at this fantasy. Like, physical contest aside, Asmongold doesn't even want to have a conversation with me. He's afraid of talking to me directly. He'd much rather yell from his hug box instead. And you think he's gonna go outside and be in the presence of the sun and then also physically engage with me? Like, what the fuck? Let's continue.
State is that it has become so highly regulated, not in terms. I find that when I use the term deregulation, like people's brains turn off because they think of deregulation as something that the state does for the market. But no player is more highly regulated than the state itself, often by Republicans, often because of power in the way that you would define it. But I think a lot of liberals, a lot of leftists have, one, and this is my critique going backwards, ceased to see this. But two, they don't take state failure seriously. And when something like California high-speed rail happens or rural broadband, they sort of move on instead of saying, why are we not delivering? We are the people who believe in government. People are pissed at government for a reason. How do we make government deliver?
See, and I think and I think in terms of results, I think you and I are largely aligned. But I think the problem is, and you bring up Doge, and it's ironic that you and Carney will approach it in a very similar way, but anticipate different outcomes. But that being aside, I mean, I think that is where, people get a little bit
But I don't think we're approaching it similarly. I think it's at a level of abstraction, it's similar, and then you go granular and it's not at all.
But see, this is what we're talking about. See, like, it's their policy and politics are in the same place. So we have a level of abstraction, we have a level of granular, right? And the point is, the way that these two commingle, I think, becomes problematic, where these two things meet, because your identification of the primary problem, right? I mean, this is the point. Like, you don't address moneyed interest per se in the book. The primary problem is, I mean, if you just do a summary of the book, primary problem has to do more with the regulation and the handcuffing the state has done of itself. But the state doesn't do it itself. Like, all of this handcuffing comes from a place, and it's either moneyed interest or it's not. And I have no doubt that at different times...
This is where I think you've really oversimplified politics. I want to try to find the right example, because I think if we stay high, we just are like yelling about this abstract question of money. But let's talk. We both believe in decarbonization.
I think that's really grounded.
Well, hold on, but let's talk about it from this perspective. We both believe in decarbonization, right? Climate change is a problem.
Yes.
And we sort of see the pathway on that is we have to build a lot of green energy to reorient our economy, so you can run a modern economy on a green energy basis. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So to do that, you have to move all this energy production over to renewable sources, and then you have to get the energy from where it currently is, right? A solar farm, a wind farm, a hydroelectric, project, whatever it is, and run it through transmission lines to where we plug shit into the wall and charge it. I have done a lot of coverage of this failure point because we are, to be perfectly clear about this, failing to build enough transmission lines. There is no world in which our decarbonization strategy works if we cannot increase by orders of magnitude how fast we are building transmission lines. There is money trying to build transmission lines. There is money trying to slow down the building of transmission lines. Just walking into this process and saying, where's the money, doesn't get you anywhere. Like, I have talked to the private equity figures trying to get a transmission line built. I have also talked to the green, new dealers trying to get that same transmission line built. And I've also seen the people standing in the way of it who have all their reasonable and good arguments. I don't find when I dig into these things that the way I can just repeatedly sort politics is, well, like, over here there's the money and the money is bad, and over here there's the not money and the not money is good. Usually there's money on both sides of it. There are sometimes unions on both sides.
There's only one country that's doing this right, and it's China, because central planning is state-owned enterprise. Not necessarily. There's other capitalist countries that have done this correctly as well, as you know, better than anyone else, because you love talking about Red Vienna. Singapore has a pretty decent system as well, but again, it's places where like the state owns the land. That's the real. That's the major. Oh, you're talking about transmission lines. Okay, I thought we were still talking about housing as well. Can you turn down video sound and turn up your sound, please? I'm pretty loud, no?
Sides of it. And so what the structure of the book, because I hope people come from this and want to read it, the structure of the book is typically working backwards from a problem. We're not building enough housing. If we go granular on that, what can we learn? We're not building enough transmission lines. If we go granular, what can we learn? And I just don't think abstracting out to money tied the state's hands, if money could untie the state's hands on a lot of big building projects, all these fucking developers would do it. But it can't because the proceduralism takes on a life of its own.
I follow what you're saying, that in each case there are specifics that are different and you cannot generalize. It sounds like what you're saying.
I'll lower the audio bit. You have to take seriously the specific issues in each case.
I have no doubt.
Your generalities should emerge out of the granularity.
Okay, what are the generalities? Like, this is what I guess what I'm asking.
I'm saying the default in America has become that building, particularly when the state is involved, has become too slow and expensive. We have created an architecture of policy that makes it too hard for us to achieve our goals in the real world, and for that matter in social insurance. Say it again?
Who's the we?
It depends.
Please don't drive to me.
Here's a version of the we,
well, but I'm trying to address the point, because, for instance, okay, so,
I don't want to give you a better answer to who's we.
Well, but why I think this is important, though, is because, this to me is the central question, really, about the book. Because I think, like...
He is... am I misunderstanding his point? I get his argument about money, but how is he tying it to deregulation? He's saying that moneyed interests create regulatory capture. Moneyed interests allow big businesses to take advantage of the regulations to price out the competition. That's literally the underlying argument for corporatism versus real capitalism that Charlie Kirk says. It's the same exact fucking argument that libertarians make. It is the unfortunate reality of exhausting all options, even if you are a kind-hearted liberal. It is the unfortunate logical conclusion that you arrive at no matter what if you have a dogmatic approach to capitalism. If you have a dogmatic approach to maintaining capitalism, then you will always, this will be the major setback, because the advocacy that leftists make towards any initiative, any sort of government interference, is to directly make things unprofitable. That is the goal of the state. And this is a reality that capitalists understand, which is why they hate state interference. Okay? That's why they try to flip the argument on its head. The goal of the state is to unironically engage in, under neoliberalism, this is the exact opposite. The goal of the state is to unleash the markets and even engage in state interference as long as it is at the behest of the profit motive, as long as it is at the behest of the private sector. But the goal of the state should always be to make things more affordable by forcibly making things less profitable. It is about decommodification. That is the reason as to that is why the state should be interfering in these affairs when it comes to housing. I don't personally think plunging into those specifics actually matter. It appeals to bookish, nerdy liberals who think that one bit of arcane knowledge of some obscure, well-intended rule is having unintended consequences. It is fundamentally a conservative outlook and is totally wrong. The reason why we don't have affordable housing is the same reason why we don't have single player, the same reason we don't have public transit. The capitalist class doesn't profit. That's it. No, I agree. His stupid nudge and tax credit bullshit fails, so he's defaulting the right-wing deregulationism because he's a neoliberal who hates the government and loves markets. Pure ideology right here from Ezra. He refuses to discuss actual left-wing policy. No, I like that. I recognize that. I don't have as much smoke as you do for Ezra, but I guess I entertain liberalism a lot more, considering that I see it as like a permanent fixture. A permanent fixture in American politics and in the Western world in general. But yes, this is the major setback. His dogmatic understanding of capitalism and his interest in maintaining capitalism is causing him to refuse to reckon with what the state's function, the state's primary function, is supposed to be. That's it.
I could say there's some things in it I like, there's some things that I don't like, but the general point is, I think, for instance, like, where does the title abundance come from?
From Derek's piece on abundance.
Okay. We have seen an entire movement build up about abundance, correct? I mean, like, there is a lot of money behind this broad notion of abundance. And Derek, I think it was on the Lex Friedman podcast, said something to the effect of,
well, I do mostly agree with you. Wouldn't making things less profitable just make companies increase prices? Wouldn't you need the state to force lower prices directly by nationalizing things? No. My point is, the state interferes in the market right now under neoliberalism to increase profit margins for private corporations. What the state should be doing is interfering in the markets to lower, to basically create, as a part of the state, to actually create competitive products in an effort to drive down market prices if you want to still, in the short term, exist within a market structure. This is precisely the reason why people don't like public housing. This is the reason why they don't want even the fucking public option, because it would be impossible for an expensive middleman that doesn't need to exist at all, as we all understand and recognize, like private healthcare. It would be impossible for private healthcare to exist where they would have to compete with the state. They would have to consistently limit the things that the state actually offers. They would never want that to be competitive. They would never want the state-owned product of healthcare to be competitive, that you can sign into, that you pay for with your taxes, whether you sign into it or not. They would never want that to be competitive with, United Healthcare, because United Healthcare would cease to exist in that process. It would become impossible to compete with, and that's my argument. It shouldn't exist to begin with. This is precisely the reason why private corporation interference has created this like weird public-private partnership within the healthcare structure that simply makes things more costly, because as long as that expensive middleman exists, then it's going to consistently seek out profits. You stop the production of the thing you want to make non-profitable. If products weren't profitable, here China's economy would collapse, just so you know, Hasan. Wait, what? First of all, I don't even care about China when we're talking about this, okay? I'm an American citizen. No disrespect to the Chinese, all right? As much as I love China, okay, go ahead. Don't Americans want to destroy the Chinese economy? Okay, then you just made an argument for nationalization in an effort to beef up American national security by undermining our market competitor. There you go. Regarding healthcare, private healthcare exists alongside the NHS within the UK. No, that's cowardly. It shouldn't, for the record. It should not, because as long as there's a private profiteering in this space, then private profit seekers will always undermine the pre-existing free healthcare that the government is providing, and that's precisely why you arrive at the issues with the NHS. They seek to undermine the NHS by getting right-wing politicians and even the Labour Party, which is now firmly a neoliberal party, to undermine the National Healthcare Service by taking away its funding over and over again, by advocating for tax cuts in the process, starving the beast. They're doing Reaganomics, or I guess Thatcheromics, maybe. This is exactly what's going on in numerous provinces. Someone already brought up Doug Ford in Ontario. That's what he's doing, and over time, people get frustrated with the socialized system. It's very difficult to take away things that the government provides, services the government provides, once people are used to it, right? The NHS is supposed to be a thing that British people are proud of, right? There's I think there's literally an NHS Day, if I'm not mistaken. So it takes years and years, decades and decades of underfunding and trying to cripple the NHS structure so that you can start building a private alternative slowly but surely. This is what happens What I'm talking about here is exactly what has happened in many European countries that has led to austerity, that has led to anger and resentment from the populations, that then they redirect their attention to like immigrants or refugees or Muslims or whatever the fuck. But that is what has lowered the living standards of all of these European countries. Exactly what I'm talking about. The privatization of previously public services is at the heart of all the ire and anger and resentment that many European nationals feel. And in that anger and resentment, right-wing reactionary parties will redirect their attention to people that look differently than them, refugees, Muslims in general. Can you give a specific example of a socialized service being completely privatized? Let me think. What would be a good example of this? Swedish public education. It did not turn into completely privatized, but there were privatization initiatives that led to horrible results. Railways in England would be another great example of this as well. UK water. England has a lot of great examples of this, by the way. British Railways is a great example of this. The water, like British Water is another good example of this. Trash pickup in BC. BC Hydro. By the way, our Swedish leftist party has now sued Cry and Dr.C for stealing tax funds and making profits off of it. In the United States of America, it was the internet. I feel like the internet and its invention came at a point where America was already firmly committed to neoliberalism. So I don't even know if there was any time and place where we had a nationalized ISP internet service provider. On that note, I'm going to put this debate on pause. We will get back to it because Jeremy SCAHILL is on the line, and I will be talking to him. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I bring to you Jeremy SCAHILL of Dropsite News. Jeremy, can you hear me? I'm calling him right now.
Hey, I'm here.
All right, perfect. Jeremy SCAHILL, ladies and gentlemen. Very excited to have you on the broadcast. Always an honor. You have had quite the eventful past month, I would say, with a lot of the reporting that you've done. And I'm very excited to hear your takes on Donald Trump's Middle East tour that he is conducting currently. But yes, Jeremy also wanted to offer us a gift for those of you who want to support his reporting and many other friends of the show that I routinely rely on. Go to dropsite.com/Hasan, right, for 20% off.
Dropsitenews.com.
Or dropsitenews.com. Dropsitenews.com/Hasan for 20% off. And you can support Dropsite News. And we'll put that as a chat bot as well in the chat. Jeremy,
you know, I mean, I'm good. I'm better than you after your encounter with the customs officials.
Well, yeah, but you haven't entered the United States recently, have you?
No, I haven't. And I actually, I mean, you and I, full disclosure, you and I talked, soon after that happened to you, and I had my own experience with being on the watch list for several years, actually under the Obama administration, when I was investigating Obama's drone program, and I was traveling to Somalia, Yemen, Afghanistan, elsewhere. And for several years, I was on the terror watch list, which meant that every time I flew into the United States, I would get pulled aside for, what they called secondary screening. And, everything that you described, I had similar experiences. And, one of the things, and this was under under Obama, Mr. Constitutional Law Scholar. But now the stakes have changed so dramatically. Wait, what is this thing here? Don't switch. Not doing that. You can hear me fine, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're.
I mean, one of the things that we're witnessing under Trump is, obviously they're targeting people for deportation. They're going after people that are vulnerable. They're going after people also who are legal permanent residents, who have green cards, and there's some people calling for going after naturalized U.S. citizens as well. But in the bigger picture, what we're witnessing is an attempt to shred constitutional protections that have existed under both Democrats and Republicans for a very, very long time, and to try to implement a system of deeming people persona non grata by presidential fiat. And so, what you look, you're a high-profile guy, and increasingly so. You just had a profile. Well, I think it was in the fashion section though, so it sort of doesn't count, but in a way it does. That you just had a major profile done of you. But as you and I discussed, a lot of times when I would get pulled aside for questioning, I would go into a room, and there would already be several people in that room. And I knew when I set foot in it that I was going to get questioned before them, and I was going to get released before them. And there was one episode when I was flying from Cairo back into the United States, and I had happened to sit next to an Egyptian couple on the plane. It was a man and woman and their 3 kids, and they got pulled into the same screening room that I did for interrogation, and I was sort of playing with their kids and talking to them when we were in there. And they were saying to me, can you wait for us outside? And I said, yeah, of course I'm going to wait for you. And so I went up. I had my my questioning there, and you really shouldn't answer any of their questions outside of really basic biographical facts. I know there was some controversy about how you handled your interrogation, and and I saw your explanation for that. But so I had my session, and then I left, and I waited, and an hour went by, and 2 hours went by, and 3 hours went by, and those people never came out of the airport. And so presumably they were deported. And again, this was under Obama. But we're facing a really dangerous situation, and I think it's so important that everyone speak out about it. Already that system of putting people on the terror watch list was rife with constitutional and civil rights abuses. Years ago, I obtained the top secret government rule book for putting people on that watch list. It was more than 180 pages long. And people can be placed onto a watch list because their number happened to be in the phone of someone else who happens to be communicating with someone in Yemen. The standards by which you can end up on that list, where you are, you're designated as being on the terror watch list, even if they don't suspect you of being at all involved in terrorism. And people may not know this, but what the position the U.S. government has taken is that you don't have constitutional rights in the airport. My friend Heba Jamal, who's a Palestinian-American journalist, recently wrote about she lives in Germany. She recently wrote about her experience flying back into Newark, where an American citizen, was told that she needed to unlock her phone for the authorities, and that her husband, who is not an American citizen, needed to unlock his phone under threat of immediate detention and eventual deportation. And it's these are very, very serious issues. And if you think it can't come for you, you're wrong. It can come for you.
Absolutely. So what? I have been listening to lawyers quite a bit on this about how to potentially tackle that issue. Specifically, that was my red line in that in that interaction. I knew that as soon as they asked me to unlock my phone, that was when I was going to refuse. And it luckily never got to that, but it is an illegal gray zone. Airports are technically an illegal gray zone, I guess, which is part of the problem. And there's also the notion of material support and what constitutes for material support, that they are very clearly trying to to expand on and maybe even factor in, constitutionally protected speech as material support. We saw this with what Marco Rubio stated in the apprehension and false detention of Mahmoud Khalil and numerous others. And I don't really know how to combat it beyond the fact that you just don't allow biometrics and say I refuse. You can't compel me to do this. And then demand legal representation, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's different categories here. If it was you or it was me, we can be confrontational about asserting our rights. We're holders of American passports, and that puts us in a different category. Certainly, in the eyes of the Trump administration, they're still pushing forward with attempting to deport Mahmoud Khalil. Some judges, to their credit, have recently ordered freedom for other people who are being detained in what I think is clearly an unconstitutional manner. But if you're from a vulnerable population and your immigration status is not that you hold an American passport, and you then want to get confrontational with the authorities in the airport, you're going to potentially be in a world of hurt. And that's why I think it's important for those of us who have a more secure immigration status in the United States, if we end up in this position, to really assert our rights. But at the end of the day, it's the old adage that activists are all taught: you don't talk to the cops.
Yeah.
You don't talk to the cops, and they're going to tell you that you have no right to remain silent. They're going to tell you that you misunderstand the rights that you have there. It's better to take the heat on them there and just keep asserting. You want to speak to a lawyer? No, you're not going to unlock your device. No, you're not going to answer questions about your opinions. I was always told by lawyers, you answer the most basic factual things. Where are you coming from? What is the address that you're going to? Basic biographical information that exists on your passport. They don't have any business asking you what you think of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
They don't have any business asking you who you talk to somewhere. And quite honestly, I think it's unconstitutional that they believe that it's perfectly acceptable to tell people, I'm going to open your phone and start searching through it, but they've done that. And unfortunately, courts have sided with this system for many years, and it's getting worse.
Absolutely. This is in many ways, as you said, with Obama, this is the logical conclusion of the surveillance state and the expansion of the surveillance state, especially in the post 9/11 universe, like in the war on terror, and with the Democratic Party's inability or disinterest in actually scaling back these oftentimes unlawful search and seizure methods and setting precedents over and over again to allow further violations of our civil liberties and our privacy.
Yeah, there's another aspect to this too, which is, if I come back into the United States, and I've never really contemplated this outside of a few specific periods when there was a lot of heat on us because of certain journalistic projects that we're doing. I'm not setting foot in a U.S. airport with data on my phone. I may not even, first of all, at a minimum, you should be completely wiping your phone clean. When you get to where you're going, you can download the data that you need. But you should not be walking in, with a phone full of all of your contacts and everything to that airport. And, there's some people that say strategically, you get into the weeds of this, they say, well, if you pass them an empty phone, what does that mean? So some people say, well, I'll put some photographs on the phone, but I'm not going to have any of my social media stuff. I'm not going to have my contacts on there. But at the end of the day, they're searching people's phones. They're trying to deny entry based on social media postings. They're using AI now to review everyone's history. And as a journalist, and I know we're going to talk about interviews with Hamas and other groups, but journalists shouldn't have to think like they're spies. It should be a basic constitutionally protected aspect of journalism. There's a reason why journalists are specifically mentioned. That journalism and a free press is specifically mentioned in founding documents of the United States because it's that essential to the existence of a democratic society. So, when you can be criminalized for interviewing, Yeah.
Sorry. Well, one thing I wanted to mention here and stress is that there was the actionable side and there was the information gathering side that was like simply designed, in my opinion, to threaten people like myself. The first half of the interview versus the second half of the interview after he like left for 35 minutes or so. And in the second side, the actionable side was like basic basic questions that I've been asked by authorities in the past as well. Things like, have you offered material support to Hamas, Hezbollah, or Houthis, and things of that nature? And if your answer is yes to any of those questions, like that, you will be detained. You will be jailed because that is illegal, right? But one of the questions in that process that they asked that I thought was very strange was, have you been in contact with someone from Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis? And have you interviewed someone from Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis? And that right there, knowing full well that I am a member of the media, that question being asked of me in the actionable side of things means that they are, I think, trying to criminalize conducting interviews with members of like known State Department assigned terror organizations. And I feel like that's insane because that would mean that, every CNN journalist, Clarissa Ward, could go to jail. You could go to jail potentially. And I guess even Trump could go to jail because he just met with the HDS guy who changed his name to Ahmed Shabab, but before I guess he was known as Jolani, a leader who was a leader in Al Qaeda in Syria and a leader in ISIS adjacent groups, a member of the U.S. terror watch list, like specifically himself on the U.S. terror watch list with a $10 million bounty on him. So who makes these rules up?
Let's fly up to like 30,000 feet and remember something, that Nelson Mandela remained on the terrorism watch list for years after he was freed from Robben Island prison and became the president of a new independent South Africa.
Yeah.
And so these designations and the use of the term terrorism has been so overused and abused to deprive it of any actual meaning. If we want to actually talk about what is terrorism in the world today, we can look no further than the Israeli actions in Gaza and in the West Bank. That is classic terrorism that Israel is engaged in. So when they say, oh, well, so-and-so is a designated terrorist, it has no actual meaning anymore, because terrorism is a term that is wielded by the powerful, often to apply a label to people that are fighting for self-determination or for liberation. It is a total abuse of the English language to apply that term to many individuals and groups that the United States and Israel apply that label to. So that's the first thing we need to recognize, and that many people have been designated as terrorists by the U.S. state who actually are freedom fighters. It's not that there aren't people on that list who have conducted acts that could be legally categorized as terrorism, but they've used it so much that it actually is meaningless. And Exhibit A of terrorism in the world today is the U.S. client state of Israel and its war of mass extermination against the Palestinian people.
Yeah. Also, even Luigi Mangione, when you talk about like domestic figures, like Luigi Mangione is currently being tried for being a domestic terrorist. Like, does this mean that we are not allowed to conduct an interview if given the opportunity with Luigi Mangione? Like, it just doesn't make sense. It's a complete vague. It's definitionally vague, and it's deliberate that it's vague. It's just created to deny habeas corpus to people at a time when the administration is actually trying to move the needle on removing habeas corpus in its entirety. So, and it's something that even Steve Bannon has talked about.
What they're doing in the UK. They're doing this in the UK now with Palestine Action activists, the people that have been targeting Elbit Systems, the Israeli manufacturer of drones and other technology. They're going after people, and they're applying this label terrorist. And, we're going to talk about my conversations with officials from Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And I've interviewed people from all of the H's that you mentioned before, because I think that's the responsible thing to do journalistically.
Yeah.
It's journalistic malpractice that major publications are not regularly interviewing officials from these organizations and trying to understand their perspective and the context there. Simply talking to officials from Hamas or Islamic Jihad or Hezbollah is not an endorsement of those individuals. It's called basic journalism. That's really the first principle that we need to put on the table. It's not that CNN doesn't interview Hamas officials or the New York Times doesn't interview Hamas officials, but generally it falls into a basic pattern, which is that no matter what is happening in Gaza, no matter what's happening in the ceasefire negotiation process, you have a Hamas official interviewed by a Western journalist, and all they want to do is relitigate the events of October 7th. And often the questioning includes outright lies or falsehoods about the events of October 7th. So that's what you typically see these officials subjected to when they do agree to go on, whether it's BBC or it's CNN or other news outlets, or in the case of the New York Times, they'll conduct a lengthy interview with someone from Hamas, and then they'll just use like 2 sentences of it, and usually those 2 sentences are meant to kind of bolster the case that they're making by talking to all of their Israeli sources. So that's basically the thrust of what we get in the media. But what the U.S. learned, and what Adam Boehler, who was one of Jared Kushner's college roommates, was Donald Trump's special envoy on hostages. He goes over and he meets with Hamas officials. And I actually then met with the 2 main Hamas officials that met with Adam Boehler. And I talked to them at length about what it was like speaking with Adam Boehler. And they said that Boehler kept telling them, you guys are so different than I imagined, that I had been led to believe. That Boehler is not, a swamp creature. He's not from the consultancy class. He's not Antony Blinken, who is paid by the makers of tanks to think when he's not officially in government.
He's like Jared Kushner's friend.
But right, he's like Jared Kushner's beer bong buddy.
Yeah, but that's
it's the same thing with Witkoff. Like, he's not like a brilliant tactician. He's not a guy who's been inundated with like American foreign policy attitudes like Blinken was, but he has forced Israel to make concessions that Israel seemingly never took with the previous administration due to his lack of interest in abiding by U.S. standards up until that moment. Like, sometimes that is what takes. Sometimes it is what it takes to actually come to a managed resolution.
Well, also just on a factual level, from the beginning of Netanyahu's declaration of his war of annihilation against the Palestinians of Gaza, he sought to portray Hamas as akin to ISIS or Al-Qaeda. And the fact that Hamas has never engaged in any operations outside of the territory of historic Palestine is an inconvenient fact that no one ever wants to talk about. Whatever you think of the historical methods that have been used by the Palestinian resistance since the first Palestinian Intifada, around the time when Hamas was formed, the fact is that this is a national liberation struggle that is using means of violence to try to achieve a political objective. And so if you want to talk about Hamas and its tactics or its methods, at least have your starting point be based on accuracy. Have your starting point be based on facts. And so, Netanyahu went to great lengths to say that Israel is fighting for the very existence of Western civilization itself. It is complete nonsense, complete propaganda, but clearly it is believed by so many people in power in Washington. And so when that is the setup, and that's what you're told constantly, and the U.S. has this slavish devotion to the Israeli narrative, and then a kind of normie like Adam Boehler ends up in the room, he immediately starts to feel this discomfort inside of him because he's saying, well, wait a minute, why aren't they trying to put a hood on me and film a beheading video with me? Or why aren't they talking about death to Jews? Why is it that they're pointing to a 2017 charter that says that Hamas is not going to stand in the way of a 2-state resolution if it's the will of the Palestinian people? The whole mythology gets dismantled. And so Bowler has these meetings with, I'll tell you one funny thing. I spent a lot of time speaking on background with Hamas officials, and then I did some, I recorded on the record interviews, but a lot of it was just sort of talking to them on background, trying to understand their perspective on the current negotiations, on what's happening with Trump, on Netanyahu's threats to conquer and seize all of Gaza. But, it comes up at one point where they were saying, the Israelis really tried to destroy Bowler after he met with us. And they did. Ron Dermer and these guys lost their minds, and they were smearing him. And, the first question that he's asked by Jake Tapper on CNN is basically, what was it like to sit with unrepentant anti-Semitic people who just want to murder Jews? That was basically the opening question from Jake Tapper, who is a major facilitator of the genocidal narrative on behalf of the Israelis. That's his main role that he's served over the past 19 months. So that's the opening question to Adam Bowler. And then he's just getting attacked, and then these Republican senators start going after him, and they want him removed. But Trump doesn't remove him. It seemed like maybe he was going to be gone. But then I'm talking to Hamas people, and they're like, how come Bowler got put back into play? And I was like, well, he's one of Jared Kushner's college roommates, and he's a close friend of the Trump family. And they were like, what? They didn't know. They didn't know that Bowler had that family connection to Trump. I'm telling that story as just a vignette because it's sort of a surreal thing that played out there. And then Bowler goes not only on U.S. TV, but on Israeli television, and he pretty accurately describes what Hamas's answer is to the question of what is your resolution to all of this. And he says Hamas is proposing a multi-year all-for-all deal with Israel, where they would have what's called an Arabic hudna, a long-term truce, that they would release every single Israeli captive. They would want huge numbers of Palestinian hostages released from Israeli custody. There are upwards of 10,000 Palestinians, and among them women and children, and a couple of thousand people from Gaza who were kidnapped and held hostage explicitly for the purpose of exchanging them in these exchange deals. So Bowler goes on Israeli television and U.S. television, and he's pretty accurately describing what Hamas's position is.
He even
so from there,
to Jake Tapper, I believe, as well, which is the worst.
Yeah, the whole thing. Oh, they're going to have horns growing out of their head. But so then the most recent thing that happens is, so the Israelis. What I was told by Hamas was that the next step in this was going to be that they were going to have a direct meeting with Steve Witkoff, who is the envoy for Donald Trump, Donald Trump's golf buddy, who's now in charge of ending the Ukraine war and dealing with the Gaza ceasefire negotiations. And so the Hamas assessment was that the Israelis, by smearing Bowler and making this big deal about it, and they were the ones that made public the fact that the U.S. had done these negotiations, that they sabotaged then this direct meeting with Witkoff. And so then what happens is March 18th comes, and Israel resumes its scorched earth bombing of Gaza. And to this moment, they've killed almost 3,000 Palestinians since Israel unilaterally broke the ceasefire and resumed the terror bombings of Gaza. Today alone, more than 80 Palestinians have been killed since dawn this morning. There was a horrifying attack on yet another hospital, supposedly in the name of trying to kill Mohammed Sinwar, the most senior commander now of Al-Qassam brigades, the armed wing of Hamas. And the Israelis will use, we're trying to kill this commander, and in the process it's okay if we mass kill dozens of other people and burn women and children alive in tents. So Israel then goes full scorched earth, but then last weekend, out of nowhere, the sort of diplomacy intensifies, and we hear that a deal has been reached to release Idan Alexander, who is an American citizen who was in the Israeli military. Much of the coverage of Idan Alexander, this 20-something from New Jersey, has portrayed it as though he was at the Nova Music Festival and was just like at a rave or something and then got kidnapped by terrorists. Let's put facts on the table here. Idan Alexander, an American citizen from New Jersey, enlisted in the Israeli military. He was in the Israeli army, active duty, on October 7, 2023, when he was taken captive by Palestinian fighters at a military base that is used to constantly mow the lawn, as they say, in Gaza. And he was brought back, and Hamas and the Qassam brigades considered him not a hostage, not a civilian, but a prisoner of war. Edon Alexander was the first male soldier released since October of 2023 by the Palestinian resistance, and it came about as a result of direct negotiations by the Trump administration through mediators, Egypt and Qatar, with Hamas. This is an extraordinary, whatever anyone thinks about Trump, there are extraordinary things happening right now and happening in the Gulf. Things that never in a million years would the George Bushes or the Joe Bidens or even the Barack Obamas of the world have done. Trump not only authorizes direct negotiations with Hamas, and not only on the issue of American hostages, but a comprehensive discussion with his envoys. He also makes a deal with Ansar Allah, commonly known as the Houthis in Yemen. And what was that deal that Trump made? And this was brokered by the Sultanate of Oman. Trump makes a deal that says, if the Houthis agree to stop firing at American ships, we're going to agree to stop bombing Yemen. And, my colleague Shoaib Al-Mosawa and I did a story that we understand played a role in this. We interviewed Mohammed Al-Bukhati, who is a senior figure within Ansar Allah, many weeks ago. And he told us on the record this very thing. If the Americans agree to stop bombing us, we'll agree to stop attacking American ships. And by the way, they hadn't attacked a civilian cargo ship under Donald Trump at all. That was also part of the big lie. But putting that aside for a moment, the significance of this is that the U.S. made a deal that didn't include Israel. Why does that matter? Because Ansar Allah's entire reason for the maritime blockade and for launching attacks against Israel, and just a few days ago, they did a devastating attack on Ben Gurion Airport. They are regularly penetrating the much vaunted Israeli air defense systems. Yeah. And Ansar Allah cannot be stopped right now. They have weapons production facilities deeply embedded in the mountains. This is a tiny group of people that control part of Yemen that are the
poorest nation on the planet.
And it has almost no water to speak of. One of the poorest countries in the world, and it's not even an official government in the eyes of the United States. So what Ansar Allah has been able to do puts to shame so many Arab countries that have done nothing more than issue sort of strongly worded statements condemning what Israel is doing in Gaza. So Trump makes a deal that doesn't include Israel, that says, okay, we're going to act in the U.S. don't attack us, we don't attack you. But what they didn't do is say, you can't attack Israeli-linked ships anymore. What they didn't say is, you need to stop striking Tel Aviv until the siege is lifted and the genocide is halted. That's extraordinary. Trump makes this deal with them. As we speak, they're negotiating with Iran. There has been a sea change in the posture of Trump from his first administration to this one, where the whole point of the first administration was, let's build a coalition that hates Iran and try to normalize all of these agreements between Israel and Arab nations. And now Trump goes and he denounces neocons, he denounces the interventionists, he makes statements that are almost unheard of in the context of post-war on terror, post 9/11 American posture in the world. And, I don't mean to be heaping praise on Trump. I'm just factually recognizing that there are events happening that are extraordinary right now. And at the heart of it is Trump's willingness to sort of talk to anybody. And actually, that's what journalists should be doing, too.
Yeah, so going back to, there's a couple things that I want to address here, and I want to get your opinion on, or at least stress the importance of. Given the fact that the Trump administration cutting Israel out of the ceasefire negotiations that were conducted in Oman with the Ansar Allah movement, given the outline of that ceasefire negotiation was so similar to the initial reporting that you conducted, do you feel like that played a role in the Trump administration seeing whatever demands that the Ansar Allah movement might have had, considering that they seemingly did not have any other back channel communications with them at the time? And
I mean, in fairness,
the reason why I ask this question is because I want to stress the importance once again of conducting these sorts of interviews with members that are designated as enemies of the state or terror groups and how that journalism can lead to positive results overall, or results that even the American State Department might inevitably consider to be beneficial.
First of all, if you pay attention to the communications of Ansar Allah and sort of their political posture, which very few Western news outlets do, or probably even Western governments to a large extent, this has more or less been their position for a while. They haven't said, "Oh, we want to be in a war against the United States." As happens with Hamas, as happens with Hezbollah, there's a cartoonish portrayal of what is Ansar Allah's political agenda here. What they need to do, what powerful Western entities need to do in order to justify their bombings, their sanctions, etc., is to pretend or portray their adversaries as having no actual political objectives. Ansar Allah has a very clear political objective with what it's doing in the Red Sea and what it's doing toward Israel. They opened a solidarity front because of the Israeli genocide, and they have said that they're taking their lead from the Palestinian resistance on the ground in Gaza, and they have kept their word. When the Palestinians have engaged in a ceasefire or a truce with Israel, Ansar Allah lifts its blockade and respects the ceasefire. When Israel imposed a full-spectrum blockade on March 2nd, the Houthis gave Israel a 4 or 5 day warning and said, if you don't lift this, we're going to resume our blockade. And then the day came, and the head of the Ansar Allah movement gave a speech and said, it's back on again. So let's not pretend they're irrational or that they don't have a political agenda or that they don't have a basis that much of the world understands for the actions that they're doing. They're doing the only thing that a tiny, disempowered country like Yemen could do, and it's remarkably effective.
Yeah.
So we were aware that this was being said by Ansar Allah and felt that this needs to be known by a wider audience of people. And so Shoaib was able to get in contact with Mohammed al-Bukhati, did an extensive interview, and people can read the interview, in which he says quite bluntly, I do have a message for Donald Trump, and the message is, we don't want to be in a war with you. Our objective has to do with Israel and its genocidal war against the Palestinians of Gaza. So we did hear through the grapevine that once we did it, once we published this story, that it made the way in national security circles within the Trump administration, because this was the most prominent depiction of a position that Ansar Allah had held for quite some time. So, I definitely don't want to say, oh, we were behind this, but I think that it shows that even a relatively small independent news outlet, if you're willing to do serious journalism and you're not afraid of the labels that get thrown on you for daring to speak to the unmentionables of the world, that actually it's a public service. It's what we should be doing. Yeah. And, I would encourage people, I spoke to Osama Hamdan, one of the most senior officials within Hamas, who's a very interesting guy. He's been in the Hamas movement since 1992. He's a chemist by training. He speaks excellent English. He's been one of the most prominent spokespeople for Hamas since October 7th because he happened to be based in Lebanon at the time the attacks took place, and he was holding regular press conferences. So, he's basically a household name in much of the Arabic language media, but largely not known or understood in the U.S. media. And when you listen to actually his take on things and the historical context that he brings to it, you start to really understand the political evolution of Hamas, how they see Israel, what they believe are reasonable solutions to put forward. And the language of diplomacy toward Trump I found quite interesting from Osama Hamdan. It's not that they're not critical of Trump. They're very clear. They understand this is an administration stacked with Zionists. They know who Mike Huckabee is and what it represents, that a Christian Zionist fanatic lunatic has been placed as the U.S. ambassador to Israel. They know Miriam Adelson was the top donor to Trump's campaign, and she believes in full annexation of the West Bank. And they understand that Donald Trump, for various reasons, is going to always support Israel's agenda. But they also see opportunity in the fact that Trump is different. Trump is a transactional person. Trump fancies himself untangling the mess that Joe Biden made. Trump also it's not just about Trump's business in the Middle East, it's the Trump family business in the Middle East as well, which is the context for everything we're seeing happening in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates. There's the Qatar jet, which has taken all of the, all of the attention, and it's kind of it's a fascinating side story to all of this. But Trump is not just doing these record-shattering weapons deals where it's going to be 1.2 trillion from the Saudis, 1.2 trillion from the Qataris, 1.2 trillion from the United Arab Emirates. The largest deal ever signed with Boeing happened today between Qatar Airways and Boeing. It's also that Trump is setting up his family business. They're already deeply immersed in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They already have that business. So what is the opportunity for the Palestinians here? It's kind of sick that this is the possibility, Hasan, but the possibility here is that Netanyahu's war, his genocidal, bloodthirsty war of annihilation, is messing with Trump's business in the broader Middle East.
Yeah.
They almost didn't talk about Gaza at all in Saudi Arabia. Mohammed bin Salman made, one comment about how we should, apply the Arab Peace Initiative and we need to bring an end to the war in Gaza. Trump basically said almost nothing about Gaza when he was there. They didn't really want it to be the issue.
Or the only thing that
Trump
he brought up was that they were, they were being backed by, it was mostly anti-Iran. Their angle on Gaza is mostly still like anti-Iran. They talk about Hamas as being like an Iranian-backed form of militancy.
Yeah.
And he said that, they were child killer, rapists or something, when talking about like how this fundamentalist country is like backing them, and that was pretty much it. And there is the depravity of Gulf nation leadership, if we're being real and if we're being honest, in terms of refusing to apply more pressure points to the Trump administration, or even like offering bribes to the Trump administration in the exact same way that Israel does, in an effort to continue the flow of weapons into Israel that end up being used against children in the Gaza Strip.
You look at the glitz and the glamour and the feting of Trump, and you have Elon Musk and all of these tech executives coming in there, and Trump is marveling at the marble and talking about how phenomenal the materials are, and the actual backdrop for this is children being burned alive in tents. Children being burned alive in tents with American weapons. Children being burned alive in tents with American weapons, and total silence from the Mohammed bin Salmans of the world, who himself is a total butcher for what he did to the people of Yemen. This was a cacophony, a conference of butchers and enablers of genocide, either through the facilitation Trump does by giving the weapons and the political support to Netanyahu, or by the shameful silence of all of these Arab rulers who, they spend all day celebrating Trump, worshiping him at his feet. People are going to name their kids after Trump now in these Gulf nations. Have they no shame when they then look at the screens, when they go back to their offices or their palaces and watch what's happening in Gaza? The backdrop to this is burning, incinerating children and women, and targeting tents with so-called suicide drones, and bombing hospitals, and killing Hassan Slaya, one of the best journalists in Gaza, as he was receiving treatment in a burn unit where he had multiple fingers amputated because Israel tried to assassinate him by bombing a tent on April 7th. Yeah. That's the backdrop to everything that we're seeing. So I can talk about what is extraordinary about what Trump's doing, but let's never forget the moral question here. And that is that the charade we are watching, where the wealthy and powerful of the world gather together to fluff each other, pat each other on the back, sign their big weapons deals, talk about a new vision for the Middle East, while simultaneously facilitating the incineration of Palestinian children, that should be the headline on all of this. That's the thing that actually matters the most.
Absolutely. So because of this, this is actually what I wanted to talk about. Like I wanted to maybe speculate a little bit about where this deal may head. Now, you have gotten great insight from Hamas leadership on this matter with your interviews. I read the Osama Hamdan one on stream. It was fantastic. I've seen pieces, I've read parts of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad interview that you conducted as well, where they said, look, like, decapitating Hamas leadership or decapitating or trying to actively demilitarize the Palestinian resistance or Palestinian militancy is not going to yield the results that Israel wants out of this, because there's always going to be resistance as long as the apartheid exists, which is, of course, a perfectly reasonable and perfectly understandable position to take. But having said that, Israel is a belligerent actor. It's a belligerent occupier in the legal sense, and illegally engaging in this act of genocide, this ethnic cleansing campaign. But outside of that, Israel is a very entitled actor in the global stage as well. And it seems like even whenever Israel feels betrayed, or whenever Israel feels unsafe or angry, I feel like the Palestinian population is punished the most. They are significantly more restrained when it comes to their retaliation to Iran, for example, as opposed to their retaliation, or even as opposed to their retaliation in southern Lebanon, which was obviously not as restrained as Iran, but significantly more restrained in comparison to Gaza. And it's obvious that incurring penalties for their actions is the only lesson Israel responds to, is the only language Israel responds to. Having said all of that, their actions that amounted to 100 people being killed, including bombing multiple hospitals at this point, and their open and deliberate targeting of Hasan, the journalist that you were talking about, and assassinating him, and even assassinating a 12-year-old survivor, the 12-year-old survivor of the medical worker assassination that Israel had conducted. All of this happening in the last 48 hours, I think, is because Israel is angry and frustrated that by the conclusion of this Trump trip into the Middle East, that Trump may end up forcing them to stop this genocide, or at least have a more reasonable conclusion than what Israel's demands are, which is complete ethnic cleansing, hostages being secondary, not even the extraction of hostages not even being a main focus, now admitted by Benjamin Netanyahu. For all of these reasons, do you believe that the Trump administration, especially considering what Israel did after the Eitan Alexander release, the prisoner of war release, for only a demonstration of good faith by Hamas, and Israel's retaliation in the process, do you believe that the Trump administration is actually going to push for a long-term reasonable conclusion here, or do you think that it's going to turn into the previous ceasefire negotiation, where eventually, with enough pressure from Israeli envoys, Steve Witkoff will mold the existing ceasefire structure to one that suits the Israeli narrative, and we just put Gaza on the back burner once again as Israel continues its ethnic cleansing campaign?
I mean, this is you raised a lot of questions here, and there's one central thing you're asking me, which is to sort of speculate or give an educated guess, which I'm not in the business of doing, but I won't. I will share with you some thoughts based on all the things you put on the table there. I think the most likely scenario in the short term. First of all, there always is the possibility that Trump decides, I'm going to let it keep burning, for another period. Like I created enough momentum around this and discussion, and I had Bowler and Witkoff and Qatar, and Hamas is being obstructionist and they're not agreeing, and that may even be the most likely thing, that Israel just continues forward with its scorched earth bombing, and then they try to pull off this so-called humanitarian aid program that Trump and Netanyahu have been kicking around, that involves American mercenaries and a fake sort of foundation that's being created, and Netanyahu is saying that they're already issuing more forced displacement orders, including in the area around Al Shifa Hospital tonight, and which anytime Israel does this, it's followed by horrifying bombings. So what may be the most likely scenario is not much happens, that Netanyahu then intensifies the attacks further. They're trying to push hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, once again, cram them into an ever-shrinking killing cage in the south, put this dystopic, quote-unquote, aid distribution plan in place that has no tie whatsoever to a ceasefire, and you just have a continuation of the war of annihilation for another several weeks, several months, until there's some momentum or some reason why Trump gets interested in this again. That could happen. What I think is, also possible is that we're not going to have a comprehensive deal emerge out of the discussions happening right now in Qatar. But you might have Israel having to concede to create a longer period of a short-term truce. And also Hamas will not agree to a short-term truce. They were very clear with me about this. Unless it has a path to a framework that has clearly defined terms for ending the war and a full withdrawal of Israeli forces. Hamas actually has shown quite a bit of flexibility on a number of issues, but they've said that they have a couple of red lines. One is no more short-term truces, no more captives being exchanged unless there is a guarantee by the United States, Qatar, and Egypt that this leads back to a framework like the original January deal that says at a certain point Israeli forces are all out of Gaza and the war comes to an end, and then Gaza can go through reconstruction with Palestinians in Gaza, not with Palestinians shipped to Somaliland or whatever fantasies Netanyahu is thinking about. It's possible that we're going to see something that is not great, but does pause the genocide. And maybe instead of it being 40 days, it's going to be 70 days or 90 days. And then the scramble will become, how do you now prevent Netanyahu from just doing what he said he's going to do, which is even if we sign an agreement, I'm going to go back in when that agreement is done and burn Gaza back to the ground again and again and again and keep pummeling an already dead body. And, they're bombing. Look what they're bombing. They're bombing places they bomb. They're bombing people in tents. The Israeli reporting today indicated that of the almost 3,000 people that are confirmed to have been killed since March 18th, these are civilians, uninvolved combatants. It's even by Israeli media standards that the IDF is indicating this. So, we're witnessing something so unspeakable, Hasan, so unspeakable in the world right now that we all should be ashamed that this isn't what we're consumed with every waking moment. So maybe there is going to be some deal. Maybe Trump's pressure is going to be saying to Netanyahu, you are going to concede on these two issues, and we're going to kick this issue of Hamas disarmament down the road that you keep insisting on. Because the other point that Hamas makes is they're not just trying to take Hamas's weapons. They know that there's been a massive degradation of the weapons in the hands of the resistance. And let me remind people, you have a smart audience, but let me remind people, most of the weapons used by the Palestinian resistance are manufactured in Gaza. They're making their own bullets. They're making their own sniper rifles. They're making their own grenades. They're making their own rockets. The October 7th attacks were
under a complete embargo, mind you.
Right, under a complete embargo. And one of the spectacular, and I mean this in a kind of historical context, aspects of Operation Al-Aqsa Flood was that it was done with technology that was domestic within Gaza. Overwhelmingly, the weapons that were used in the single most devastating attack against Israel since the 1948 Nakba, which, by the way, we're now recognizing Nakba Day, the creation of the State of Israel and the beginning of the campaign of mass expulsion and extermination of the Palestinians. So, when we talk about Hamas disarmament, Israel knows that this is an outrageous issue to raise, that they're putting Hamas in a position of then pretending that they're saying, well, we're not going to put down our guns. Hamas is, in fact, saying we're not going to put down our guns, but they're not saying it as like the Hamas militia. What Hamas's point is, every point in history, when the Palestinians have agreed to any form of disarmament, it's followed by them getting slaughtered by the Israelis. And by the way, Netanyahu's not just saying Qassam brigades and Saraya al-Quds, the armed wing of Islamic Jihad, that they have to put down their weapons. Netanyahu is insisting on a demilitarization of the entire Gaza Strip. That is the end of the Palestinian liberation struggle if there is demilitarization of the Palestinian resistance. Whatever anyone thinks about Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the issue of the right to armed resistance against Israel remains one of the most popular issues in all public opinion polls across the Palestinian spectrum. So he says, you must disarm and Hamas must leave Gaza. Okay, Hamas says, look, we don't need to be the government in Gaza. In fact, I've had multiple Hamas officials say to me, it is an albatross around our neck that we're the government. These guys were elected in 2006. And then there haven't been elections since then. And you've got crooked old Mahmoud Abbas, the head of the Palestinian Authority, who has single-digit popularity ratings, who's widely viewed as a collaborator with Israel.
Yeah, firmly a part of the Israeli security
now.
apparatus, and also the
Right, and he puts in a deputy.
Yeah, and the second least popular entity in the region, according to Palestinians, after Israel. Like, very close in its unpopularity to Israel.
And remember, as Gaza is burning, the war against the Palestinians of the West Bank has been escalating, not just from armed settlers backed and facilitated by the Israeli state, but also the Palestinian Authority security forces cleared the way, attacking Palestinian resistance forces, for then an Israeli invasion. The most significant forced displacement campaign since 1967 has been underway in the occupied West Bank, and it was aided and abetted by Mahmoud Abbas. So what is happening in Gaza is that Hamas has been the government for 2 decades. And people were fed up with basic governance in Gaza even before October 7th. You know, one Hamas official said to me lately, can you imagine what happens in our society when we don't meet payroll, when we don't pay people on time, when the trash is piling up? You know, it's the same. Palestinians are the same as everybody in the world. You know, most people are not generally too happy with their government. So from their perspective, they're saying we don't need to be the government. But what's going to happen is that Israel has painted Hamas with such a broad brush, and the U.S. has bought this line, hook, line, and sinker, and so has much of the Western press, that at the end of the day, when you say we're getting rid of Hamas, it's the same level of brilliance that existed when George W. Bush and Dick Cheney invaded Iraq and did their de-Baathification program. When you fire all of the civil servants because they happen to have been affiliated with the former government's political party or the single party system that existed in Iraq, that means you're firing the teachers, you're firing the postal workers, you're firing the doctors in many cases, you're firing the people that are the paper pushers that nobody ever thanks or sees what they do. That's what we're talking about here. So Hamas is saying, okay, put anybody in who you think is going to be competent. But at the end of the day, you're going to come and ask us because we've been the only government there since 2006.
Yeah.
So
speaking
that
of George
issue
W. Bush,
also is a red herring.
Speaking of George W. Bush, ironically enough, that election was conducted against the wishes of the Palestinian Authority in 2006, which understood how unpopular they had become due to their consistent collaboration with the Israeli state and due to the failures of the ceasefire, the so-called peace talks with Israel, and what that had yielded for the Palestinians in the West Bank, which was Bantustans forming due to settlements propping up all over the West Bank. And that was a Bush gift as well to force an election in all of historic occupied Palestine, which of course Hamas was seen as a anti-corruption party, which led them to win over the Palestinian Authority and Fatah. Like
and remember that. I mean, I'm glad you're bringing this up because remember that Ismail Haniyeh, who was assassinated last summer in Tehran, Iran, who was the political leader of Hamas for a very, very long time, was supposed to be the prime minister of Palestine. And, you know, there was a civil war between Hamas and Fatah, and Hamas consolidated its control of Gaza. You had international sanctions.
Right? American facilitated coup d'etat.
Yeah. Right, and the United States and other Western countries decided very swiftly that an election that actually Jimmy Carter, had observers on the ground for, that the wrong people won the free and fair election, and so we're going to punish them. We're going to collectively punish them. So that's when they implement this sweeping blockade around Gaza. They start the policy of intense collective punishment, and. You know, Hamas had been criticized by some other resistance factions for standing in those elections. You know, for instance, Palestinian Islamic Jihad has taken a position, and I've twice interviewed the number 2 figure in Palestinian Islamic Jihad, who's actually a pediatrician by training, Dr. Mohammed Al-Hindi. And, you know, Palestinian Islamic Jihad will not participate in elections organized by what it considers to be an illegitimate entity, which is the Palestinian Authority, but they are very much a part of the body politic, the fabric of Palestinian society. And another more basic point, Hasan, that never that seldom, goes unmentioned. Hamas is not some foreign entity that descended on Gaza one day. These are people of the community. These are the men who are in the Qassam brigades or in Soraya al-Quds are fathers and sons and daughters and brothers of Palestinian families. And, Osama Hamdan shared with me, he's a senior official in Hamas. He was telling me just about his relatives. Some are in Fatah, some are in PFLP, some are not in any political affiliation. And he was just talking about how there's such a cartoonish way in which Palestinians are talked about. And he's like, asked me, do you have relatives that voted for Trump? And I said, yeah. And he said, well, why aren't Palestinians allowed to have that complexity in our family lives either? It's a good question, and it's a fair question that he asked me. So, when we talk about this, there is an internal Palestinian dialogue about what Hamas is, whether people, want them to be the government, and that's for Palestinians to decide. But what we're watching is a lie-filled narrative that distorts facts, that necessitates a portrayal of Hamas as being so beyond the pale, akin to Al-Qaeda and ISIS, that the only solution then is to mass murder everyone.
Yeah.
So when Israel says Hamas must leave Gaza, what does that mean? That you're talking about potentially then the families of everybody has to go? What does it mean to expel? These are not serious ideas that Netanyahu is putting up. These are ideas intended to justify the forced mass expulsion or murder of every Palestinian in Gaza. If Hamas was to say we will agree to demilitarize the Gaza Strip, they would essentially be surrendering on behalf of 76 years of Palestinian history and people. And it's why the most recent public opinion polling of Palestinians in both Gaza and the West Bank has shown that most Palestinians support Hamas's position in the negotiations on issues such as disarmament, and issues such as surrendering to the Israelis or making a deal to release the captives without a firm deal to end the genocide.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you mentioned this already, but Hamas is, or the Al-Qassam brigades are almost entirely comprised of orphaned soldiers. Like, the reality of the matter is, as long as Israel keeps killing the Palestinian population, there will always be an understandable moral obligation and a legal one to resist against such actions from the indigenous population. This is a reality that Israeli military officials have recognized. This is a reality that former Israeli prime ministers have recognized. This is a reality that Shin Bet officials have recognized as well. They have a legal right to resist against this unjustifiable occupation that is conducting a genocide right now. And I think going back to the importance of your journalism, the importance of journalism in general that seeks out the truth by talking to the groups that are considered terrorist by the state, I wanted to juxtapose your work with the way that the current mainstream press and legacy media operates, where I think they play a formative role in trying to get Americans to consistently refuse their better judgment when they see dead children on their timeline, on their social media feeds, or all of the pain that Palestinians are subjected to, by trying to create this unworkable position where some Americans will recognize that there is a genocide going on and it's heinous, but also simultaneously say, well, any kind of group resisting against said genocide is actually wrong still, and that you shouldn't even talk to them, and that the discussion should never revolve around them behaving as rational actors, let alone rational actors with a, regardless of tactics, rational actors with an overarching desirable goal to end this occupation and to end this genocide. And that is something that you alluded to in the beginning when you talked about how Western press will often immediately demand Hamas condemn its own campaigns or its own operations or itself, and I feel like this is thought terminating, and it's somewhat successful. That's why you arrive at people that on the one hand will say, yeah, what Israel's doing is really messed up, but you know who's really also messed up? Hamas.
You know, I mean, this is the whole history of armed resistance against established power, or against colonialism, or against apartheid, that you must portray anyone who uses armed force to try to overthrow your system of oppression is a terrorist. I mean, this is also the way that Black Americans who rebelled by force of arms against slavery were characterized at the time. It's how indigenous people in the United States were characterized by European settler colonialists who began to expand their occupation of native lands in the United States. It's a story as old as war itself. And so, you know, when I look at the history of Palestinian resistance, you look at the evolution of thinking, the evolution of tactics. You know, Hamas and Islamic Jihad are relatively new to the Palestinian resistance scene, because this has been going on for so long, for so many decades. And, you know, large chunks of the story of Palestinian resistance involve secular-oriented Palestinian nationalists or liberation fighters. And part of what happened is that, you know, Hamas and Islamic Jihad started to rise up out of a period where Israel had expelled and exiled all of these Palestinian resistance figures, including people like Dr. Mohammed al-Hindi, who I've interviewed from Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And they kind of put them all in the same place in the camps in Lebanon. And you know, it was a heady time in the Islamic world. And then there's also that component, which is that they're constantly assassinating any Palestinian that rises up and has an ability to be a uniter of the Palestinian cause. It's why Marwan Barghouti continues to rot in a prison cell, because the Israelis fear that that figure, who is not from Hamas, he's actually from Fatah, but he's number one on Hamas's list of prisoners that they want freed in these exchanges, and has been from the very beginning. That terrifies Israel, and that's why Israel assassinates and imprisons Palestinians that it believes pose a threat to its colonial apartheid occupation regime. But the story of, you know, of Palestinian resistance is not one of terrorism. It's one of justifiable armed insurrection against a settler colonial state. And there are chapters in that story that you can talk about and say, well, what about blowing yourself up on a bus full of civilians? You can have debates about those tactics, and you know, right now is not the time to do that, but certainly those are relevant discussions to have. But I'm sorry, that's one tree in the forest. The forest is a story of a people who were punished because of Germany's mass murder of Jews and other minorities in Europe. And Western powers decided that they were going to steal the land from the Palestinians and impose a European colonial settler state on that territory. And then they were going to say, we're going to demonize anyone who was indigenous to the land that dares to challenge what we've just done to them. That's what the British did to the Irish. That's what the settlers did to the indigenous Native American population. That is the story of colonialism and the story of armed resistance. So don't believe, this is an epic lie that has been told over these past 19 months and these past 77 years. An epic lie has been told about the motivations and political objectives of the Palestinian resistance. Their objective is self-determination. Their objective is to expel occupiers. Their objective is to achieve the same rights of any people on this planet. That's their objective. You can debate tactics. That's fine. That's legitimate. But let's not pretend that that is the story. The story is the genocidal regime that is mass murdering Palestinians right now because they've had the audacity to commit an act of resistance, which as a Palestinian means you've taken a breath on planet Earth. You've dared to live.
Yeah. Also, one important part of this conversation, actually, because we talked about the vague definitions of terrorism, is the historic usage of terrorism most commonly is talked about with respect to the war on terror, the anti-Muslim thrust of war on terror policies, but that was built on top of a pre-existing foundation, and its inception point is the Palestinian liberation struggle, as a matter of fact. The earliest mention of terrorism in a federal statute was in 1969, and it dealt specifically with restricting humanitarian aid to Palestinians and inaugurated a pattern of rendering Palestinians synonymous with terrorism. So as early as 1969 was the first mention of this term in American in the American legal setting, and it was directed towards Palestinian liberation organizations. So it has been going on for quite a long time, and it's important to recognize that, because now a lot of people that are learning about Palestinian liberation and its history will look back at the PLO and its efforts, will look back at the Palestinian Liberation Front, or look back at PFLP, DFLP, and its leadership that was Western aligned, or even aligned during the Cold War with the USSR at certain points, and say, oh, why can't they have guys like this? Why do they have scary fundamentalist Muslims, which Hamas is always often portrayed as, and so is Hezbollah, and so are the Houthis. And regardless of their religious perspective, obviously, they still are comprised of very well-read individuals who are rational actors in this process. They're not operating off of like this unrestrained anti-Semitism. That is just a lie that the United States has told, the State Department has told over and over again, and that is a lie that is traffic through all forms of media, through the permissible ways of talking about Palestinian liberation. That's just a way to tarnish a justifiable demand for emancipation from Palestinians.
I mean, you know, it's also if you study or research the history of some of the key figures that were responsible for October 7th, or that have emerged over the course of these past 19 months as figures that the world knows about. You look at Yahya Sinwar, who was born in a refugee camp, and his entire life, you can draw an arc of the escalation of Israel's terror attacks against the Palestinians of Gaza, and his political development, his intellectual development, how he came to see what Israel is in the world, why he conceived of that he spent 22 years in prison. He became fluent in Hebrew. He studied the enemy in prison. He translated by hand the memoirs of former heads of Shin Bet from Hebrew into Arabic and distributed it. And distributed these texts to other Palestinian prisoners, telling them we need to study this. Mohammed Deif, who was widely credited with being the most central figure in the modernization of Al-Qassam brigades as a fighting force capable of doing an operation like October 7th. All of these guys, or when you speak to Hamas officials and you ask them about their family history, all of them have a story that begins as a child witnessing the humiliation or the killing of close family members. And when you start to humanize these people that are demonized in the media, and you actually are about the business of being intellectually honest, and you say, where does a Yahya Sinwar come from? Where does a Mohammed Deif come from? Who is Abu Obaida, the spokesperson for the Al-Qassam brigades, who's one of the most recognizable voices now in the Arab world when it comes to the situation in Gaza? When you start to understand their history, you're really studying the history of Palestinian resistance, and you're studying the history of a gratuitous, violent enemy that believes in the extermination of those people. And then you start to say, well, let's look at this from a different angle. Let's look at this in a very big sense. What is right and what is wrong here? Are the Palestinians terrorists? Is it terrorism to have grown up in a concentration camp where your family members are systematically killed and humiliated? Is that terrorism? Or is there a deeper discourse that we should be engaged in? And that's how Palestinians have always been portrayed. And the United States and Western journalism has been a major player in promoting lethal myths about the Palestinian people. Again, there's all kinds of debates that can be had, about Hamas, about tactics, about what happened on October 7th.
And
that's all.
They have had these discussions.
But that's all they want to talk about. But that's all they want to talk about. No one wants to talk about, do the Palestinians have a right to use force to get rid of a Western-backed genocidal colonial apartheid regime. If your answer to that question is no, they don't have that right, you're not a serious person, you're not a student of history, and you're just a propagandist for one of the most heinous crimes we've witnessed in our lifetime.
Yeah. Two things I want to mention here, giving more historical context to this as well. Other friend of the show and also Palestine historian Zachary Foster, who conducted, I believe, his PhD in Princeton, has written extensively on the Palestinian militancy, specifically lasering in on Hamas and its tactics and how its tactics have evolved, where he says the violence committed by the Israeli military in Gaza during the first year of the Intifada, where 142 Palestinians were killed and 0 Israelis were killed, was the same time that Hamas officially transitioned from a charity organization, because it was an Islamic charity, a Muslim Brotherhood cutout that simply worked in charitable works, and it turned into a militant group. And even then, its tactics were not the ones that Israel recognizes and associates Hamas with. The militant violence was almost entirely still directed towards the members of the military and police forces within Israel. And then after the second Intifada, or before the second Intifada rather, given the very famous act of terror conducted by a Kahanist terrorist, Baruch Goldstein, that was when the Palestinian resistance, or at least some militant factions within the Palestinian resistance, including Hamas, started changing their tactics to also target civilians. And it's the same standard that exists always in any kind of liberation movement, where the standard of violence is always maintained by the oppressive force here. The colonial entity is what dictates what kind of violence exists as retaliation for the endless amount of violence that it subjects its colonial subjects to. And that is the reason why that standard has evolved over 76, 77 years at this point, and has turned into the final culmination of October 7. But having this conversation, or trying to have an academic conversation around like militant resistance, especially in a setting such as this one, is completely not allowed. Like this conversation that I'm having, many people do not want me to have. They want to simply say, what you are saying is insane, you are crazy, you're a terrorist, you're offering material support to terror groups, and you should be banned or maybe even criminally punished for this.
It should be. The idiocy of the line that this is material support is almost not even worth a response. But what I would say is, if you actually believe in a free press, and you want journalists to serve a function of providing the public with information that they can use to make informed decisions, then you want journalists to talk to every possible player in every story that you can. And so, I reject fundamentally the notion that by interviewing people that are designated as enemies, that we're committing some crime. The crime that we're committing is called journalism. And if that's a crime, then let 1,000 million journalists bloom. I mean, we should be speaking to everybody. It's one aspect of Trump that I really do respect, that he is willing to authorize his administration to speak apparently with almost anyone. He directly meets with Abu Muhammad al-Jawlani, Ahmed al-Shara, who, State Department designated terrorist, was ISIS, was Al-Qaeda, he's talking to Ansar Allah, he's talking to Hamas. That's what a sane, rational country should be doing. We should be favoring diplomacy. We should be trying to not have wars. Now, there's a whole other aspect to Trump where he'll do things like, authorize massive bombings of countries and drone strikes, etc. So let's not pretend that he's, some perfect character here. But the basic instinct of let's talk to people, let's go with that, because I actually think that is one of the paths to peace in our world. But this accusation of material support because you're talking to people or you're explaining context or you're trying to correct the record is very dangerous, particularly because of what's happening in the United States right now, where there is this attempt to criminalize criticism of Israel and to conflate criticism of Israel or Zionism with anti-Semitism and to try to make that by fiat the law of the land in the United States or by law. You know, there's enough Democrats that are down with this program that it becomes very, very dangerous. But at the end of the day, what you try to do with your show, what we try to do with our journalism, is to not bend the knee ever to the powerful on any of these questions. And you know, we respect our readers enough, as I know you respect your audience enough, to let them make their own decisions. You know, our job is to talk to anyone that we believe has a story to tell that's relevant to the public interest, and I'm going to continue doing that because I think that that's basic journalism, and I wish that the New York Times was doing it. And I've had friends who work at the New York Times say to me, this just isn't really allowed at the New York Times. You know, we can talk to Hamas, but we're not allowed to really get into, you know, their perspective in that way. And there's a reason people don't want to do that. You know who targets civilians nonstop? Israel. You know who justifies the killing of civilians in the name of killing, you know, some former bureaucrat for Hamas? That's what they're down to now. They're whacking people that were in the civil government of Hamas and then putting out press releases saying they've killed some important commander. And they're willing to kill as many women and children as happen to be in the area. And they specifically are targeting and murdering our colleagues, journalists, and their families, you know, nonstop. So, you know, we want to talk about October 7th. 1,300 people were killed that day. And, you know, you had several hundred of them that were in the military or in security forces. You had multiple Israeli military bases attacked. You had scores of Israeli soldiers taken captive by the Palestinian resistance. And yet, to this day, it's still portrayed as Hamas and Islamic Jihad went into Israel and kidnapped a bunch of innocent civilians and murdered 1,300, although sometimes they exaggerate the number, murdered 1,300 innocent civilians. Well, we should be fact-checking that. It's not that there weren't a substantial number of civilians killed out of that number. That's true.
Yes.
I've watched the video. I'm very well aware of the scope of events, but let's not pretend that operation was not at its inception targeting Israeli military bases that are responsible for the siege, the blockade, the surveillance, the mowing of the lawn, the bombing of Gaza. Let's have an honest debate about that. Let's not shy away from it and just defer to the narrative because we're afraid of being called pro this or pro that. We have to have an honest discussion about it. And yes, it includes video of the clear intentional killing of civilians. That is absolutely part of this story. It's, you know, if we had a real international criminal court that was willing to actually go after war criminals regardless of their status or power or nationality, then we could have an actual discussion, not just about the events of October 7th and about the role of armed resistance and what happens when civilians are killed in those kinds of operations, but also let's talk about the genocide. Let's talk about what Israel did. Let's talk about the minimum 60,000 people, probably far greater than that have been killed. And let's talk about a country that openly, gleefully dehumanizes Palestinians, starves them, and portrays Palestinian children as terrorists ready to grow up.
Or 77 years of an apartheid structure. Sorry to cut you off. 77 years of an apartheid, which is also illegal. I mean, that is... And it's taken many different violent forms because the maintenance of an apartheid is already an inherently violent endeavor. We, especially liberals in the West, like have no way of defining violence as anything outside of non-state entities, where the permanent violence that people are subjected to by supposedly legal entities is always seen as something entirely different. And the resistance against said violence is actually seen as criminal, is seen as inappropriate, is seen as completely unjustifiable because the state de facto has a monopoly of violence. And in this circumstance, Israel gets to use its own legal structure to continue to continue enforcing this cruel regime upon the indigenous population of Palestinians. Yeah, it's I don't know how much more time you have. I know it's late over there, but this was a.
I have to roll. I love being with you, man, but I got to roll.
I know this was an incredibly enlightening conversation. Thank you so much, Jeremy, for coming on as always.
I love your crew, man. You know, every time I've ever been on your program, I get like really nice, kind communications from your crew of people, and it's you have a special audience, and you know, if people are able to support Dropsite, I mean, first of all, we don't ever put anything behind a paywall, so if you don't have the change in your pocket to support us, it's completely fine. You're not going to like not have access to our content, but it is how we fuel our journalism. And if people aren't super familiar with us, we also put a premium on trying to work with and help develop reporters from on the ground in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Syria, and and elsewhere. And yeah, but much gratitude to you, Hasan, and to your whole crew here.
All right, thank you so much for coming on, Jeremy Scale, everybody. Bye. All right, that was Jeremy Scale of Dropsite News, formerly The Intercept, one of my favorite journalists. It's I stress this a lot, but it is quite remarkable that a person that I have so much respect for, a person whose journalism and a person whose work has guided my worldview and have been so important throughout at least my adolescent years, I can just frequently have on the broadcast now. It's pretty crazy. But yes, they do fantastic work. And I highly recommend you go and subscribe to Dropsite News. You go to dropsitenews.com/Hasan for 20% off. And yeah, that's it. Scale confirms chat is part of the crew. Don't get any weird ideas. I hope you guys understand why I talked about the importance of the work that he conducts as well, given that there are so many fucking morons out there who keep talking about like, oh, well, you're fucking offering support to terrorism. You're offering support to terrorism. Yeah, you're a fucking moron, okay? And I am still grateful that there are reasonable people in even the places that I am able to be platformed on that recognize that what I'm doing is not as black and white as some of the dumbest slop tubers would present it as. So, if you haven't already, MSNBC social team will be reaching out to you shortly. Wait, what? For what reason? I have an NBC interview that I'm going to be conducting while live, but that's later. Not MSNBC, I don't think. Or is it MSNBC? Yeah, no, I have an NBC interview, an on-stream interview with Gotti Schwartz in a little bit. That's going to be at, I believe that's going to be at 5:45. So, does Dropsite just give the facts about a situation, or do they have their own agenda and opinions? No, it's not opinion pieces. It's just straightforward journalism chatter. Unless you consider having direct access to Hamas to be biased or opinionated. But did you not hear the whole conversation that took place just now, which is that there is a tremendous value to directly having a point of contact with people like this and to interview them. And I am fearful that the administration is desperately trying to criminalize exactly that. So, for the record, if you are wondering why some of these incredibly respected journalists come here and do these sorts of interviews, as opposed to your favorite slop tuber, maybe you're like a fucking hater or whatever, it's because there is a lot of value in understanding or developing developing a broader understanding, a more nuanced understanding of the history of resistance, militant resistance against entities such as Israel and numerous other colonial entities throughout history. Okay? Something to consider. There is one other interesting piece that just came out from friend of the show. Yeah, okay. MSNBC is trying to reach out. Well, they know how to get to me. This was from friend of the show, former colleague of mine, Ken Klippenstein. Feds begin political vetting for American citizens, he writes. This is at kenklippenstein.com. Hasan Piker interrogated at border as Trump's war on free speech intensifies. This is one of the more comprehensive investigative reports on the matter. I talked to Ken extensively to aid him to the best of my ability. He's a national security reporter, for those of you who don't know, has done brilliant work in the field. And this is what he wrote. Hasan Piker, an American citizen, was singled out and interrogated on Sunday at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport. Piker, who is of Turkish background, was returning to the U.S. after a trip to Paris. For 2 hours, Customs and Border Protection detained him and asked whether he supported Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthi rebels in Yemen, according to Hasan's account. His story, first reported by UserMag, has circulated widely. That's Taylor Lorenz who wrote about it. But it caught my attention because I once worked with Hasan. He's a well-known Twitch streamer and a political commentator, outspoken about the Gaza war and Israel's conduct. The most disturbing part of the Hasan Piker episode, I learned in the course of my reporting, is what the border agents did was completely legal. Homeland Security issued a statement confirming the incident, emphasizing how routine it was. Upon entering the country, this individual is referred to for further inspection, a routine lawful process that occurs daily and can apply to any traveler, DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin said on X. As outrageous as it sounds, federal authorities have broad power to question and search U.S. citizens at the border without a warrant, probable cause, or even reasonable suspicion. Though the Fourth Amendment protects against unreasonable search and seizure, the Supreme Court has recognized the so-called border search exception. This authority applies to anyone located within 100 miles of a land border or coastline, the border zone, which incidentally covers 2/3 of the U.S. population. It's also known by the ACLU as Constitution-free zones. I've talked about this extensively. Constitution-free zones are where also BORTAC gets to operate freely. BORTAC is basically the SWAT team, or the heavily militarized, highly trained, internationally trained version of Customs and Border Patrol. CBP has frequently used these powers since 9/11 to target Muslims, but up until Trump, they very rarely targeted American citizens so overtly for voicing their opinions. As Hasan told me, he had never been targeted before. Now, I told him this as well. Like, I've been questioned, but never to this degree, and never on my opinions of Donald Trump or directional questions about my commentary. How was Hasan selected and why? That part remains a secret. Which federal agency or intelligence service flagged him is unknown. But how they targeted him is known, and its capability is ripe for abuse. Homeland Security operates a system called TEX, not an acronym, which supplements border screening based on input from immigration, law enforcement, and counterterrorism agencies. Any of these agencies, FBI, ICE, CBP, can enter an alert, known as a lookout, designating a traveler as a person of interest in an ongoing investigation. This is different than the no-fly list or the terrorism watch list, by the way. That has a much higher standard, but TEX, on the other hand, having a lower standard makes it even more terrifying because it's a broad application. These lookouts can require anything from enhanced screening to full seizure and copying of a traveler's electronics, including contacts and data. Many TEX lookouts are tied to international flights. Turkey, for example, has been a frequent trigger for enhanced scrutiny, both because it's majority Muslim and a known route for foreign fighters heading to Syria. TEX designations are individualized. Someone known to travel to a country like Turkey can be flagged in advance. Piker's travel history alone could have triggered a TEX alert. He told me he hadn't traveled to Turkey in nearly a decade, but that CBP had asked him if he traveled to other parts of the region. Upon return, travelers are matched against terrorist watch list, the no-fly list, and TEX. High-profile targets like filmmaker Laura Poitras and others linked to Edward Snowden or WikiLeaks have also been subject to TEX-based detentions. TEX can also be used for target exploitation, a euphemism for extracting passwords and contact networks through device searches to create link analysis, feeding intelligence databases. Piker told me CBP did not search his electronics and that he would not have allowed it, calling it a red line for him. However, refusal could have led to detention or denial of entry. I think Ken is wrong on this, by the way. As an American citizen, the Customs and Border Patrol, as of this very moment, cannot actually deny someone entry into the United States of America. There's a violation of the 14th Amendment. Doors open. My food is here. In a video recounting his experience, Piker says CBP agents asked, have you ever been in contact with Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis? Have you ever provided financial or logistical support to them? This line of questioning suggests an effort to gather potential evidence of material support for terrorism, a serious federal crime. But the Trump administration has made it clear it intends to pursue such cases aggressively. White House counterterrorism director Sebastian Gorka has even suggested that those who oppose Trump's deportation policies could be considered to be aiding and abetting terrorists. Piker also said CBP asked, have you ever interviewed a member of Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis? In January 2024, Hasan interviewed Yemeni TikTok influencer Rashid al-Haddad, who calls himself the Pirate King. The internet dubbed him Timothy Chalamet, a play on the actor Timothy Chalamet. The interview very quickly went viral, but not everyone was amused. While Voice of America noted al-Haddad wasn't a member of the Houthis, a U.S. designated terror organization, it cautioned that he promoted a controversial cause. The Anti-Defamation League claimed Piker's connections were unclear and accused him of spreading Hamas propaganda. There is, of course, nothing illegal about interviewing a member of a terrorist group. Journalists do it all the time. What makes text concerning is the secretive nature of the designations. It only takes one agency, based on internal criteria, to flag someone. As I previously reported, Sebastian Gorka is spearheading a new international counterterrorism strategy that includes redefining actions by American citizens as supporting terrorism. During a recent congressional hearing, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard stated that the intelligence community has identified foreign funding of pro-Palestinian protests in the U.S. This effort to link Americans to foreign terror groups is aided by aggressive information sharing between federal government and the private sector, including Twitch, where Hasan is most active. A 2024 GAO report found that the FBI and DHS are already sharing domestic extremism threat intelligence with social media and gaming platforms. An update in early 2025 confirmed these mechanisms are in active use and have been further developed. Twitch's 2024 transparency report revealed its second highest enforcement volume ever for terrorist propaganda in the wake of the October 7 Hamas attack on Israel. Twitch forbids displaying terrorist or extremist content even for the purpose of denouncing it. In 2023, Twitch joined the Global Internet Forum to counter terrorism. A Twitch employee told me the platform has increased its external engagement, code for threat sharing with the government. Did Twitch flag Hasan's interview, triggering the text alert? There's no way to know. I don't think they did. I don't think they did that. Because if they had done so, they would have banned me already. For the record. Yeah, Ken is correct. They could further prolong your detention to seek a warrant. Prolonging your detention is not the same as outright denial of entry. No, I know. I know that. They can prolong my detention. Yeah, they make it shitty to when you refuse to cooperate. And it could have been any number of other social platforms Piker resides on. Twitch did not immediately respond to my request for comment. Regardless, this kind of harassment is insane and extends Trump's border crackdown to U.S. citizens. I think it was just a threat, Hasan told me. Let it be a warning. Better to not ban you so they can keep tabs on you and pass it along the government? Are you kidding me? Do you know how much external pressure Twitch has received from literally a fuck ton of advocacy groups to try to get me banned? Are you kidding me? It would be infinitely easier for them to just ban me if they were engaging in information sharing with federal agencies. I don't agree. I don't think this is Twitch. Yeah, a fucking American congressperson was goaded into writing a fucking congressional letterhead letter. Breaking news. The Israeli government has agreed to resume humanitarian aid delivery to Palestinians in Gaza. The new Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, GHF, said in a statement on Wednesday. Anyway, or maybe they see me wearing my apolitical hat. So, the government is using a pre-existing designation to pre-existing search function to basically threaten and harass, by my estimation, American citizens that are engaging in the lawful act of exercising their First Amendment rights. That is what's going on. Also, on top of that, I'm not only exercising my First Amendment rights, but I'm exercising my First Amendment rights as a member of the media. So this also goes into press freedom as well. I know we joke about like me not being a journalist or anything like that, but you know, from the way that the federal government looks at these things, that I do have that designation. So it's additionally a violation of press freedoms. Now, material support, as it stands, has been actively massaged by previous administrations, right? Into designating, even like offering legal aid and legal counsel to members of any sort of like militant resistance to potentially be considered material aid. Okay, which is crazy. Like, if you are a lawyer, if you are a literal fucking you know, human rights lawyer, if you're a lawyer for if you're a First Amendment lawyer, ultimately they have tried to turn that into material support. I've of course not done that, and everything that I have said is perfectly constitutionally protected. But the very fact that that in and of itself was a part of the actionable items that they mentioned, like interviewing or having any sort of direct contact with a member of Hamas, Houthis, or anything like that, the very fact that that was also a part of the actionable items that they asked at the end of the interrogation is terrifying. And I think that that is a way to trigger a longer detention. Please glaze China more, please. What? This is part of the reason why I am saying, or have said, that you know, slop tubers and all these other fucking dumbasses that make a big fuss from their idiotic position are playing with fire by normalizing this kind of behavior to their audiences, and creating controversy where no such controversy should exist. Especially when the administration is willing to use seemingly ridiculous things like internet drama when they are working to criminalize certain kinds of actions that previously were not criminalized and constitutionally protected. Anyway, but yeah, here is the reflection from TikTok to this to me explaining this this issue. Regardless of what you know, Asmongold or Ethan Klein or that fucking lolly enjoying anime account says, or what the Keemstars of the world say, or Tectone says, the broad majority's perspective on this is not on their side. So you might feel if you stare too much into the abyss, you might feel as though these fucking goofy ass losers actually are backed by a shit ton of support. But the broader societal reflection on the actions of the Trump administration is actually incredibly critical. Okay, just remember, we sometimes need to pull ourselves out of this space that we occupy. I know it's hard. It's hard to like keep your head above the water and to expand on your perception of certain issues, because you know, the spaces that we occupy are so heavily fucking dominated by people that have these sorts of opinions and their fans that actively brigade every fucking comment section or whatever. But this is still a important reminder. This is still a very important reminder that just because you see a certain type of comment or commentary frequently doesn't mean that it's actually a super popular position. Okay? Anyway, two Israeli officials tell me that there's been no progress in the talks in Doha over the new Gaza hostage and ceasefire deal. One Israeli official said Netanyahu is showing zero flexibility. Unsurprising. And the reason why Netanyahu is showing zero flexibility is because the Trump administration is not actively pushing them to show flexibility, and they have to. That's my assessment. Okay.
You clearly...
I wanted to briefly talk about Miss Rachel here as well. Hey, it's me, Hasan. I'm posting from Lolo's account. Fucking this guy, bro. Miss Rachel did an interview with Mehdi Hasan, friend of the show Mehdi Hasan of Zeteo News. And seems to me that you haven't been banned because it's more efficient to keep you surveilled. No, dude. You're not trying to be confrontational, but why aren't you banned already? No. It's the same fucking reason why... Chatter. Don't you find it odd that every mainstream media outlet doesn't have the same inherently antagonistic relationship with someone like myself, and it's almost always Free Press or the Daily Mail or New York Post that ends up writing, you know, the same style, like slop tuber style commentary on my coverage of these issues? Does that not strike you as odd? Perhaps it's because a lot of those people are fucking adults and infinitely more knowledgeable. Even if they have disagreements with some of my commentary, they are just more knowledgeable on the issues and have a better understanding of these issues. Yeah, it's only odd because you're doing the thing that I explained to you. You're doing the thing right now that I just talked about. If you get your notes from online commentary YouTubers that don't know anything, then you are going to find yourself deluded. You are going to go, well, a lot of people say you're a fucking terrorist. Yeah, you know who says that? The ADL, okay? The ADL doesn't even go that far, but like they'll say I'm a dangerous anti-Semite that is doing terrorist propaganda, okay? The ADL no longer has the same institutional muscle that it once did. This doesn't mean that they are powerless. They still have a lot of influence, okay? But the point is there are obviously a lot more reasonable people in at least the media side, okay, that recognize the nuance in the commentary that I present. That's it. There are plenty of media outlets that in mainstream news, in the liberal side of news, that see all of this shit and go, yeah, okay, this is background noise, this is bullshit. Okay? And there are, I mean, obviously the same like reasonable contextualization occurs even at the Twitch level. Otherwise, like if they were at the mercy of like online mobs, and sometimes they are, right? Especially on actionable items, especially on items that like go above a certain point in my commentary, like the what do you call it? The fucking Rick Scott statement that I made, which I apologize for because it was, hyperbolic language. They will end up issuing a suspension on situations like that. What is this? Look what your haters are bringing to the table. Talk to Hasan the Hun about his 2-hour detention at O'Hare, where he was interrogated about his political views on Trump and Gaza. Check it out on Pod Save America's YouTube channel. Should just rename yourself to Pod Save Hamas. The level of journalistic integrity you are showing here is hilarious. 2-hour detention? Do you bother to even do the most basic level of research? Like, do you think someone like John, who I know personally, right, who is now a political commentator, former Obama speechwriter, do you think he sees something like this and goes, well, this spells sanity? Let me hear what this fucking weirdo has to say. No. Like, they don't understand. They don't even think about, like, they don't think about how this kind of behavior looks to normal people. They're so echo chambered. They are so unimaginably echo chambered and so invested in this like personal vendetta that they have completely lost touch with how normal educated adults, even if they don't fully agree, even if they don't fully subscribe to my worldview, most normal educated adults can recognize reasonable disagreements in this issue and not become these fucking insane haters. Okay? It's important to see this. It's important to see this. Because I understand sometimes it even impacts me. It impacts my own perception of me, right? From time to time where I'm like, am I this fucking truly awful person, right? Because of the endless sea of hate that I'm inundated with. But going outside and touching grass is truly one of the best ways to quickly realize that no, you know, these people come across as fucking insane. I think you said this once, but people no longer have disagreements on opinion, but on facts. It's more so just a personality issue at this point. People just like, people develop their political worldview off of personalities that they like or personalities that they don't like. They either negatively polarize against personalities that they don't like, or they promote personalities that they do like, and they just like adopt their framework in its entirety. Anyway, I don't like Hasan is not a coherent ideology. Okay? You're just being fucking annoying. No matter how much you try to make up reasons as to why this is a good way to operate, most normal people will go, okay, I don't care. I like them. Hold on, what the fuck? Can you have Miss Rachel on the broadcast? Potentially.
Love kids. Is that why you decided to speak out about what's happening in Gaza, specifically with children?
I think it should be controversial to not say anything.
Did you also, like millions of other Americans, just seeing these horrific, tragic videos?
The idea that caring for a group of children in an emergency situation means you don't.
Oh my God, thank you for sending this to me. Isn't this the group that was shitting on me? at University of Chicago. Chicago Jewish Alliance. Oh my God.
Care about other children is false.
Are Palestinian children less human than other children? Should we care less about them? I don't quite get where the controversy is coming from.
It's sad that people try to make it controversial when you speak out for children that are facing immeasurable suffering.
I'm sure you have a lot of good people in your lives who are saying to you, just be quiet. It's not worth it. What do you say to them?
Our compassion doesn't have boundaries or borders. We just love kids.
Why do you feel this urge to speak?
Miss Rachel is a YouTuber for children, okay? Kids love her. And she did the most unimaginable crime of all, which is recognize the humanity of Palestinian children that are being ruthlessly slaughtered by the apartheid state doing a genocide. Yeah. Hasanabi heads in the chat that have kids already know who Miss Rachel is, I suspect. The debate in question, are Palestinian children worth caring about? This article is truly depraved. This is, I believe, from the New York Times. What an insane framing. Why tot celebrity Miss Rachel waded into the Gaza debate. Facing criticism, Rachel Accurso defends making the plight of children in Gaza a primary focus on her social media feeds. The idea that, like, you can frame the conversation like this with an inherently antagonistic framing is so insane. And I think this is the type of shit that actually makes people check out. Okay? This is the type of shit that makes people go, what? Miss Rachel doubles down support for children in Gaza? The fuck do you mean? Like, this is not a double down moment. You should be... You shouldn't be antagonistic to her. You shouldn't be acting like what she's doing is controversial. The real newsworthy argument here is why this would be seen as controversial to begin with. Accurso's activism has divided Jewish parents distraught by the relative dearth of posts about Israeli children with whom many Jews worldwide feel a powerful connection. Ms. Rachel seems to be someone who's really, really good-hearted, but in the context of everything that's going on, she says, I care about all children. But really, she's talking about the children of Gaza. Stacey Hackner, a teacher at London Cheddar, a school of Jewish instruction, said in an interview, that has left a lot of Jewish parents feeling quite isolated. Me. Why not me? Accurso's unique position opens her up to a felt sense of connection or even parasociality to other parents, said Brooke Aaron Duffy, a professor of communications at Cornell University who studies the intersection of labor and new technologies. If you look at the images, Professor Duffy added, referring to Accurso's posts of children in Gaza, it is showcasing the young children who are experiencing these vulnerabilities. It's not unabashedly political, but within such a polarized climate, everyone is up for scrutiny and critique, especially if you have that level of audience engagement. If you talk about the children that are being genocided, in the process of those children being genocided, then it makes me feel bad. It makes me fucking feel bad. It's genuinely so fucked up that Miss Rachel is literally just a person that sees all people equally and is nice to all kids, and she's being smeared this way. Like, look at how wonderful this interaction is with a 3-year-old double amputee from Gaza. I met Rahaf from Gaza. She has the best laugh. She falls a lot, but she's ready to get right back up again and ready to play. Insane. Chicago Jewish Alliance, who also was one of the organizations that protested and criticized the University of Chicago for hosting me, had this to say about Miss Rachel, just so you understand, like, what Jewish advocacy groups are actually invested in and what their mania looks like, okay? Because when you think about it, you're like, oh, Chicago Jewish Alliance, like, they're a Jewish advocacy group. They're probably normal people who care about anti-Semitism. That is the way that they are. That is the way that they are designed. Okay? But that's not what their goals are. Their goals are to vilify pro-Palestinian advocates or even people who see the humanity of Palestinians. And no matter how perfect of a victim someone might be, a child that is a double amputee, that is insane. A child in Gaza receives a prosthetic doll. Ms. Rachel shares it with the world. The message, look at what the war has done to children. But here's what she didn't say, that Hamas started this war. They hide behind children so they can post videos like this, that Israeli children were the first to be burned, butchered, and kidnapped. She didn't mention Kfir Bibas, 10 months old, red hair, or his brother Ariel, age 4, or the 5-year-old girl shot point blank while hiding under her bed, or the Israeli kids, Jewish, Arab, and Christian, who live with air raid drills instead of recess. She ends the video saying she'll keep caring for all children. All children? Then where were your tears for the babies dragged across the border, for the toddlers mutilated in front of their parents, for the kids growing up in bomb shelters because Hamas wants it that way? Because here's the truth. In Israel, children aren't just Jewish. They're Muslim, Christian, Druze, Ethiopian, Filipino. Their families pray in Hebrew and Arabic and Amharic. And they are being targeted not in spite of that, but because of it. So yes, we grieve Rahaf, but grieve without context is propaganda. This is just heartbreak. It's strategy. Hamas wants this imagery. It builds it. And when influencers amplify only half of the story, they play right into it. If you care about children, start with the Vivas boys. Start with October 7. October 7. October 7. October 7. Start with the truth. Freaks, bro. Freaks. Somewhere along the way, Zionist groups decided this is the way to talk about it, like reframing everything within the context of like Jewish grief, and recentering the conversation around how American Jews feel and what Israelis feel in general. And that's not the case. Like, many American Jews also fucking look at what's going on in Gaza and go, I'm gonna either shut the fuck up about this or I'm gonna speak out about this. The average person is going to look at the imagery from Miss Rachel and see what that organization is saying and go, you are fucking insane. You are a psychopathic person. You are a sociopath. Who the fuck thinks like this? You're an evil monster. That's it. That's it. And it's crazy. Like, why do you present yourself as a fucking evil monster? I do not understand. And the only way, and I'm going to tie this back to fucking slop tubers again, the only reason why you would find yourself presenting this this monstrous perspective as though it's something that will bring people to your fucking side, okay? The only reason why you think this is because you are so echo chambered that you have not even began to try and understand the perspective of others. Someone who is even 5% not on your side is immediately branded as a fucking enemy. That's it. That's it. That is how you find yourself in this unique predicament where, like, the average person looks at what you're saying and goes, oh my God, you're a fucking psycho. You are a fucking psycho. Because all of these conversations are happening within the backdrop of a live streamed Holocaust of mostly children. It's so insane. Ms. Rachel for Little says, it's not a crime to say the children of Gaza should have food and medical care. It's a crime to keep it from them. From playtime to propaganda, Ms. Rachel defends her anti-Israel pose. Yeah. I mean, fuck Israel. Like, what do you mean? Israel can suck my dick. Like, what the fuck? You can say this about every country. You can say this about America. You can say this about Saudi Arabia. You can say this about Iran. You can say this about China. Say this about Russia. Fuck it. You can say it about Ukraine, but God forbid you say it about fucking Israel doing a goddamn genocide. Oh my God. You are positioning Israel as being anti-children when someone comes out and says they're pro-children, and you immediately go, look, when someone comes out and says, I'm pro-children, I think children should survive, and you immediately go, wow, well, this person sure seems to be anti-Israel. Well, now you have revealed that Israel is anti-children. You're doing that. What the fuck? If you go after people that are humanizing Palestinian children, like I am a much better target for criticism by Zionist groups, because I do talk about the context and the nuance and the history of why militant resistance against unjustifiable things such as genocide and apartheid exist. Okay, but when you're coming after someone who's like, I'm pro all children surviving, you basically present yourself as a fucking villain, dude. Like a comic book villain, not even like a expertly crafted villain. Like if someone were to talk like this in a fucking comic book, you'd be like, well, this is not a very well written villain at all. Like, what the fuck? No one is this black and white. What the hell? And so many of these groups, so many of the Zionist advocacy groups that masquerade as like Jewish advocacy groups have whipped themselves up into a fucking frenzy that they will never understand why Israel is a fucking pariah state. And they will never understand why the normal average person that hears them speak like this look at them and go, dude, you are a fucking villain. You are a psycho. You have primed yourself into believing that every single fucking Palestinian is an enemy, is a parasite that needs to be excised forcibly off this planet. It's the same thing as Nazi Germany. That's it. And that's why I say Israel is a Nazi Germany style country, and its actions resemble the Holocaust, and its supporters are fucking Nazis too. That's it. It's crazy.
Speak out for Sudanese kids and Haitian kids, and right now, obviously, the kids who are suffering most in the world, the Gazan kids.
Silence wasn't a choice for me. Her mom grabs her phone and has her little boys on FaceTime. And her boys are adorable. I think they're around age 7 and 9. And they're in Gaza, and here I am, like, thinking, like, trying to be sweet and talk to her boys in, like, the Miss Rachel voice, but I'm also like, what if my son was over there and my husband, and then I'm here with my little girl losing her legs? And then I'm thinking about the boys, and I was asking if there's any way they can come here, and this wonderful woman was saying, because I was asking kind of her to, she was translating, and I said, is there any way for them to come here? And she was saying no. And she was saying they don't eat anymore on FaceTime with them. Sorry.
No, it's a horrific situation.
And
yeah, look at this dangerous Hamas propaganda.
And then the translator, I remembered she had said, like, thank you for seeing our children as human, when I had spoke out before. And so I want those little boys to have everything my little boy has, and their mom's a teacher like me. She's a math teacher.
Wow.
Like, if your first response to someone recognizing the humanity of Palestinian children is that you perceive her as a threat, you are a threat to humanity. Okay? You are a fucking villain. You are a bloodthirsty monster where you go, oh my God, I can't believe she cares about Palestinian children. Why doesn't she see the world from my lens? Why doesn't she see the world in the way that I do? And why doesn't she recognize that these little children are actually little parasites that are going to grow up to be fucking Hamas? It's all lives matter. It's literally an all lives matter argument. But in the backdrop of this is not like systematic discrimination, but something that most American black people will also recognize as infinitely worse than what is happening to contemporary black voices in the United States of America. A fucking genocide. Okay? You are literally, all lives mattering, a fucking Holocaust. You're a psycho. Holy shit. Do you now understand why I have no fucking time for idiots that will be like, well, what about my fucking feelings, dude? What about my feelings in this? Oh, you're just using the Holocaust of children that you advocate for every single fucking day, that you advocate against every single fucking day as a way to shield yourself from criticism. It's like, no, dude, I'm criticizing you. I'm criticizing what your approach is. Okay? You're a fucking psycho. You're a cowardly fucking psychopath. Okay? Anyway, here's the funnier version of like the Israel Defense Brigade. This is so much like those early aughts Weibo posts where guys would just say they're so immersed in Japanese culture that they accidentally called their gym teacher a baka. Here's something deeply educational that happened as I was leaving Israel. I'm checking my luggage in Athens after leaving Tel Aviv. I get to the agent. He says hello. I absentmindedly say shalom, like I've been saying for 3 weeks. And he narrows his eyes at me, looking at me with something between disgust and suspicion. And I'm like, oh, this is why my American Jewish friends hide their Jewishness. Dude, this is one of the funniest things that has happened with like the Israel dick riders is that they fantasize about like being more Jewish than fucking Jewish anti-Zionists. Okay, I don't know what the hell this is. Like, is this like what an there's far too many posts like this from you know, Christians in England who are like, oh, these Jewish people came up to me. Or not Jewish people, sorry. These people came up to me and were like, are you Jewish? Are you Jewish? And I'm Christian, but I was terrified. And it turns out they're fucking Orthodox Jews that wanted to talk to them about converting to whatever. I forget. You know what I'm talking about? We covered this before. Like, I've been stopped before because people thought I was Jewish so they could talk to me about how the fucking Messiah is coming back. Yeah, Hasidic Jews that look for other non-Orthodox Jews to convert them internally to Chabad. That's it. That person thought that this was about to be an anti-Semitic attack against them. Satmar Hasids. They want to convert, yeah, non-Orthodox Jews to Hasidim. Yes, on High Holiday, you may be offered a very pricey citron to pray over. Exactly. Well, I had not experienced that. You got to see this one next. Oh, I don't even want to see Jerry Seinfeld's disgusting face, dude. Look at his response as people are like yelling at him for being a genocide supporter, which he is, by the way. Remember, he actually paid for the fucking projector and the counter protesters that terrorized the UCLA college campus encampments that were pro-Palestine. He actively played a role in terrorizing students on UCLA campus. Yeah, 1738's very own Jerry Seinfeld.
Fuck you, Fuck you, Jerry Seinfeld. Free Palestine. You.
You were never funny. You will never be even a fraction as funny as Larry David. No, stop. Not my Jerry. Don't ruin my childhood memories. You didn't know that he was also a pedophile? What are you talking about? Google Jerry Seinfeld 1738. I'm like, hey, what's up, hello, is what Jerry Seinfeld said to a 17-year-old when he was 38. The only thing that carried Seinfeld, the TV show, was Larry David and his writing. All right.
If there is an image to define this trip so far, well, this is it. A surprise for sure, and such a reflection of the quirks of history. Because Ahmed al-Shara is now the Syrian president, but he was an Islamist commander, aligned to al-Qaeda, a militant who fought the Americans in Iraq, jailed by them in the notorious Abu Ghraib prison. There was no sound on the images released, and so we don't know what they said, but as an indication of what seems uncharacteristically to be Donald Trump's message here of cooperation, opportunity, looking forward, it had all that.
But you have to stay down. You have to stay down. I'm working with him.
There is a tussle on this trip.
He has to stand. Down.
To decipher what the American president is up to here. Because at face value, we're getting a fresh vision of his foreign policy worldview. And it is at odds with Trump, the disruptor. The morning meeting with Gulf Arab leaders was about investment first, but under it, geopolitical cooperation. The two go side by side here.
And I think things...
And after the opulence and business deals of day one, it was more about the diplomacy on day two. A nuclear deal with Iran, maybe, and Israel, Gaza.
In Gaza, my administration shares the hope of so many in this region for future of safety and dignity of the Palestinian people. But that cannot happen as long as Gaza's leaders take delight in raping, torturing, and murdering innocent people. Can't have it. I greatly appreciate the constructive role that the leaders in this room have played in trying to bring the...
This is why I think the Hamas goodwill is not going to get them anywhere, for the record. The goodwill demonstrated by Hamas with the hopes that, like, Trump will directly talk to them. The goodwill demonstrated by Hamas in the release of Eden Alexander was a way to sidestep Israel and to show the Trump administration that Israel was actually the one ruining the ceasefire conversations. Okay? Once again, Hamas and virtually every other Palestinian liberation group mistakes or misjudges the humanity that their colonial oppressors have. Okay? They do not care, I don't think, and I'm really worried about this, but I don't think that the Trump administration, especially with commentary such as this one, do not give me great hope that they will try to manage a way out of this conflict, because that would require undermining Israel's position, but that would also undermine America's position, because this is America's position.
Terrible conflict to an end.
That was it, though, publicly at least, on Gaza, the elephant in every gold-gilded room he went to. The farewell from the Saudi Crown Prince reflected the closeness of this relationship, the trappings of power shared. On the flight to Qatar, a few words on the meeting which defined the day.
How did you find the Syrian president?
Great. Right. I think very good. Young, attractive guy, tough guy. You know, strong pass. Very strong pass fighter.
Does that worry you at all?
Strong pass.
Pulling it together.
Strong pass, real fighter, bro. He beheaded people. Trump's own Zelensky, by the way. This is Trump's Zelensky, straight up. Every admin going forward's got to have a Zelensky. This is Trump's.
And then jet escorts again, this time above the Persian Gulf. And from Air Force One, he arrived into Doha, into the hands of the royal family who want to give him a new plane. And he hasn't just brushed aside the conflicts of interest, he's doubled down here, insisting it is all fine. At the Emir's palace, a sword dance, camels, and Arabian horses to greet a motorcade led by Tesla Cybertrucks. Qatar hitting all the right buttons for the American president. But beyond all that, this leg of the trip is less about trade and about money and more about geopolitics, because Qatar has proved itself to be a country that's capable of doing delicate diplomatic deals in a way that few other countries can. On Gaza, Qatar has been the intermediary between the Americans and the Israelis on one side and Hamas on the other. The hostage negotiations have been driven from here. Hamas has a political office here. And Trump's chief negotiator, Steve Witkoff, he is here too. You have to wonder what progress on ceasefire talks are behind this hug. We don't know, because it was all about the decor here.
As a construction person, I'm seeing perfect marble. This is what they call perfecto.
Then a hint on another challenge and the prospect of a Zelensky-Putin meeting this week.
I know you're very much involved in helping us in other regions, like what's happening with Russia, Ukraine, etc. And I think we're having some pretty good news coming out of there today and maybe tomorrow and maybe Friday, frankly. But we'll see about that.
The evening, as it was last night, was a state dinner for the American president and his guests. Mark Stone, Sky News, in Doha.
As Noam Chomsky says, it's terrorism when they do it. It's counterterrorism when we do it. All these events unfolding in succession make it so that even the dumbest person can understand the hypocrisy, right?
It was an air escort fit for a king. Saudi fighter jets flanking Air Force One on the president's approach into a place where he feels comfortable. If the Saudi-US relationship has had its ebbs, well, it feels now like it's flowing. Down to the tie with the carpet, there is a match between this president and the Crown Prince here to...
Purple carpet is significant because it's the royal color. And they even gave him the highest honor that the kingdom can offer to anyone.
Greet him. Just as he did in his last term, Donald Trump has chosen Saudi Arabia again for his first major foreign trip. Now, though, they are two leaders more confident, more powerful, more self-assured, and they see opportunities and money. This was the full Saudi welcome from a country transformed so fast, where change that took Western nations centuries has happened here in one generation.
You got a 21 gun salute and shit, like They got a mobile McDonald's for them in Riyadh. They brought in a mobile McDonald's truck. Bloody killers, all of them. You're fucking with us? No, nothing I said is a joke. It sounds like a joke, but it's not.
Trump the president was here, but so too was Trump the businessman. In a gilded palace and with America's most successful CEOs with him, he must have felt quite at home. The so-called tech bros had traveled thousands of miles to be here. The richest man in the world, Elon Musk, and the man shaping AI, Sam Altman, among a long list of founders and CEOs from some of the world's biggest companies here for investment. Because symbiosis is what all this is about. It's about what America can offer Saudi Arabia, but now more than ever, it's about what the Saudis can do for America. And so the signing ceremony was the first order of the day, and the jewel in the crown, a $600 billion strategic economic partnership deal with the Saudis, including the largest defense sales agreement in history, we're told. This is, of course, a relationship that stretches back many, many decades through consecutive presidencies and one royal family.
I'm not going to say what America deserved. I'm not going to say it. But like the way that the media is presenting all of this as though like Trump is a great negotiator and he's bringing all these countries to heel. I don't know if they're fucking wish casting or I don't know what's going on, but I do not see Israel's actions. I do not see Israel's actions in the backdrop of all of this as in any way, shape, or form conciliatory to the very reasonable demands being made by Hamas. And I don't hear a lot of criticism from at least Saudi leadership about said actions. As I've told you before, MBS does not give a shit about the Palestinians. He actually sees the Palestinians as a nuisance, getting in the way of his deals that he wants to make openly with Israel.
But it feels now to be more important and with more opportunity than ever before. The president got the trip down memory lane as he arrived at the investment forum. Inside, the soundtrack was his, playing now in Riyadh, and with a smattering of MAGA hats. The American cabinet, the Saudi royal court, and the billionaires' front row.
You achieved a modern miracle, the Arabian way. That's a good way.
For his speech of the day.
There's something so funny about Witkoff sitting there. If you know his background, you understand the dark humor in this. Virtually all of Witkoff's, or not Witkoff, sorry, fucking Lutnick. I said Witkoff, I apologize. I'm actually talking about Lutnick, Howard Lutnick. If you know anything about the background of Howard Lutnick, you know that the people, if you know anything about 9/11, or specifically about Howard Nutlick, the people in that room have direct involvement with virtually every single person that he knows dying on 9/11, including his brother. But of course, ever the great deal maker, Howard actually found a way to capitalize on the death and destruction that the company that he was a part of, the company that he actually had seized control of, experienced, including his brother dying, and made a lot of money off of suing the airlines for allowing 9/11 to happen. He then took away a big chunk of the trial awards away from people in his company that needed it, and the family members that needed it. A group of families whose relatives worked for Cantor Fitzgerald and died on 9/11 pressed Howard Lutnick for help ahead of the presidential trip to stop, including Saudi Arabia. Yeah, okay, good luck. Yeah, he's really doing that here. Cantor Fitzgerald was the Wall Street bank that Howard Lutnick was in charge of that lost like 700 people on 9/11. The only reason why Howard was spared was because he was taking his fucking child to kindergarten that morning. His brother died. He then turned around. He then turned around and successfully sued the airlines for their responsibility of 9/11 happening, won hundreds of millions of dollars, and then instead of distributing those resources, those dollars evenly with the rest of the families of the victims from Cantor Fitzgerald, he pocketed large chunks of it. He distributed the award. He distributed the awards from the said trial by share in the company. A fucking real freak through and through.
Court and the billionaire.
That's a good way.
For his speech of the day.
And it's crucial for the wider world to note this great transformation has not come from Western intervention, giving you lectures on how to live and how to govern your own affairs. Instead, the birth of a modern Middle East has been brought by the people of the region themselves.
Well, that was a pretty remarkable speech, despite the tariffs and the upending of the world order that we've seen over the past few months. The message there was that America is open for business, politically, economically, ready to build bridges, put differences to one side, and work with all countries in this region, even Yemen, Syria, and Iran.
A key headline was Syria. He said he's scrapping sanctions against the country, now free from Assad. It comes as the White House revealed that he is due to meet Syria's new president, once a jihadi fighting the Americans. They'll meet in the day ahead.
It might confuse some people. When he's doing his speeches in America, it's all about America first. We don't really care about the rest of the world, seems to be the vibe. And then here, it was a wholly different message, I felt.
I think there's a misperception. I think the truth is that he obviously cares about peace around the world, and he spent his entire 4 or 5 months of his administration sending his emissaries around the world to create peace deals, right?
We're strategic partners. They need us and we need them. I mean, that's just the way the ball rolls.
The evening was the state banquet. The morning will bring the diplomacy. He'll meet key Arab leaders before travelling on to Qatar, where they will surely try to outdo the spectacle today. Mark Stone, Sky News.
Yes, the mayor of Miami was there. No, that's not true. He literally took care of every single family. He took care of every single family. I don't know why he's saying that, because I know. No, he set up a fucking 501c3 for the victims, but it is not a lie that he took the lion's share of the fucking awards from that trial. He distributed it by, literally, he distributed it by shares, which he happened to have the most of. I don't care about your personal involvement with Howard Lutnick. Every single thing I said is correct. No, it's not Lutnick in the chat. So what, he lost the most too seems reasonable? That's hilarious. Okay, dude.
In Riyadh.
The latest now on President Trump arriving in Qatar this morning, the second stop of his 4-day trip to the Middle East, where he's mixing diplomacy with business deals. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce traveling with the president. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Georgia. President Trump now on the second leg of his visit here in the Middle East, here in Doha. But before leaving Saudi Arabia early this morning, the president having an historic visit with the new president of Syria, the first by an American president in more than 2 decades. This morning, President Trump touching down in Qatar. Trump kicking off the second leg of his 3-country tour to the Middle East after visiting Saudi Arabia. Trump this morning marking a major shift in U.S. policy towards Syria, meeting new Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara alongside Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, with President Erdogan of Turkey joining by phone.
With the support of leaders in this room, and the great leaders you are, we are currently exploring normalizing relations with Syria's new government.
The face-to-face coming just hours after Trump announced he would lift sanctions on Syria, now that the Assad regime has crumbled.
I will be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness.
It's a move, Trump says, came at the request of the Saudi Crown Prince.
Oh, what I do for the Crown Prince.
The first major foreign trip of Trump's second term focused on strengthening business ties with the Middle East. Joining him, leaders of some of the world's most powerful companies, from IBM to Google and Uber, and of course Elon Musk. The president now touting a $600 billion investment in the U.S. from the Saudis, though details are sparse. The Saudis giving Trump the royal treatment. The Crown Prince rolling out the lavender carpet. Trump piling on the praise.
I like him a lot. I like him too much. That's why we give so much, you know? Too much. I like you too much.
The president describing a transactional approach to foreign relations based on making deals regardless of past history. From embracing the Saudi Crown Prince years after U.S. intelligence concluded he orchestrated the murder of Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi, to forging ties with Russia's Vladimir Putin.
In recent years, far too many American presidents have been afflicted with the notion that it's our job to look into the souls of foreign leaders and use U.S. policy to dispense justice for their sins.
But hanging over the visit, serious questions about Trump's own business interests. His sons, who now run the Trump Organization, have projects in the works in all 3 countries he's visiting.
Trump Tower, Jeddah.
Bro, he's not old and fulfilling his fantasies. He's just becoming a Turkish-style dictator. I don't think people understand. Everything he's doing for pure profit is people that are outside of America. If you grew up outside of America, you've already seen this. If you grew up in Latin America, if you grew up in Turkey, if you grew up in the fucking region, if you grew up in the Middle East, if you grew up outside of the West, okay, this is not even remotely unique. What's unique is America doing it, and an American president doing it, and also doing it in broad daylight, with the media basically just kind of being in alignment. It's pretty funny. This is how it always goes. Person comes into power, uses the fucking weight of the office to generate tremendous amounts of wealth for himself and his family and his friends. And that's it.
Coming soon.
Trump now in Qatar, which he once called a funder of terrorism. But now he's poised to accept that extraordinary gift from the royal family, that $400 million luxury jet known as a flying palace, to be used as Air Force One before being transferred to his presidential library. The proposed deal raising serious questions about what it will cost American taxpayers to retrofit the jet to modify its security, and whether the gift violates the Constitution's ban on gifts from foreign heads of state. Trump overnight defending that proposed gift, saying the current Air Force One is less than impressive.
Some people say, oh, you shouldn't accept gifts for the country. My attitude is, why wouldn't I accept a gift?
But even members of his own party aren't sold.
I also think that the plane poses significant espionage and surveillance problems. So we'll see how this issue plays out. But I certainly have concerns.
And the president is kicking off his time here in Doha with a formal state visit, including a lavish state dinner tonight. He's also expected to speak to U.S. service members here in Qatar. George.
Mary, also news this morning that a company with ties to the Chinese government is investing several $100 million in one of the Trump family's crypto businesses.
Yeah, George, that's exactly right. GD Culture.
They're so funny. Remember, every time they say, wow, I can't believe that they accepted money from Qatar, they just mean like only Israel and Israel's allies in the region get to do that. Which, by the way, Qatar is also a part of the allegiance. They're just more neutral than the Saudis are. Partially because of Al Jazeera. Qatar gave Erdogan a jet? Okay, dude, that's nothing. Qatar giving Erdogan gifts is meaningless. Qatar is basically like a fucking holdover state in and of itself with a tremendous amount of wealth for Turkey. Accepting a plane from the people who did 9/11 is crazy. Yeah, except he didn't accept a plane from the Saudis. What the fuck? It's the Saudis that did 9/11, not Qatar. Classic American mind. Anyone but the Saudis are responsible for 9/11. All of which happens to be periphery states that Israel wants to deal with. Suspiciously.
Group, a small technology company with ties to China that operates on TikTok, announcing plans to purchase up to 300 million of the Trump Bitcoin. They are just the latest business with foreign ties to jump into the president's cryptocurrency business. And all of this is coming as the president is working on a deal to allow TikTok to continue operating in the U.S. Ethics experts are sounding the alarm about conflicts of interest, but the White House insists the president is following the law.
Yeah,
George.
We've never seen a mix of personal finance and diplomacy like we're seeing on this trip and in the early months of this presidency. Mary Bruce, thanks very much.
To believe this man was once an al-Qaeda militant with a $10 million US bounty on his head. But the man who became Syria's leader after the ouster of the dictator Bashar al-Assad is now shaking hands like old friends with Donald Trump.
How did you find the Syrian president?
Great. Great. I think very good. Young, attractive guy, tough guy. You know, strong pass. Very strong pass fighter.
Hasan the Hunt chat effect on Dropside News subscriber chart following Jeremy Scales interview today. Hell yeah. They deserve it.
It was the first time in 25 years that the leaders of Syria and the US had met, and they did so at the behest of the Saudi Crown Prince, who'd persuaded Trump to break with US policy and lift America's crippling sanctions on Syria. Cue elation on the ground in Damascus, where the lives of ordinary Syrians have been shattered by years of civil war and American sanctions that have choked its economy for more than 4 decades.
This is a second happiness and a second liberation. The sanctions will be lifted, which means a revival is coming. No more economic crisis.
It's embarrassing to admit, but I was supposed to be a supporter of Hamas for a long time, but after listening to your conversation with Jeremy, I realized how uneducated I was on the topic and the level of nuance it requires. Sorry for hating. I was only exposed to commentary from Asman and others. What? I was ignorant, but I think your conversation with him will help a lot of people that are like me. Damn. Account created an hour ago. I think this is bait, especially because he said opposed to your support of Hamas. Account created an hour ago, following since an hour ago. Not to be too cynical, but the fact that he says support for Hamas. The molding is incredible. No, I mean it. They're just like, they have one mode, dude. They have one mode, immediately populate. Like, do people not realize this kind of behavior is insane? I don't get it. Do people not fucking realize that behaving this way, when you see someone that you don't like, that you don't agree with, and your first interaction is to, one, have a bunch of fucking like old ass videos of them that are either clipped out of context or been addressed a million times over from like a decade plus, like 12 years ago, that you've saved on your phone so you can immediately reply. You know? It's so weird. It's such a weird way to exist. I genuinely don't understand it. Like, how little do you care about yourself that you have like entire clip compilations that you have ready to rip at a moment's notice? That shit don't make no sense. Especially considering that like you're doing this, it feels like you're doing this at the behest of like another content creator that doesn't even know you exist, you know what I mean? If only I could understand the mania. Perhaps one day I will. I genuinely don't fucking get it. I don't know. It's like Stan Twitter. It's like Stan behavior. But like neither myself nor any of these other people that you orbit are even a fraction as talented as like BTS or or Blackpink, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is our output that creates this level of stan behavior? Asmin is just body odor K-pop. Yeah, but that's like, dude, like this level of dick riding for Israel, it doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? It just doesn't. None of it makes sense to me. I don't fucking get it. Why would you be this loyal to another country, for example? Or why would you be this loyal to a fucking content creator that doesn't shower? Like, how is this such a major motivator? I will never understand it.
But Trump's move may throw America's relationship with Israel into crisis. As
remember when this stuff was considered cyber stalking? Now it's just everywhere. I know. That's yet another clear-cut example of the 4chanification of the internet. Shit that would be previously considered cyber stalking and like antisocial behavior is now celebrated roundly, and also creates a sense of like community, a sense of shared purpose for so many people. And people are unafraid to do it in broad daylight. Indulging in recreational hatred is one of those things that looks like evidence of severe widespread delusion in the Buddhist sense. People choosing things they think will make them happy end up whining to make them much worse. Yeah. I think about this a little bit where I'm like, is there anything that I engage with this? Like, is there anyone that I consider to be an ideological enemy that I care this much about? And I can't think of a single person that I behave this way towards. Like, I hate Bill Maher, but I'm not going to, like, here, I'll give you a great example of this. I despise Bill Maher for, I think, very good reasons. But I'm not gonna fucking be like, if someone's like, hey, I like Bill Maher, I'd just be like, I don't really like that guy. And I'd fucking move on. I wouldn't be like, in 1997, Bill Maher actually said something that I think you would find utterly unconscionable. Here's an actual long list of events that took place that are the reasons as to why you should hate Bill Maher. And even in this circumstance, like, Bill Maher's not even a good analog, because like most of the things that my haters hate me over are not real. They are imagined. You know what I mean? It's like that copy pasta about what's his name, the guy that died, Bob Saget. Like in 1997, Bob killed a prostitute and then ate the body or something. Like, you know the copy pasta I'm talking about? Like, it's basically like hating him because you believe that copy pasta. Yeah. Here, this is why I hate this random person that you are seemingly demonstrating positive feelings towards. Here is 60 8-second clips that will prove to you that he is an evil person. Like, that's such a weird fucking thing to do. I don't understand what compels someone to do that. You have to apologize for Bob Essler. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
As it continues its military strikes in Syria, even as the US president has urged leaders on his tour of the Middle East to normalize relations with Tel Aviv. But with the war in Gaza still raging, that won't happen anytime soon.
What's been happening in Syria is you've had a lot of provocative sort of actions by Netanyahu's government, bombing randomly there, calling for sanctions, calling for designations. But that only invites a failed state, that only invites Iran and ISIS to re-emerge in Syria. President Trump decided to go the other way, to go towards a Syria that is stable, a Syria that is at peace with its neighbors, and a Syria...
Okay, for the record, I do need to... New Superman trailer, Superman versus Colonialism. Hasan, please watch. Hasan for Superman. Okay, I think the AI ads are getting... they're becoming more complex. I do need to mention something. I think taking the sanctions off of Syria is good. Although I don't believe that Jelani is a good dude, and I don't believe that he has honest intentions of uplifting Syria, and I do think that he is simply a person that will allow the partitioning of different parts of Syria. North Syria goes to Turkey, South Syria goes to Israel, and a person that will maintain all the smoke for other ethnic minorities, but also simultaneously ensure that Syria never falls into the sphere of Iranian influence ever again, so that it can be used as a placeholder or a part of the supply chain for Hezbollah in Lebanon. And ultimately, I don't have a lot of good opinions about him. I still think that it is good to take off the sanctions from Syria because it's ridiculous to starve this fucking country. It has played a horrible role in ruining the material conditions of regular Syrians at the end of the day, regardless of what their background may be. It is collective punishment. Why would he allow Iranian influence after being murdered by them? Facts. Why would he? So they can kill them? What? Dog, the person you're talking about is literally a fucking Al-Qaeda commander. So are you trying to present Iran as the good guys in this conversation? Is that your position? Like, when Iran was trying to kill him, he was literally a fucking Al-Qaeda commander. Yeah, no shit. Yeah. They were fighting ISIS too. This isn't to say that like the Iranian government is great, especially as it pertains to its domestic affairs. But it's important to take note of it's important to take note of who gets to survive and who gets to thrive in the region. Yeah, bourgeois compradors like Jelani do actually have usually have intentions they deem to be honest. It's just that they're completely okay with reaching them at the cost of massive gutting of their own nation, and they're fine with butchering anyone their imperial puppeteers tell them to is absolutely correct. Like, Syria under Jelani is going to have a similar structure to Ukraine, if not significantly worse. On the one hand, we're talking about partitioning Ukraine, giving it to Russia, taking away its minerals. And the same thing is happening with Syria. Of course, Syria's conditions are so much worse than even Ukraine's conditions were that people even see that as a moment of liberation. Like, Assad was so fucking brutal that Syrians literally were like, oh, thank God we have the Al-Qaeda commander. I do not think all of the Syrians that say, oh, thank God we have Jelani, or are critical of Jelani, but still think like it might be better overall, are that way because they're fucking Salafists, okay? I don't think all Sunni Syrians are operating with Salafist tendencies. Okay? But the conditions were so horrible for everyday fucking Syrians that they literally are like, well, maybe the Al-Qaeda guy under the watchful gaze of America as a bourgeois comprador will be better than unlimited sanctions and a government that basically is occupying the country. Okay, I'm Syrian, and this billboard is crazy to see in Damascus. Yeah. His name is Ahmed Al-Shara, by the way. Okay, dude. Nah, none of that will happen. Pro-aggressive Omar, you and I have duked it out in the chat before. His name is Ahmed Al-Shara, by the way. It's not Jelani. I know. For SEO purposes, his name is Ahmed Al-Shara again, even though his most famous name was not Ahmed Al-Shara. Okay? His most famous name was Jelani. Motherfuckers doing a SEO rebranding, and you're like, no. I love you, brother, but you're not very accurate on Syria. I'm sorry. Forgive me for also being from the fucking region and recognizing that an American allegiance is still going to be ultimately an affair that does not benefit the everyday existence of the people living under American rulership. You know? I know. HTS was nearly wiped out by ISIS. They had sectarian infighting, and then they fought against one another. Dude, America could get... Dude, America, the State Department is so powerful, they could, if they wanted to, overnight, I feel like they could make Harvey Weinstein back into like a beloved figure. I swear to fucking God. It is so crazy. There's a lot of speculation happening about the new government and accusations about murdering minorities, which is total bullshit. First of all, that wasn't total bullshit. That was real. The bullshit aspect of it, or at least the aspect of it that stretches the imagination, is whether or not it was directed by Jelani. Okay? It's not fucking bullshit that they were dropping bombs out of planes. That part was definitely real. It's just a matter of whether or not it was actually directed or simply allowed, or a complete random group of Salafist brigades that decided to engage in sectarian ethnic cleansing campaigns. Is this guy a Syrian hog? No, he's not. He's not a Syrian hog. I assume he is. I assume he's just Sunni and has suffered a great deal under the Assad regime. What's wrong if he was Al-Qaeda? You can now judge Al-Qaeda, their capacity when they're in power. Wait, what? What the fuck are we talking about? There's a lot of speculation happening about the new government and accusations about murdering. Bombs out of planes against who? I'm also Syrian, and what I don't like in your and other leftist take on this is that you're not willing to give Al-Shara the same nuance and critical but fair lens you offer Islamist and anti-Israel groups. Yes, because Al-Shara, okay, or formerly known as Jelani, is literally the fucking, like, first of all, as a Turkish person of Muslim background, excuse me for being critical of fucking ISIS and Al-Qaeda affiliates, okay? Whether they were a part of Al-Qaeda or ISIS, or whether they were a commander of Al-Qaeda or ISIS at any point in their fucking careers, okay, of terrorism, yeah, it's gonna hit a little different, don't you think? Because half of my commentary revolves around, unironically, explaining to dumb fuck Westerners that no, Muslims are not like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, okay? How the fuck, what do you mean? Like, what does this take? You are making that comparison now. You're like, oh, well, you have a real critical lens on Al-Qaeda and you don't offer it grace. Sounds fucking insane. Especially as you try to package, but in a progressive way, I guess, Al-Qaeda and fucking Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Being Al-Qaeda in Syria is different than being Al-Qaeda on Turkey, let's be real. No, being Al-Qaeda in Syria is the same as being Al-Qaeda everywhere. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't even agree with the Turkish involvement in Syria either. The fuck? Comparing national emancipatory movements that have literally never operated outside of occupied historic Palestinian territory to groups that are literally fucking vagabonds and psychopathic, bloodthirsty monsters that go all around the region to behead motherfuckers and engage in sectarian ethnic cleansing is psychotic. Okay? That is insane. What the fuck is going on? What is happening? It's the same shit with even the fucking Houthis. A lot of people love talking about Hezbollah and criticize it aggressively for its actions in Syria in cooperation with the Assad regime. Why is that a big deal? It's a big fucking deal, despite who the Hezbollah militancy was fighting against, which is usually Salafist brigades and ISIS and Al-Qaeda. The reason why it's a big deal is because Hezbollah is supposed to also be a national emancipatory movement, but they extended their reach outside of the borders of Lebanon. That was a major point of contention for a lot of fucking Sunni Muslims in the area. There's a big difference between being a national emancipatory movement that is dedicated to fighting against Western imperialism and a fucking group that just goes wherever suspiciously America's interests are represented perfectly. I saw someone on Twitter claim it's problematic to call the Uyghur foreign fighters in Syria Islamists. They are the most Islamists. What the fuck? They are. They literally, what are you talking about? All of the groups that the Turkish military trained, all the NATO trained groups are fucking straight up. They are like what you would consider to be jihadis, okay? That's what it is. When people say these guys are jihadis, they're talking about Al-Qaeda. They're talking about ISIS. They're talking about the motherfuckers that are under the Turkish banner. What the hell? Anyway, I do think, why do some leftists feel the need to have the hottest take possible? No. The hot take that actually comes from the leftist side in this is to offer firm and unconditional support to Assad, to make it seem like any kind of like Baathist in the region is actually a base secular, a fantastic leader that is dedicated to fighting till the very end against American empire. That's what the base leftists actually, the hot take that leftists have. All the other takes, unless they're directly Syrian, okay, all the other takes are usually liberals who fucking don't understand. Like they misappropriate nuance where there is no nuance necessary, and ironically in the process end up leveling all of the Islamist militancies as the fucking same, when they are directly in conflict with one another. Okay? Where's Assad right now? Probably being an optometrist in Moscow. I don't fucking know. Meanwhile, while this is happening, in the backdrop, this very same friendly former ISIS leader is allowing Israel to fucking bomb every part of Syria that they choose to, and also illegally occupy further into Syrian territory, establishing military positions inside of Syria, and also simultaneously allowing the very same to happen with the not permanent annexation or real annexation, but like a de facto annexation of northern Syria for Turkey. Al-Shabaab only joined Al-Qaeda to fight American invaders in Iraq. No, that's the fucking meta that he has represented. You are whitewashing what he did. He then disavowed and then left them and even fought them and cooperated with coalition forces to kill them. His faction ended up building a parallel Syrian state in Idlib and is currently being involved in rebuilding Syria. Clearly not the bloodthirsty vagabond you make him out to be. Bro, you're not talking about a fucking misunderstood. You're referencing a guy who was a fucking Al-Qaeda commander as a simple misunderstood figure that was actually anti-imperialist. Like, this is technically not that different. Not even technically. This is quite literally actually saying Osama bin Laden was an anti-imperialist hero, okay? Like, it's not even technically. It's actually even worse now, because at least the fucking Twin Towers are in America. This motherfucker was killing other Arabs. In totally separate areas, by the way. He's like, yeah, I wanted to fight against American empire so hard, I just ended up killing as many other fucking Arabs as I possibly could. What kind of fucking argument is this? And for the record, I don't agree with Osama bin Laden either, okay? Make no fucking mistake. I'm trying to explain how fucking insane it is to make it seem like this is an understandable position. All of my dad's land in northern Syria is currently occupied by Turkish troops. What you were saying is correct. Yes. Okay. So Turkey's ambitions in the northern Syrian corridor, as a matter of national security, is to basically create muhtars, which is like a more rural governorship structure that exists in Turkey, that are either Turkish aligned, Turkish adjacent, directly Turkish, or speaks Turkish fluently. So what they are going to do is create regional managers that are still associated with the Turkish government, and repopulate. Yeah, no, it's okay. He was only Al-Qaeda in Iraq. I just believed in him, in giving him a chance as a changed, less radicalized militiaman that ended up becoming the president of Syria. Now, whether you like it or not, dude, he did not become a less radicalized militiaman that ended up becoming the Syrian president. He was afforded that position. He was given that position by Western aligned and American forces. okay? What the fuck? Yeah, we should have just made, yeah, we should have just made bin Laden the leader of Syria, I guess, you know? The take that he was only Al-Qaeda in Iraq is complete bullshit. He literally opened up the Syrian branch of Al-Qaeda called Al-Qaeda in Syria, the Al-Nusra Front. It was then rebranded to just Al-Nusra Front and then rebanded like 5 times later. And there was also sectarian infighting within Al-Nusra Front and other Salafist brigades as well. This doesn't mean that they were, you know, not fucking also uniquely evil in the jihadi sense that Americans always think about when they think about fucking all Muslims. Holy fuck. True, absolutely true. Now that he's here, what would you rather the U.S. and international community do? Also, there's literally no proof he was involved in any anti-civilian attacks in Iraq. Yeah, brother, Charles Manson also has no fucking, you know, proof that he actually killed people. It wasn't him that directly killed people. Dude, he was the commander of Al-Qaeda. What are you saying? What is going on right now? What is happening? Hasan so sad since the fall of Assad. Was there ever a point, bro, you on here trying to convince brainwashed socialists? I love that you also have to immediately resort to, oh, you must be pro-Assad. Like, yeah, no, try to fucking adopt the position that I do not hold in an effort to justify your argument. Nice, dude. Why is Turkey supporting Pakistan against India? What's the ulterior motive? Turkey does what Turkey wants to do, okay? Don't question the Turkish government. Except when I do question the Turkish government in Syria, a lot of fucking American NatSec chatters get mad at me. Didn't you support the Armenian genocide? Says this chatter. I don't know where you got this from. Probably that you fantasized it. Funny joke.
That's free of Iran, China, Russia, ISIS, etc.
Honest question, other than Hamas, what groups are not terrible / killing people for no reason that the U.S. labels as terrorists in your opinion? First of all, let's dispel this notion that people kill people for no reason, okay? Serial killers are people who kill people for no reason. Terrorist groups don't kill people for no reason. They kill people for bad reasons, but there's still a fucking reason, okay? Just like America kills people, not for no reason, but for bad reason. But there's still a reason, okay? And I'm sure even serial killers have some fucking reason as well. Bruh, L-take. No, it's true. What the fuck? What do you mean? It's not like ISIS doesn't kill people for no reason. They kill people for a reason. It's just a horrifying reason, and I don't agree with it. I don't agree with the act of killing, and I don't agree with the reasoning behind it. But to say that there's no logical through line here is so fucking stupid. No one is learning anything from you explaining with chat arguments. Okay. Stretch. Okay. Sometimes terror groups kill civilians for, like I said, sectarian purposes. Other times they do it to create an environment of terror. Other times they do it for political purpose. Other times they do it as collateral damage in the process of killing military members. It depends. Anyway, let's continue with this.
Then it was on to Qatar, another Middle Eastern state dripping with oil and riches, and today a caravan of camels, a place that Trump 2.0 can't help but be drawn to. But it hasn't always been that way.
The nation of Qatar, unfortunately, has historically been a funder of terrorism at a very high level. We have to stop the funding of terrorism.
And yet here he was, sitting side by side with Qatar's leader, making nice.
But we've been friends for a long time, and this is an outstanding man.
But the
Bro, you are so fake, Trump. You fucking fake piece of shit. You fake, phony piece of shit. Oh, we've been friends for a very long time. I loved when they were, what, funding terror by your own estimation? That's crazy.
Meeting was less about foreign policy and more about business deals, as Trump announced Qatar would buy $200 billion worth of Boeing planes, though the White House said it was half that amount.
It's the largest order of jets in the history of Boeing. That's pretty good.
But there was only one jumbo jet story in town, the gifting of a $400 million luxury plane from Qatar that Trump insists he'd be a fool not to accept. They didn't mention that, but back home in D.C., Democrats and even some Republicans warned the gift will compromise national security.
And I hope there are some serious people within the administration who take our national security seriously who will tell Trump he can't do this. But it's outrageous.
I don't know that we can have an honest appraisal of their human rights record and decisions on arms sales if we're receiving $400 million gifts from a country, so I'm not for it.
But Trump just can't.
I like that when Israel says jump, our politicians say how high. Like, by the end of this Middle Eastern tour, I feel like they're going to be like Qatar did October 7. Like, we must nuke Qatar. We must nuke Doha immediately. They were directly responsible. They did October 7. They were there. The fucking... The royals were there. I saw them. They were beheading babies and throwing them in ovens.
Resist. How could he? Not when they're rolling out the full pomp of a state banquet in his honor. What's the harm of a palatial jumbo jet between friends?
Yeah, 100 mil from Miriam Adelson is not bribery. That's something different. 400 million from the Qatars in the form of a fucking jumbo jet. That, on the other hand, that's the highest form of bribery. It's like, it's all bribery, dumbass. The fuck are you talking about?
Where's the plane? And they having difficulty. I'm not happy with Boeing, but we're going to work on Boeing. And Boeing's got some unbelievable people working for it, so I'm not going to do anything bad to Boeing. But they had a strong contract. I wrote the contract. It was a guaranteed price contract, and if I wanted to, I could, hurt Boeing, and I don't want to hurt Boeing. But they are very...
No, one's lobbying is different. It's not even... By the way, the funniest part about this, the funniest part about this is that Israel doesn't even get hit with a foreign agent registration. So it calculates totally differently. Its lobbying efforts are seen as domestic lobbying efforts. That's the other part of this. That's why they can always get away with saying, like, well, Qatar is actually the largest funder of our fucking universities or whatever. It's like, yeah, dude, because when fucking Israeli aligned interest groups are also funding a fuck ton of initiatives in this country, it's not seen as a foreign entity doing the fucking influence peddling. It's seen as a domestic effort to do influence peddling. That's it. That's the real secret there, for the record. And so much so that if you actually even dare to question this, people can just be like, wow, anti-Semitism much? I can't believe it. I can't believe it. How dare you say Chuck Schumer, who has spoken at fucking every AIPAC conference and has said things such as, obviously Judea and Samaria belongs to Israel, and these the enemies of Israel just simply don't want to understand the truth that was written in the fucking Bible, that this nation belongs to Jews from 3,000 years ago. When he says stuff like that, no one turns around and goes, what are you, a fucking mullah? But like, Jewish? Like, what's happening here? Like, this is the fucking... Like, we only are tuned into a certain frequency where it's like, if I hear a guy with a big beard and a fucking turban on his head saying stuff like that in Arabic or in Farsi, only then can I recognize how fucking insane of a statement that is. You know? God forbid you point to that and go, what the fuck is this? What are you, are you a registered foreign agent? Why are you doing this? Everyone goes, wow, look how unimaginably anti-Semitic you are. I see why people take special notice of this bribe, though, because Israeli influence is a lot more institutional and official. No, the reason why people are taking special notice of this bribe and not the fucking bribes of, I don't know, building a Trump Tower in fucking Damascus or any number of different moments where Saudi Arabia has fucking straight up pumped billions of dollars to Jared Kushner and Donald Trump. The reason why those things, while they still get a little bit of media coverage, are usually in the backdrop is because these countries, as they stand currently, are not a threat to Israel, okay? That's why, because these countries are a part of the Abraham Accords. These countries actually want to normalize relations with Israel. And the very moment that you say, okay, I'm normalizing relations with Israel, Israel can do no wrong, then it's over. It's not a problem anymore. Qatar, on the other hand, which also wants to collaborate with Israel, obviously, as a regional actor, is still somewhat neutral to the Palestinians. Remember, I'm not saying they're fucking pro-Palestine. I'm not saying that they care about the safety and security of Palestinians at all. But they're neutral. And that is the reason why everyone freaks the fuck out about Qatar doing this. Okay? It's the same reason as to why people freak the fuck out about Turkey and Israel being at odds in Syria. If you recall, right before Benjamin Netanyahu came to Washington, D.C., there was already like some conflict brewing in Syria because they had already partitioned Syria, and Erdogan had some different initiatives for Syria than Israel had for Syria. They had different designs for it, even though both of these parties, while still have like regional, they have some semblance of autonomy and have their own fucking regional interests. Both of these parties are still operating at the behest of U.S. empire. Okay, so when that happens, then obviously people start talking about, whoa, wait a minute, like, you got to dial this back a little bit. Israel literally bombed a fucking airport that had Turkish engineers in it in Syria. It became a major problem. Then they quickly wrapped it up and we're like, all right, it's fine. And once America got the Kurdish militias to stand down, okay, once again, the ever-present pro-Kurdish in the United States of America, once again wrote them off, okay, and is trying to find a way to basically bring the Kurdish militias under the banner of HTS or the current Syrian government in a way that doesn't like offend Turkey's interest in the fucking region, because their grand design revolves around just eliminating the threat of Syria being a logistical hub for Hezbollah, between Iran and Hezbollah. Once they have, you know, once they're done with that threat, it's over. It's no longer a problem. You can fucking partition the country whichever way you want to other regional actors, because nobody fucking gives a shit about Syrian people. Anyway, once that took place, and Israel couldn't use Kurds as a ethnic group that they could sometimes launch against Turks if they felt the need to do so, they started talking about the Druze population. Bro's crying again? What? Some of you are unfortunately too stupid to understand political commentary or even human emotion. I am not crying. I'm just describing the events that have unfolded in Syria since the HTS takeover, but you have no way of reading anything outside of the lens of fucking drama. So you come in here and you go, oh, you must be crying. You're crying again. God damn. Anyway. So now the point of contention in Syria is over the Druze population. That's what Israel is using. Okay?
Late with the plane, and Qatar heard about it, and he's a great leader. And we were talking, and he said, if I can help you, let me do that. And they had a plane, not a new plane at all, but they had a plane. And you know, these planes, the plane that you're on right now is almost 40 years old. And when you land and you see Saudi Arabia and you see UAE and you see Qatar and you see all these, and they have these brand new Boeing 747s mostly, and you see ours next to it. This is like a totally different plane. It's much smaller, it's much less impressive as it is. And, you know, we're the United States of America. I believe that we should have the most.
Your assessment is very true. Israel loved Kurds because we were useful to them for a while. Now they're using the Druze the same way. Shaking my head. Yes. Hijri, a Druze Syrian sheikh, is pro-Israel and calls for Israeli intervention in Syria. Anyone in the region that is pro-Israel or pro-America is, I mean, that's what it is. They're pro-Israel and pro-America. They are begging to be a outward asset for imperial endeavors. That kind of attitude will inevitably create a incredibly, oftentimes fundamentalist reaction. But of course, that doesn't matter. That's a problem for the next decade or so.
Most impressive plane. So anyway, so they said to me, we would like to, in effect, we would like to make a gift. You've done so many things, and we'd like to make a gift to the Defense Department, which is where it's going. And I said, well, that's nice. Now, some people say, oh, you shouldn't accept gifts for the country. My attitude is, why wouldn't I accept the gift? We're giving to everybody else. Why wouldn't I accept the gift? Because it's going to be a couple of years, I think, before the Boeings are finished. And they'll be wonderful when they're finished, but that's a long time.
Part of your argument how the United States has paid untold billions and trillions of dollars.
I didn't even realize Haney was there.
Securing every aspect of the world.
Well, I said that. I said, you know, we've secured that part of the world for many years. So if somebody makes a gift, and I get nothing. I get to fly it like any other president would. Ultimately, it'll be at the end of its lifetime or at the end of the term, because we're going to have the other ones in by that time.
So the U.S. is kind of giving them gifts. It's called national defense.
Yeah. No, security. Well, we give a lot of gifts. We give too many gifts, to be honest with you. We give gifts to defend countries that wouldn't even exist. Many countries wouldn't even exist. All over the world, countries wouldn't even exist. But I thought it was a beautiful gesture. Now, there are those that say we shouldn't be accepting gifts to the Defense Department. And I would say only a stupid person would say that. Why wouldn't we do that? And so it helps us out because we'll have a relatively new plane instead of having 40-year-old planes. These planes are 40 years old, and that's not representative of our country.
Let me go to the other side, and that's the national security equation. And I know every one of these countries that we will be stopping at here and we'll be reporting on this show, every one of them is worried about one country, and that is Iran. #1 state sponsor of terror. And obviously the Iranians, you've been very, very clear. They can't get a nuke.
Right.
They can't enrich. According to published reports, they could be 3 to 6 months away from being a nuclear power.
There won't be a nuclear power. Let me just explain. I'm all for Iran. I want them to have a wonderful country and make a lot of money. They have great oil reserves. But if you remember, when I was president, Iran was broke because I placed secondary sanctions, meaning you couldn't buy, if you bought oil, you couldn't deal with the United States. And people make a lot of money dealing with the United States. So basically, they weren't selling any oil to almost anybody. It was down to a trickle, almost nothing. And by the time it all came about after a couple of years.
Isn't the Air Force One has 40-year-old parts? No, he's not wrong. Yes, a lot of planes are old. A lot of planes that you actually fly in are old, and their parts are old too. Some of their parts are. He just doesn't. I don't think he likes the aesthetic of Air Force One. That's what it is. That's simply all this is.
They were essentially, they had no money. And they didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. They didn't have any money at all. And we had no threat. And when Biden came in, he took off the sanctions and he let them get very rich. And now they have $350 billion or more, which is a tremendous amount. They made great wealth. With oil, you make great money quick, you know, great great money, great wealth quickly. And they have tremendous oil and tremendous reserves. And
by the way, nothing that Trump is doing in the region is America first. And ironically, it's Trump first, okay? It's Trump first and Trump's family and friends first, which is what makes this situation really hilarious, because for a lot of Trump morons, like a lot of MAGA supporters, they literally just think Trump is America and America is Trump. So when Trump does stuff that's like very openly self-serving, they go, hell yeah, brother, that's America first, baby. That's it. That's the whole point here. The entire point here is fucking Trump first, America first. That's what this is.
And Biden freed
is there peasants? Oh, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely.
them up from what I did.
And coming up, Louisiana Senator, our favorite senator, John Kennedy, will join us with reaction.
A federal judge has just ordered.
We covered this already. Georgetown researcher detained college student detained by ICE following a mistaken traffic stop. My life is here. They're still talking about the Qatar controversy. That's crazy. Oh, here you have Jake Tapper engaging in a career reorientation as he makes it seem as though he didn't fucking actively play a role in refusing to address Joe Biden's mental decline.
Biden and new questions being raised about his mental fitness before leaving office. A new book is outlined.
That's not Jake Tapper, is it? No, the book is written by Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson. Now, I'm not super familiar with all of Alex Thompson's criticisms. We are Twitter moots after all. Maybe he was more critical of Biden's mental sanity, but Jake certainly was defending him until it was indefensible.
Finding new claims about former President Biden's physical and mental health. The book, Original Sin, claims Biden's health had become so severe that there were internal discussions about putting the president in a wheelchair after the election.
They started putting aids around him as he walked to Marine One, the helicopter. That was to kind of hide from public view how bad his gait was, how bad his walking.
Yeah, dog, this was September 26, 2024. Where were you before September 26, 2024? You know what I'm saying? I was there. Every American was seeing that reality. Every American was recognizing that reality.
At a fundraiser last year with actor George Clooney, the authors claim Biden seemed severely diminished and did not recognize Clooney despite Biden knowing him for decades. According to the book, former President Obama, also at that fundraiser, had difficulty making sense of Biden's behavior and blamed Biden's busy schedule. But the authors say Obama would come to realize that scheduling was not the fundamental problem.
Like, I feel like Alex Thompson was way more critical on Joe Brandon and earlier in comparison to every other member of the media, many other members of the media. One of the first libs that came out and actually criticized Biden's age and diminished quality was Ezra Klein, I remember. But of course, far before then, you know who was out there in the fucking trenches? People like myself, people like yourself. We all saw this reality. And yet, mainstream media actively fucking dropped the ball. They were so predisposed with trying to defend the institutions that they just did not make a big fuss about it, and actually would silence people who were making a big fuss about it. Yeah. Favreau anecdote here. A sharp Biden in 2022, a lost Biden in 2024 is emerging. Is the emerging Dem CW. Basically, that he started fading badly after the midterms, not unrelated to Hunter's trouble. Except, this isn't the case. A full 2 years prior to 75% of registered Dems did not want Biden running in 2024. In 2022, 75% of Democratic voters want someone other than Biden in 2024. Okay? The New York Times published a Biden is old article every week, if I recall correctly. No. That is also not true. The timeline is messed up here. Every single liberal outlet changed trajectory once Biden's brain malfunctioned in broad daylight in front of 50 million Americans that tuned in to the debate. But the idea that, I mean, I have a tweet from 2019. Chat, pull my tweet from 2019, please. Someone. You know the one I'm talking about. Where I say Biden's going to be a one-term president. Why are we fucking dropping the incumbent advantage by picking him as the guy? Chat isn't Grok? Yes, that's why I'm relying on chat instead of fucking Grok. Thank you, Kilburn. Here it is. April 14, 2020, not 2019. One truly wild thing that we haven't really talked about is Biden's stated interest in being a single-term president. Like, we're just going to throw away our incumbent advantage because Joe's going to be a vegetable by the end of his presidency. Truly incredible stuff. Because that was a false rumor, says Capricola. Ugopnik following. Maybe he's based now. The unfortunate reality is that Biden's decline is different and in many ways less ignorable than Trump's. Trump's been on a slow decline so long it's like boiling the frog. Yeah, I also remember duking it out with Libophonics and Fango Libs in the chat, where I was talking to both of them at a time when they were like, well, Trump is also mentally diminished too. And I kept telling them, yeah, except Trump's mental decline is representing itself in like erratic behavior and irrational behavior, but he's still more coherent than Biden is. Biden's mental decline makes him look like a doddering old man. Why did you lie about being detained? Brother, the fucking Department of Homeland Security already took ownership over my detainment.
Hi, you're tuned into Why America. I'm Legia Miller. Let's get started. Over the weekend.
What the fuck are you saying? Like, the Department of Homeland Security was like, oh, he's lying because he's lying about why he was detained. But they didn't say I was lying about being detained, dumbass. Yeah. Here, this is from 2019. This is now my favorite kind of lib weirdo on the internet. The one who's like, wow, the online left is terrible because you're not pro finger sucking. It's just a little suck. Joe Biden has been showing signs of mental decay since day one, and that's before we get to his policies. The thing is, I didn't even say or imply he's a rapist or whatever some libs think I was signaling. It's just another clear example of Biden doing an extremely abnormal thing because his brain is doo-doo. Look at that. Destiny was right about you. Holy fuck. He wasn't sucking on his wife's fingers. She was waving her hand in front of his face and he was trying to be funny. If people watched the entire thing, it would be left completely unnoticed. The online left is a huge fucking disappointment. I guess they stopped posting after that embarrassing take. If you got mad even for a second about this new car meme on the internet, I own you. I'm living rent free inside your minds. You are predictable. Pulling the lever. What is this? Free scrolling a rando's profile. I like seeing where they're at now, you know? The where they're at now memes. Yeah. Pulling the lever was switch the trolley. He's like, they left Twitter and have a job. They literally follow you. Yeah, they were following me and they were making very bad takes in the process of following me, like this one. Yes, I made a photo of Biden sucking his wife's finger look worse by posting the unedited photo. Thank God the people who trust zero info from me are these big brains. Also, love that you originally thought it was a Photoshop, then quickly moved on to it's just a little suck. Man, I used to fucking duke it out. I used to duke it out with fucking randos way more on Twitter. Sigh. Of course, Hasan the Hun either intentionally made this look worse or didn't fact check it, so it makes it look much worse than it actually is. This is why I trust zero information from you. There's nothing someone can say or do that is worthy of of saying they need a lobotomy. You should delete this. Dude, why are so many of these accounts simply on Twitter to just fucking constantly complain about what I say and do, regardless of who I have positioned against as an enemy? This guy is literally defending the fucking pronouns guy. I swear this is mental illness. I swear this is a significant type of mental illness. I like that they're retired though. Brother, it's 2025. No, I know. My point is, all of these guys that were questioning my analysis at that time were wrong, and I was fucking right, which is why you should be maybe a little bit more charitable when I say something that doesn't smell right at first. Okay, that's the point. I've been saying it. You don't just have jock privilege, you have jock envy too. Do you understand? At least these people realized what they were doing so fucking stupid they dropped it and instead cyber stalking you on other platforms probably. Anti-SJW, fem Twitter, YouTube coming back hard like it's 2016. The gamers are on the march and I hate all of it. I know. They're gonna use that against you. Use what against me? The reason why we're going down this rabbit hole is not just to say I was right. The reason why we started this rabbit hole was because I wanted to show you that this wasn't like crazy or it came out of nowhere. Okay? That's it. That was another take that I had, by the way, that once Biden became president, I was like, we're going to go back to Gamergate era politics. That also took place. I already know you are right. I thought you were a center-left streamer with Radlib fans in 2020. I was introduced to you by Chapo Election Watch in 2020. Oh, nice. Anyway. Destiny was right about you. Holy fuck. He wasn't sucking on his wife's fingers. How does it feel to be consistently wrong all the fucking time? It's crazy. And so shameless too about it. You just got the wrong information, and at no point do you go, man, the person who's like speech patterns I'm trying to fucking emulate here is consistently leading me astray. Perhaps I should seek out maybe even some of the people that I was uncharitable to and realize that that person has been fucking duping me, okay? December 2019 was right after the N-word and private clip fallout with Destiny 2 Lamau. Yeah. And now in 2025, isn't his court trial tomorrow? They're pre-tweaking. No, actually, since the Destiny Sex Pest court cases that have popped up because of numerous victims coming out bravely, his community hasn't really been in here that much, or rather, they've taken a new shape, which is the H3 community. They actually have either completely reformed they've reshaped their angle of attack. They've, engaged in metamorphosis. You can see them swarming Palestine posts on Reddit all the time. Yeah. You made people get super mad about whether Joe Biden sucked on Jill's fingers. That's an insane thing to get mad at. Is it the dumbest thing you've gotten libs angry about? No. I'm sure there are way dumber things that I've gotten libs angry over. Wait a minute. There's drama between you and H3? No. There's drama between H3 and his own mind. Anyway, where was I? Yeah. How do we dive into this? It's because I think a lot of people are behaving as though Biden was already fully cognitively there when they clearly weren't.
A Biden spokesperson refutes the book, saying, "We continue to await anything that shows where Joe Biden had to make a presidential decision."
Don't agree with what you say in state's opinion equals they have a mental illness and wrong? No, that's not true. There are plenty of people who disagree with me that I have reasonable disagreements with. They're not all mentally ill. The reason why I call the people that I call mentally ill are mentally ill people. The type of people that spend an incredible amount of time, in the, like this. Hasan said he was in the trenches. Lamau Cap, he got a point. Don't agree with me. Like you would be probably in the mentally ill category. It's like, if you don't like my opinion, I don't know why the fuck you're consuming this content. You're spending a good deal of your time and your day just consuming shit that pisses you off. You know what I mean? Like, that's mental illness. That's not a sign of mental sanity. I don't do this. I don't go into like Asmongold's chat and sit in there and wait for him to say some shit just to respond and be like, "Oh, fucking sucks. You fucking suck. You're stupid." Feel me? They like being angry. It gives them purpose. I know, but it's just so sad. It's sad because people don't realize like what kind of impact that has on your own mental health. By the way, a reminder to chat at 5:45 in an hour from now. I am going to I'm going to be talking to NBC News. Me in the chat. You do the same thing. Yes, dude. Asmongold fucking makes YouTube videos about me, demanding I get banned, constantly fucking chirping, constantly saying I'm a terrorist supporter, demanding I get banned from the platform, has demanded that I even maybe get arrested, and I'm the one who shouldn't ever react to that, or I'm doing the same fucking thing. Point to a single time where I've demanded for Asmongold to be banned, by the way. You can't, because it doesn't exist. Even after he said fucking Palestinians are inferior and deserve to be genocided, I was still charitable to him. Okay? No, we don't do the same thing. Anyway, his subreddit was literally making memes where they edit your name into an assassination contract in Oblivion. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Or where national security was threatened, or where he was unable to do his job. In fact, the evidence points to the opposite. He was a very effective president. Last week, Biden and the former First Lady pushed back against a slate of new books, claiming he was dealing with cognitive decline at the end of his presidency.
They are wrong. There's nothing to sustain that.
The people who wrote those books were not in the White House with us, and they didn't see how hard Joe worked every single day.
A Biden spokesperson says the authors did not fact-check the book with them.
In my assessment, a move that was that unprecedented, having a brand new nominee 90 days before a presidential election against a nominee that
AOC defense wanting Biden to stay in the 2024 presidential contest. Oh my God, AOC, what are you doing? Every moment that you spend on this is a moment where you're not actually endorsing Zohran Mamdani for New York mayor. Come on, please.
had been running for 4 years straight was a major risk. And so, I think regardless of what the situation was, it was such an unprecedented move that, I think everyone in so much uncertainty, everyone had their own opinions on the matter. And we saw, what happened. Vice President Harris ran an excellent campaign, but it was 90 or so days. And I think it was very, very hard I think it's very challenging for the American people to assess a new nominee 90 days out from an election.
We're back with former President Joe Biden. He's going to be joined now by the woman who's devoted her life to initiatives that make education accessible for everyone, a fierce advocate for women's rights, and a devoted wife of 47 years. Please welcome back former First Lady.
Oh my God, bro, he looks like shit.
Dr. Jill Biden. Yeah.
I do.
So, Sonny, you have the first question.
I do. Dr. Biden, you...
Bro, this is so strange. It's like out of a nightmare. It feels like it's I don't know. There's like a very weird aura to this entire process. It's so awkward. What the fuck?
You have officially been a private citizen for 109 days.
Wow.
What was the first thing you did as a private citizen that you weren't allowed to do as First Lady? And just how is it going?
It's going really well. And the first thing, I don't know. I'm shopping in the supermarket a little bit more than I was.
Yeah.
So, and we've taken the train. We never could take the train before.
Yeah.
In the last couple...
Dude, what the fuck? Dude, it looks crazy. Dude, this is a fever dream. It looks so crazy. He looks like... Oh my God, put him out of his misery, dude. What the hell? Oh. Remember the piece about him piping her shit? How can I forget? Our glorious president is in great health. He breaks Jill Biden's back every night. The secret to their healthy marriage is how she throws it back. How he nuts inside of her. This is how... The Daily Mail reports Biden still got it. He's piping her down. stop. I will not stop. This is real journalism.
Days I've been on a lot of airplanes. So I've been in LA and New York and DC. So, so doing a lot of traveling, getting
But
a
you
lot
still
done.
have Secret Service. That's
Yeah.
that's the benefit.
Yeah.
But it also means you're not. Anyway.
Of course. You can't be too out there.
Yeah.
Mr. President, since you left office, there have been a number of books that have come out, deeply sourced from Democratic sources, that claim in your final year.
Bro, he hit the anyway 12 seconds in. I don't think he looks bad. Chatter, are you a mortician? Fuck you mean he doesn't look bad? Do you work in the morgue, dude? He looks like a dapper 150. Show older pics. Like, as in photos of people that are still alive but older. The only one I can point to is like those random AI generated videos of like this guy in India is 250 years old and it's just like a cadaver that's like barely standing up. That's an older picture. A picture of an older person, you know? Jimmy Carter comes to mind before he died when his mouth was unable to close. I'm being serious.
There was a dramatic decline in your cognitive abilities in the final year of your presidency. What is your response to these allegations, or are these sources wrong?
They are wrong. There's nothing to sustain that. Number one. Number two, you know, think of what we're left with. We're left with a circumstance where we had an insurrection when I started. Not since the Civil War. We had a circumstance where we were in a position that the pandemic, because of the incompetence of the last outfit, end up over 1 million people dying. 1 million people dying. And we're also in a situation where we found ourselves unable to deal with a lot of just basic issues.
Anyway,
which I won't go into.
Your most base take is that January 6th is funny. It is. It was so funny. It was funny because it was like the most incompetent insurrection of all time. It was the most American thing. You will never get me not to laugh at a bunch of fucking diabetic, heart diseased HVAC business owners trying to climb over the fucking rotunda. Okay, it was fucking hilarious. To do what, mind you? To stop a process, a symbolic process from taking place. They went in and they took a shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk. That's all they did.
Interest of time. And so we went to work and we got it done. And, you know, one of the things that I'm
Well, and Alyssa, you know, one of the things.
I've gone too long. Also, fun reminder for everybody, this man literally was so fucking incompetent and so unimaginably self-interested and so invested in the continuation of Israel's live-streamed Holocaust with his go-ahead and his weapons that he basically threw the election away and handed the goddamn government to this also incompetent fascist administration, which he also was caught smiling alongside of. Like, remember, he's like, oh, I ran in office because Trump is a fascist, Jack. He's a Nazi. And then by the end of his presidency, he's fucking doing ass grabs with Donald Trump out of the White House. How the fuck did that happen? And I got some smoke for Kamala Harris too. Up until yesterday, I was waiting. I was waiting for Kamala Harris to say something, right? Because everybody's like, oh, Kamala Harris has a very different analysis on the issue of Israel than Joe Biden does. A lot of people got mad at me when I said we don't have any evidence that Kamala Harris would be any different than Joe Biden. As a matter of fact, the only evidence we have is that she would have no daylight between her and Joe Biden in terms of her approach to Israel. This also contributed to her losing the fucking election. And I held my tongue because I didn't want to say nothing because liberals get real fucking sensitive about this, okay? 109 days since Donald Trump became president. or more than 109 days. Sorry, like it's almost 115 days. Okay, at this point, 115 days, give or take. Did Kamala Harris come out and make a fucking declarative statement about Israel doing a genocide in that process? She wasn't running for president anymore. She was unshackled, unrestricted from the normal rat race that you would engage in with your political ambitions. Did she? Because I didn't hear it. She was unburdened. She was mother. She was mother cunt. Why did she not say anything if her opinion on Israel was that it was going to be very different from Biden? She was unburdened by what has been, and yet she chose not to say anything about Israel. Oh, wait, that's right. She did say something about Israel. The first time she posted about fucking Israel was when the Trump administration cut a deal with Hamas directly to release the American-Israeli dual citizen from New Jersey, Elon Alexander, who fucking moved to Israel to participate in a terrorist act as a part of the Israeli occupying force. When the Trump administration went and released Alexander, she posted about it. That's the one time. And I believe since then she's actually said something about what do you call it? And that's what you say to all the annoying liberals online saying Kamala would be better. Ask where is she? Nowhere. She doesn't give a fuck. Exactly. Exactly. She does not give a fuck. She does not give a fuck. Yeah, I still can't stop thinking about this. Imagine if an American went to German-occupied Poland in the 40s to enlist as a Nazi concentration camp guard, got himself captured as a POW, and then the Democrats celebrated his release. The moral route is incredible. After 584 days in Hamas captivity, Kamala Harris says, American citizen Edon Alexander is finally reunited with his family. For my meetings with the Alexander family, I've long admired their strength and courage, and Doug and I join all Edon's loved ones in celebrating his safe return. Kamala Harris and Jill Stein are fucking, you know, operatives of the same wavelength here. Except at least Jill Stein, performative or not, doesn't matter, literally was an anti-genocide, you know? I ask the Green Party loyalists all the time, where's Jill Stein? What the fuck's she doing? I know I'm being annoying and you're doing the news, but check Dan Sullivan's Twitter regarding your detainment. Here's a fucking perma ban for you. I would never in a million years do that. Why the fuck would I care about what this 60-year-old psychopathic Diddy-funded pervert has to say about anything? Are you fucking... Are you decapitated? Like, it's not even a brain at this point. It's just like you've lost everything above the stem. Like, this is beyond a lobotomy if you think that I would ever be fucking interested in what that repulsive freak has to say. Anyway, let's continue. That's a lesson for all of the drama baiters. Why a permaban though? I don't know who that person is, but isn't that a lot? You get a week off. Don't question some of the drama baiting bans I engage in. Okay? Heads must roll every now and then in order to maintain proper posture in the chat. Some of you fucking drama perverts, drama pedophiles, have gotten far too comfortable. Enough. Enough is enough. Anyway, getting back to Kamala Harris. What the fuck? This is her first take about Israel-Palestine? Why hasn't she come out and spoken out against the Trump administration? It's not like the genocide has exchanged hands. The genocide is now under the ownership of the Trump administration. You can engage in reverse polarization. You can position this from a partisan angle. Where the fuck is this? Why has she not said anything? Doesn't seem like she was actually tirelessly working around the clock for a ceasefire, which we know though wasn't the case. Why hasn't she said anything? Why is it that the only time she chirps is when talking about a dude who literally joined the Israeli occupying force and was taken as a prisoner of war? Not a hostage, not a civilian, a fucking prisoner of war in an occupying army. What are we doing here?
I think is that the people who wrote those books were not.
Why is still trying to act like she's relevant? No, this is a message to the fucking liberals that chirp about this stuff. Yeah. 4 months in the Trump administration, the only thing Kamala Harris has said about Gaza was about Israeli hostages. So no, I don't think she would be risking things like directly negotiating with Hamas as Trump is, and progress on the war would be even worse. I don't know if Trump will get to an actual resolution on this. No, I don't think, I don't even agree. I think Donald Trump is a fucking piece of shit too. I think they're both one and the same when it comes to foreign policy. Trump's behavior is erratic, and he's also incredibly narcissistic. That might work to at least like detangle some of the undying loyalty that the American government demonstrates to Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign. But having said that, outside of that, it's still very much the same.
In the White House with us. And they didn't see how hard Joe worked every single day. I mean, he'd get up, he'd put in a full day, and then at night I'd be in bed, you know, reading my book, and he was still on the phone reading his briefings, working with staff. I mean, it was nonstop. It's the White House, being president is not like a job. It's a lifestyle. It's a life that you live. You live it 24 hours a day. That phone can ring at 11 o'clock at night or 2 in the morning. It's constant. You never leave it. And Joe worked really hard. I think he was a great president. And if you look at things today,
he was a genocidaire and a ginormous piece of shit and incredibly selfish. And not only that, but also his brain is doo-doo. Why the fuck are people clapping for
today?
this?
Give me
God,
Joe Biden anytime.
That's worth the invitation to come to the show.
And Mr. President, just to follow up on this, some of the reporting is that people like your former president you served under, Barack Obama, George Clooney, a longtime supporter of yours, major Democratic donor, Chuck Schumer, your dear friend Nancy Pelosi, also had expressed concerns about your ability to do the job for 4 more years. Can I ask what your relationship is with President Obama and how you address those concerns that they raised?
Well, look, I think that the only reason I got out of the race was because I didn't want to have a divided Democratic Party. It was a simple proposition. And so that's why I got out of the race. I thought it was better to put the country ahead of my interest, my personal interest. I'm not being facetious. I'm being deadly earnest about that.
Yeah, we know.
And I think that, you know, we still, let's put it this way. I had 6 more months. I did a pretty good job in 6 months.
Yeah.
As a Democrat. I mean, I was doing the G20 in Brazil in November. I was meeting with Xi. I mean, there's nothing that changed in terms of my work ethic or the success we had with foreign policy or domestic policy.
It's especially funny that under the Biden leadership, the reasonable foreign policy guy, the adult in the room, basically fucked up international rule-based order harder than any other president, like worse than Donald Trump even. Donald Trump won, I mean. That's what's so crazy about this. Like, he literally, there was a higher expectation, a higher standard for people like Biden, for the Democrats in this situation. He ran on being the adult in the room. He ran on bringing about an end to this chaos with Donald Trump. And then, under his rulership, the only positive thing that he brought forward was the pullout from Afghanistan in terms of American foreign policy. And then everything else after that was a ginormous disaster. He did NATO. On his way out, he did a genocide.
But look, I understand.
You were looking for the words rule-based order. Did I say something wrong? I don't know. My brain is dookie too.
And the last thing we needed was for me to, and by the way, it's not illegitimate to say, look, I know he only looks like he's 40, but
okay, I'm done. I can't watch the rest of this.
Key House committees worked through the night, we're told.
We're going to talk about Medicaid cuts. Ben Shapiro destroys Kanye's pro-Hitler song? What? What the fuck is this, bro? All right, I'm skipping the fucking Medicaid cuts. Hold on. I have to see this. First of all, reacting to Kanye's new song that was banned from streaming.
Joe Rogan Experience. Speaking of the Jews, have you seen fucking Kanye's new song?
Bro.
What is
what?
Here's the thing.
What?
My
First of all, kind of catchy.
Well, that's the problem with it. That's the problem. Is like the guy from production, like he's never lost a step. He can make a beat. He can he's so talented.
He's a genius.
He's a talent.
I don't even agree with that. Like I under normal circumstances, maybe. I'm not saying this because this song is about Adolf Hitler. Okay. But like, no, his production quality has like dropped off the goddamn map. He's just, the song is ass. The worst part about it is that the hook is like, it causes earworms. So when you even listen to it accidentally, it just gets stuck in your head. And then you're like literally fucking thinking those lyrics in your mind, and it's not good, okay? So I guess in a weird way, it's like brain poison. If your goal is to get a bunch of people to fucking think in their minds the words Heil Hitler and the N-word, then yeah, it succeeded. But outside of that, it's ass.
Talented producer, man. I do think it's like when, first of all, I think people are kind of done asking him questions because most of the shit he puts out is like self-released kind of commentary or thoughts. Because he's saying just fucking crazy, you know.
It's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
But there is a thing where that song is like, what are you doing, dude? Like, what are you doing for real?
It's the ultimate pushing back.
Yeah, I guess.
No, this is not a piece de resistance, brother. What the fuck? Dude, not everything. Oh my God. Not everything that people are doing to be like, ooh, edgy is like, sometimes you're just mentally ill, dude. Sometimes you're just fucking mentally ill and surrounded by Nazis, pedophiles, and people who lean on sycophants, who lean on your worst tendencies.
But there is like I think I have a pretty, you know, let things go kind of vibe to me. Right?
Obviously.
Yeah,
Your fucking
right? Like,
show.
Yeah, like, I
your
don't.
show's ridiculous.
Like, he pushing back against what, dude? Fucking Jews? Like, what are we doing? What is he pushing back against? Like, it's
a ridiculous
incredible.
show, and I've always been like, yeah, say whatever you're gonna say. But I do think like making a catchy song about that, I'm like, what are you doing, man? Like, you're just getting, at a minimum, you're just gonna get more people that think it's cool to say Heil Hitler. Like, that's at the minimum.
I mean, that's the goal, I think.
Well, I think that's part of the program. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's part of what he's trying to do.
But I mean, is that cool to do? I guess if you're like, well, it's fun to troll the masses and get them to do that, okay. But what I'm saying is that, like, at a minimum, you're going to get less educated people to go like, this is a fun thing to say. And you're like, I mean, is that good? You really want people just walking around being like, you know, it's tight, man? Heil Hitler. Like, that's fucking insane. It's crazy.
It is crazy. But it's also kind of a sign of the times.
I guess. Yeah.
This is a chaotic world we're living in.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, this kind of highlights the benefits. I mean, I want to say this like carefully because I don't want to think I want to say real clearly. I don't support people saying that. I don't think it's a good thing to say.
No.
I don't say it. I certainly don't think any racism is good. I don't think anti-Semitism is good. I don't think anti-Christianity is good. I don't think Asian hate is good. I don't think anything is good. But there's a benefit to just letting people talk. Like, let people say whatever the fuck they want to say, even if it sucks. This is the benefit of Twitter. But this is also the bad part. It's like the fucking song has so many millions of hits.
Yeah.
Bro, it's so crazy that he's like arriving at the position that Nazis actually don't care about free speech or don't care that they're lying, and they actually entertain they entertain themselves by fucking lying. They know it's a lie. They know what they're saying is a lie. It's all about just getting you to react to it and then maybe picking up some additional steam along the way.
Yeah.
On Twitter. It's been banned from every platform.
Yeah.
But is it good to ban things from platforms, or is it better to let it be out there
I see
and
what you're
let
saying.
people
Yeah.
talk about it? Because if you ban it, then people want to hear it more.
That's true.
And then it becomes more popular, and then it kind of supports what he says, which is that there's this concerted effort, if you talk about Jewish people, that they're going to remove you from everything, remove you from
Right.
banking, which is what he's saying. They run everything. So if they didn't, like if it was just you were talking shit about Puerto Ricans, look what happened to Tony. Nothing.
Yeah.
He's doing great.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if there's certain people that you're allowed to pick on and make jokes about or mock or say something, and you can get away with it.
Yeah. Well, I think he's made his point. I think we all get it now.
It's never going to end.
Yeah.
But how does it end? This is the question. When I was watching that song, first of all, I was by myself. When I first saw the song, I was like, what is this?
Yeah.
Like, no way.
Yeah, yeah. No.
It's like, no way. No way. And I'm watching it on my phone. I'm like, yo. And then my first thought was, how does this end? Because this ends. This is going to end. There's going to come a time where they're going to realize, like, this is a problem.
Yeah.
So how does it end? Does it end in assassination? Does it end in
There's definitely people that want to kill him.
financial
I'm sure.
ruin?
Yeah. I don't know what his financial situation is. I know that, like, there's been all these over the last 5 years.
I don't think they're gonna kill Kanye West, man. I don't know. I feel like I don't even know who the they is here, but if anything, Kanye West spending the last fucking 4 years talking about how Adolf Hitler invented the microphone and how much he loves him, only to finally, for the first time ever, say free Gaza after they banned his song from like all these fucking platforms, is perhaps the best thing that he could have done for people who are pro-Israel. It fits perfectly within the interests of those who want to defend Israel, who want to say like everyone who hates Israel is actually a neo-Nazi, just like Kanye West. That's what's going on here.
There's been times where like his, you know, net worth has been reported at like such a crazy amount, and then I remember like funds were frozen and he was like, I don't have anything, and then it was like all back. I don't know what his financial situation
Well, they can't steal your money, but they can debank you.
Yeah, where no one will bank with you.
Right.
Basically.
So it's like, what? How does that work? Like, where do you get your ATM card?
Yeah.
Is it from the Bank of fucking Portugal? Like, what do you have to do? Like, how does that work?
You know what I thought about when I was watching that video? I was like, how do you get, I don't know, however many actors?
That's easy. That's the easy part.
I think it's crazy. I think a lot of people would be like, what?
Oh, that's the easy part. You put out a casting call in LA, everyone's soulless. They have no fucking soul.
Nuts.
I think Kanye West has succeeded if his goal was to get people to, you know, at least lightly, or maybe sometimes not so subtly, endorse anti-Semitic conspiracies. You know what I mean? Look at Joe Rogan on the fucking largest platform doing it right now.
They just want to get famous. You're going to do a project with Kanye? Okay, let's go. Let's do it. Also, I'm just acting. Just like that guy in Inglourious Basterds wasn't really a Nazi.
Right.
I'm not really a Nazi. Listen, man, I got to do what I got to do. I got kids to feed.
Yeah. It's nuts. It's pretty nuts. He's super talented, man. One of my thoughts after hearing that song was like, man, I wish he would release this song with like a different, you know what I mean, with a different hook. Like,
yeah,
personally,
it's not gonna happen.
No, I know he's not.
The rest of the song is about him being a cuck and also not being able to see his children.
Not going to, but that's what one of my thoughts was. I was like, man, I wish he would.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy because his last album before that was a banger. It's like he came out of the gate.
No, it wasn't.
Showing people that like he still got it. Like, yeah, you might have pulled me off all these platforms. You might have debanked.
No, it was Dookie. The one song was fucking, I guess, Carnival, and even that got stale super quick. What the fuck? Like, think about Jesus Walks, and then think about anything that Kanye West has done in like the past 6-7 years. Like, how could you even compare anything in the last 10 years? Yeah, Life of Pablo came out in 2016. Compare that to whatever the fuck he has released. That's crazy.
You might have taken away my Yeezy deal with Adidas, but damn, I still got it.
And that one was released everywhere, right? That's on all platforms.
Oh man, that's in the Spotify playlist that we play in the green room all the time. You know, there's some fucking killer songs in that, man. It's like
he's
classics.
Yeah,
classics. He's got so many bangers.
Yeah,
but you know, this one, he's just like letting people. I get.
I saw that. Kanye, her bitch lawyer says I in danger. Kick her ass like Power Ranger. Wish my ex-wife was a stranger. Me and Himmler throw a rager. Hook. Jews invented supervised weekends. They want fathers all weekend. Free Ed Buck. He's the victim. Free Ed Buck. Oh, Jesus Christ. Kanye, I can't see my children, but try me, I'm willing. About to hit the ceiling. Cannot borrow a feeling. Full 1939 speech in front of German parliament at 1.5x speed. Me, here's why people aren't ready for this. It's the single most authentically transgressive thing an artist has done in my lifetime, and the result speaks for itself. I like that these guys are basically like, yeah, you see, I fucking pissed and shit in my diapers. I took the piss and shit off of my diapers and smeared it all against the walls. And now no one wants to be around me. Look how fucking awesome I am. Look at how transgressive this is. Oh, Elon Musk. We should never forgive him. This is more Elon Musk than it is Kanye, okay? It's so transgressive. Ay, ay, ay.
That's in his eye? I mean, I don't know. I haven't talked to him about it, but I guess he's like, I'll do whatever the fuck I want.
Well,
I'm going to say
clearly.
whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, clearly.
So I'm going to do the one thing that you're never, ever, ever supposed to do. I'm going to make a catchy song with Heil Hitler.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
just like, whoa.
That is the ultimate, like,
whoa.
I'll do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, and you had to say, like, in the casting, there's like a description of all the stuff. If you want to be a part of this production, like, you have to be comfortable with swastikas.
Is that was in the...
Yeah. He's got a diamond-encrusted swastika.
That's also insane, dude.
By the way, you know a Jew sold him that.
Probably. Yeah. Or at least supplied the diamonds. Yeah.
Where'd the diamonds come from?
That's insane.
The Jewish people have been controlling diamonds for a long time.
It's insane.
I'm so glad that our pop culture has moved in this wonderful, wonderful direction. Exciting stuff. Kanye West has a new music video, and I feel that we should probably comment on it. So,
oh my God, he's fallen off so hard. Holy fuck. Ben Shapiro destroys Kanye West pro-Hitler song. 99,000 views 2 days ago. Oh my God, the downfall of Ben Shabibo. I never thought I would fucking see the day, dude. Oh, wow. I can't believe it's happening. I can't believe it's happening at a time when, like, his replacement is so much fucking worse. Not so much worse, but just, like, smellier overall. How are the comments looking? Oh, it's probably Hitlerian. Spoiler alert, Ben Shapiro did not enjoy Heil Hitler by Kanye West. This song got censored faster than Mossad's involvement at 9/11. I'm pretty sure nobody came for Ben's opinion, but rather for the comments. This song was banned in 109 countries, which I learned recently is a dog whistle, or not learned recently, but is a dog whistle for Jews being banned in 109 countries, talking about all the countries where there's pogroms that have taken place, implying that Jews are responsible for being pogromed. Ben did indeed not understand his tweets on Twitter. If somebody dropped a song named Hail Satan, nobody would bat an eye. This is another argument that I've heard quite a bit, and it's like, yeah, nobody would bat an eye because it's a fictional character, you fucking moron. What are you, a child? What kind of dumb peasant brain bullshit is this? Yes, Satan is not real. Hitler is a real figure. He was a real figure who did horrifying crimes. What the fuck? Like, a better argument here would probably be to say, like, oh, no one would care if someone dropped a song named Hail Stalin or something, or Hail, that's still not a good argument, but for the record, I'm just saying that, like, that would be an argument that at least, like, makes more sense to a larger number of fucking dumbasses. Okay? Or if someone was like, nobody cares if you make a song called Hail Genghis Khan. You know what I mean? Kanye doesn't care about your feelings. I wanted a bender last weekend and got kicked out of 109 bars. It wasn't my fault. 109 countries for a reason. This song even got Israelis dancing. Ben Shapiro destroys nothing. He couldn't destroy a Lego mock-up of the USS Liberty. He's a pioneer of free speech. If you don't like it, Ben, then leave the country. He's a pioneer of free speech. On a scale of 1 to 271,000, the song gets 6 million. 271,000 is another dog whistle, implying that the number of Jews that were killed in the concentration camps was actually 271,000 as opposed to the 6 million figure, which is so crazy because it's another version of this, like, weird ass Holocaust revisionism where it's like, well, that would still be really fucked up I mean, it's additionally fucked up that you're lying and claiming it's the 6 million figures are undercount, but like, what's the argument that it would be fine if it was 271,000 Jews that were killed? Like, what? I don't even understand that. That's like such a weird way to do Holocaust revisionism. And yes, I was right. It's all fucking Nazis in the comments. Oy vey, you are only supposed to sing about murder and drugs. The comments under Asman's reaction are legit Hitlerian.
Ben Shapiro
crashes out. For a lot of young guys, it's not about racism. It's about escaping this HR nightmare regime. No, it's a lot about racism. China has been a month from collapse and Iran 2 weeks away from getting a nuke since I entered high school in this year in 2000. Okay, that one actually is like surprisingly smart comment under Asmongold's comment section. What the fuck? Inside of your two wolves, one is Ben Shapiro, one is Kanye West. The guy has fought against identity politics for so long and is fully embracing identity politics the exact same way too. Ben must be one of those few people who actually take Kanye seriously. I don't even think Kanye takes himself as seriously as he does. Let's see what Benny Boy had to say.
Kanye West, as we all know, has mental issues. I'm not saying this because of his politics. I've been saying that Kanye West has mental issues for years and years and years and years and years. There's nothing.
Yeah, except you literally fucking defended him. You defended him when he was pro fucking Trump. You silly bitch. You silly bitch.
Nothing new here. Years and years ago, when Kanye West was making inroads with the first Trump administration, I tweeted famously, "Live by the Kanye, die by the Kanye," because he's nuts. And Kanye's mental issues continue to contribute, I assume, to his bizarre fixation with the Jews. So he now has a new song titled Heil Hitler. So just in case you were still pretending that Kanye West doesn't hate Jews, I'm pretty sure he hates the Jews. I mean, two things can be true at once.
Who's pretending that Kanye doesn't hate the Jews, man? No, people celebrate that he hates the Jews. That's where we're at. This is officially where we are at now. And by the way, you want to know why we're there? For those of you who don't know why we're there, this isn't just about Kanye. This is 100% about Elon Musk and his Twitter takeover. Elon Musk's Twitter takeover, I said over and over and over again, was going to lead to this fucking neo-Nazi shithole. The Twitter, the entirety of Twitter turning into a neo-Nazi breeding ground. And guess who fucking loves Elon Musk? Ben Shapiro. Okay? Elon Musk, major Trump booster. Elon Musk doing great things at Doge. Elon Musk, also a fucking Nazi. I think Ben pretending what left of his audience hates the, yeah, that's the funniest part. Part of the reason why Ben Shapiro unironically fucking lost everything is because, wait, hold on. What's up? Sorry, my manager called me. My NBC TV spot is about to begin, and I gotta join the Zoom call. Ooh. second. Let's see. Maybe this is better. Let me fix my hair real quick. You're fine, shit? I don't think so. Let's see. Okay, this is fine. Okay. Take off glasses? No, I'm not gonna take off glasses. Okay, okay. Take off shirt? Sure. Wait, did I go into the wrong? Oh, no, I'm in the right place. All right. Hello?
Hello, Hasan.
What's going on?
Hey, thanks a lot for being with us tonight, sir. I'm going to have audio check in, and we'll be with you momentarily.
Okay.
Hey, Hasan, it's audio. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Loud and clear. Thank you.
All right, perfect.
Hi, Hasan. This is Liz, the producer in the control room. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. I'm live right now.
Oh, perfect. Hello. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me.
So we are in a short commercial break, and after that, we will be the first thing out of the commercial break.
Okay, perfect. Chat, look at this. Behind the scenes. Can they see your comments? No, they can't see your comments. Have you considered starting the interview off like you're Joe
All right,
Biden?
stand by, Hasan.
What's up? Sorry.
Hey, welcome back. Now to this developing story that
You can stand by. We're in the segment now.
popular left-wing Twitch streamer and YouTuber Hasan Piker says he was detained at a U.S. airport for hours this weekend and questioned by U.S. Customs and Border Protection about his political beliefs, specifically on Gaza and President Trump. Now, he posted about it on X, saying, quote, "It wasn't that bad, but very strange experience overall, though." And Piker's post seems to have caught the attention of the Department of Homeland Security, who replied by saying, and I quote, lying for likes. Now, we reached out to the DHS for comment. They told us, and again, quote, "This is nothing but lying for likes." Hasan Piker joins us right now live. Hasan, let's start right there with the DHS's response. Lying for likes, calling it routine. What's your response to their response?
I find it really strange that they consider asking questions that are very specific about my political commentary in general, as it pertains to Israel-Palestine, but also specifically around my loyalty to the current administration and Donald Trump, as to be a part of a routine inspection. I don't know if this is the Department of Homeland Security admitting that this is now going to be a routine part of the process at the point of entry into the country for American citizens, or I don't know what they're actually trying to say at all, because they did not deny that they actually detained me. They openly stated that they did that and also released me after questioning. And the thing that they actually omitted in that statement was the questions themselves, the questions that they had asked. And I think that's the main point of contention here.
And this all, like, the thing, I hate to say this, but one of the things that caught my attention, like, you have global entry, right? That's supposed to be the expedited line. Walk us through how all this happened, and has something like this ever happened before?
I mean, I've gotten the quadruple S on my boarding pass in the past, but the apprehension or the questioning process never actually escalated to the position that it got to this time around. This was my first time using global entry, as a matter of fact. I was coming back from France. I had gone to France with my family for Mother's Day. I had to come back early because I had a speaking engagement at the University of Chicago. I got my picture taken at global entry. I walked in, and the Customs and Border Patrol agent at the gate told me to step aside and that another agent would be coming over to take me to a separate location. And I knew that this was most likely going to happen because I'd seen news reports about immigration attorneys being apprehended at the border and detained and questioned in a similar fashion. I had seen a TikToker talk about her own personal experience a week prior. She also had global entry. And basically, I knew what was up. I knew what was coming. I suspected this would most likely happen. And given that I have immense privilege being a public personality and also having enough financial security to potentially go through a long and arduous legal process, I wanted to see where this line of questioning would go, this line of inquiry would go, instead of immediately exercising my Fifth Amendment rights. They took me to a detention area. I was surrounded by terrified families sitting on a bunch of pews. I asked around to see if any of them actually had American passports. People around me said they did not. There was an old lady in a wheelchair, and agents coming in and out of this other room with passports in hand, telling the people slowly but surely that they could leave, that they were cleared to leave. And then another agent came out and said my name. They walked me into this back room with these two metal stools. Everything was bolted down. I sat down on the chair that I assume is normally reserved for the lawyer on the corner. And in the process, they started asking me a bunch of questions. It was obvious. It felt like they knew who I was, given the line of questioning was very specific. It started off with like, what are you doing in Chicago? Things of that nature, pretty basic, boring stuff. And the more I revealed information, the more the agent kept repeating, well, since you said that, and acted like it was in line in the process of discovery, that he was getting new information out of me. Well, he was be like, oh, you're in Chicago for, you're delivering a speech. Well, since you said that, what do you do? Oh, you're a Twitch streamer. Since you said that, what kind of stuff do you do on Twitch? And, I told him I play video games. Sometimes I talk about drama. And basically, we arrived at questions about what my opinions were on Donald Trump. And I thought that was strange, but I was honest. At first I said, what does this have to do with anything? But then I told him I don't like Donald Trump. After that, he asked me about my opinion on Israel and my opinion on what's going on in Gaza. And whether or not I found Hamas to be a resistance group and found the Houthis to be a resistance group. Did I like the Houthis? Did I like Hamas? Did I like Hezbollah? Very specific questions that you would only ask if you already were familiar with my commentary, which is in normal circumstances in a completely academic setting, describing, the historic reasons for why resistance exists and things of that nature, but it almost felt like he was trying to get something out of it.
It seemed, right. So it seemed clear to you that they knew who you were. Real quick, last question here. What do you think would have happened if you weren't a citizen?
Oh, I think if I wasn't a citizen, the process would not have gone down as smoothly as it did. I probably would not be allowed to enter the country, as we've seen reports on French researchers, for example, being stopped at the border and having ICE agents look through their phone to see if they've said something negative about Donald Trump. Even within the context of Donald Trump taking away grants for academic research, any kind of negativity can be met with a border agent claiming that you are ineligible to enter the country. Non-citizens have significantly less rights than citizens do in this process, and it seems like even citizens are losing some of those rights as well.
Hasan Piker, we really appreciate you sharing your experience with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Hasan.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
Bye. Okay. That was quick. Airtime maxing? Yeah. You have to get one of those teleprompters where you look directly into the lens when you talk? No. Should have shouted us out. Yeah. Thank God Ethan mainstreamed me so you can get into NBC, bro. Yeah. It looked like a hostage video, lol. You should have shouted me out. You're right, I should have. All right, let's get back to Ben Shabibo.
It's 1, mental illness. 2, hates the Jews. Both can be true. And in fact, in Kanye West, are true. So he's now cut an entire music video. Again, this is all about transgressiveness. It's all about transgressivism. That's all it is. Now, so many of the people who are parroting the Heil Hitler Kanye West song are doing so because they think it's fun to be transgressive, and all rules must be broken, because if you're standing up to the narrative, you're doing something brave and amazing. Or maybe you're just being a piece of... That's also possible. It turns out that some rules exist for a reason. And like, being against Hitler seems to be a... I don't know, call me controversial, call me crazy. Hitler seems bad. I don't know. I feel like Hitler was not a good person, and I feel like the things he did were bad. If that makes me controversial...
Twitch streamer Hasan Piker says he will never do gaming on a stream again. That's true. I did say that.
If it makes me a censor of some sort.
Quiet again? Oh,
I guess, you know, sure. All right, fine. Now, again, I've not called for Kanye West to be deplatformed from anything. I'm just pointing out that many of the people who are very enthusiastic about Kanye West making common cause with people on the right are utterly silent when it comes to his absolutely open shift into Nazism. Many of the people who call him friends.
This is such a funny moment for Ben to potentially self-reflect and realize that the people that he has crafted allegiances with for this, for virtually his entire career are just like now openly saying the quiet part out loud instead of simply entertaining Ben. They're just straight up like, this is who they have been. And now they're just open about it. They're more open about it than ever before. The problem for Ben Shapiro is that I don't even think he would care necessarily about the open Hitler admiration if Kanye West was like also openly pro-Israel. I'm not even kidding. Looking at his track record with Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, never forget, hired Candace Owens after Candace Owens came out and said Adolf Hitler wanted to make Germany great. It was Adolf Hitler's invasion of Poland that actually reached the line of globalism. That's what made Adolf Hitler wrong. As in, for Candace Owens' perspective, Adolf Hitler's concentration camps and detention of Jews and the Nuremberg race laws were actually totally appropriate and was similarly making Germany great. Now, Ben, knowing all of that, still hired Candace Owens to the Daily Wire. Okay? He hired her. What's interesting is that Candace Owens was still very much anti-Semitic the entire time, except something changed. After October 7, Candace Owens became anti-Israel. That is when That is when Ben Shapiro was like, this is a bridge too far. You misunderstood her? What? No, I never misunderstood her. Candace Owens was always anti-Semitic. She just wasn't as overt in her anti-Semitism. And not only that, but also she was never anti-Israel. As a matter of fact, she was pro-Israel. If you look back, don't ever question my fucking knowledge on this stuff, okay? I am a goddamn right-wing reactionary historian. Just like I told you when Ben Shapiro defended Kanye West with his whole ass chest on October 7, 2022, 1 year before October 7, 2023. Ben was defending Kanye. Ben even was defending Kanye after Kanye declared war on Jews. The conservative commentator and Orthodox Jew gave a qualified critique of West's anti-Semitism, making sure to praise his conservative beliefs. Do you think Ben would ever be this forthcoming or this gracious about anyone that was of Arab background or was anti-Israel, for example, that also simultaneously said the things at the time that Kanye West had said? No, of course not. Ben Shapiro has defended Ann Coulter in the past, literally stating Ann Coulter regarding Jews, obviously anti-Semitic. Ann Coulter is also firmly committed to Israel, so I won't lose sleep over it. Ben Shapiro has time and time again revealed that he does not care about anti-Semitism. He cares about Israel. Is Hasan conceding that anti-Israel sentiment is anti-Semitic sentiment? What? No, you fucking moron. I'm saying that anti-Semitism, no matter how real, does not matter to Ben Shapiro. What matters to Ben Shapiro is, I mean, obviously with Kanye now, it's like, it's gone above and beyond, but anti-Semitism does not matter to Ben Shapiro as much as anti-Israel sentiment does. Here's Ben Shapiro in his own words. Ann Coulter regarding Ann Coulter's tweets regarding Jews, awful, nonsensical. Ann Coulter is also super pro-Israel and has always been so. So I won't lose sleep. Matt Walsh is also anti-Semitic. He constantly pushes the white genocide conspiracy. Matt Walsh is trying to do as much white supremacist takes as possible to maintain his audience, because a lot of his audience is also anti-Ben. If you look at Matt Walsh's comments, everyone is begging for him to leave the Daily Wire, saying it's like the Daily Israel Wire, it's the Daily Jew Wire, whatever the fuck, like a bunch of insanely anti-Semitic comments in Matt Walsh's responses. There is real drama happening in the Daily Wire. A lot of fucking people are holding on to Matt Walsh because he's a fucking Nazi, and I think Ben and others are giving him an allowance to be as much as in Ben's words, transgressive, as in you know, pointing in the Nazi direction as to the best of his ability to retain that audience. You asked it earlier if you had any creators you could pull up an 8-second clip of. It's these guys, my guy. No, it's not an 8-second clip, dude. This is a fucking long, year-long analysis, or not year-long, years-long analysis of political commentary that was that pertains to larger trends. It's me directly talking about Ben Shapiro and his disinterest in combating anti-Semitism at the behest of defending Israel. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because it's pertinent to the subject matter. And also a reflection of broader trends in general. Being a Nazi for audience retention is deranged. We live in deranged times, my friend. Anyway, let's continue. Now that I gave you a little bit of fucking background. Also, Matt Walsh just tweeted a swastika I saw. I didn't even realize it was a swastika until someone else pointed it out. If you do you notice it? There's a swastika in here. It's like a hidden swastika. Yeah, it's like some weird AI bullshit. Anyway, Matt Walsh retweeted this. It gives him plausible deniability. It also signals to his neo-Nazi fan base that, yeah, if you squint your eyes, you can see it. It gives plausible deniability because, like, oh, I didn't see it, is what he can always say. And also, it basically shows his audience of noticers, okay? his audience of noticers, all the fucking little edgelords that, you know, he's with the cause. Meanwhile, his entire fan base is like, Matt, we love how transphobic and how racist you are. Can you please stop? Can you please stop working for the Jewish Daily Wire?
And acquaintances and people, like, where are they? Do they have anything to say about this or no? It's still about the Jews. Pretty amazing stuff. So here is Kanye West's song, Heil Hitler.
Is he gonna play it?
I'm the villain.
I hate, dude, no, it's gonna be stuck in my head again. God damn it, dude! Fuck you, Ben. Oh no.
Right. So the actual line is N-word Heil Hitler. Okay, but it's a hard R with Hitler and it's a no R with the N-word, is the way this works. If, by the way, you say the reverse, that means you're a racist and you're banned from polite society. If you say the N-word that ends with an A, but you say Heil Hitler with the hard R, then that means that you're good.
What are you saying? What? Wait, what? Ah! Ben, who is this for? Dog, pull the ripcord, Ben. It's over. You can't keep entertaining. You can't do identity politics just specifically around anti-Semitism while simultaneously still literally trying to keep your fan base that wants to be white guys that say the N-word. Society has moved on. The white guys that love saying the N-word also openly love saying Heil Hitler now, Ben. What are you doing? What is this fucking unique audience he's trying to build for himself? No one exists in this space. That is amazing. Who would this argument be for? White guys who hate Adolf Hitler and anti-Semitism, but also love anti-black racism? It's just for Ben, I guess. Because all of those white guys also love Adolf Hitler now. It's over.
Transgressive and interesting to a wide variety of people, apparently, on both right and left. So that's exciting stuff. I'm glad that we've decided to do this as a society. We'll get to more on this in just a moment. First.
No, he's... Listen. He's trying to... I get he's being facetious, but the overarching ideological perspective there is that, like, oh, society fucking hates it when people say the N-word with a hard R. Like, do you not understand what he's saying? Oh my God, this is mostly just an ad. He put an ExpressVPN ad on the Heil Hitler video, dude. What is happening here? It's just, this video is more ad than video.
And Shapiro show. And social media, of course, has exacerbated all of this because transgressive behavior gets clicks, it gets attention. That, of course, is why Andrew Tate, one of the most vile people in social media, decided that, you know, he's constantly piggybacking on the social media attention whoredom of others. So here he was, jumping in a fancy car in UAE, I believe this is, while playing the Kanye West song. Because all the best people are of a piece.
Like, it makes logical sense for all of these races to also be anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't they be? Especially if they're not Jewish. Like, why wouldn't they also be anti-Semitic, Ben? Like, what is the angle here is so stupid where he's like, no, every other type of bigotry is fine except for anti-Semitism. You are so cynical and so stupid in the way that you have backed yourself into this fucking weird corner. That's hilarious, dude. It's hilarious.
He's smoking a cigar and getting into a fancy car paid for by the people that he is allegedly ripping off with Tate University. So that's exciting for all of you.
you care about unaccredited scam universities. Fucking big Donald Trump booster, by the way. Big Donald Trump booster. Chicken's coming home to roost for Mr. Donald Trump boost.
And he puts on the song, and then he starts driving down the street. What a rebel he is. Truly, truly a rebel. This is the kind of... the social media scene has made the world so much better. By the way, if you think this has no bleed over, why are we paying attention to this? Because social media popularity now translates into mainstream breakthrough. We have seen this. We have seen people who were completely anonymous 2 years ago, who because of the bizarre algorithmic boosts provided by X and TikTok, have now become kind of internet famous. And then they make a breakthrough into actual famous podcasts, for example. And suddenly they're showing up. And you're like, who is this person? Why is this person here? And the answer is they got a lot of clicks. So clicks can translate into some sort of appeal. And we do live in a time where because the left was...
Yeah, where did the left? The fucking left? Are you stupid? That's crazy. He's still talking about the left. Brother, you might as well become a leftist right now, okay? If you actually care about anti-Semitism, that's it. This is the only lane for you is to become a hard leftist, okay? Drop everything else. The left? Kanye West is a leftist? Andrew Tate is a leftist? What do words mean anymore? What do they mean? Does that what? The left is responsible for this. No, you fucking moron. Elon Musk is responsible for this. He bought Twitter. You can't say shit about Elon, though, because he's pro-Israel and he's pro-Trump, right? Fucking awesome. Ben deserves literally all of the shit that he is receiving and all of the failures of his career. A person who is a repulsive little monster who has spent every fucking waking moment trying to red pill people, only to have all of those red pilled people turn on him now because Nazism is in fucking fashion. You did this, Ben. I fought against it. You fucking did this. You made your bed, and now you gotta fucking lay in it, okay? Holy fucking shit. Like, this is a thing that I got annoyed with, like, the Dave Portnoy stuff, too. Where it's like, Dave Portnoy is 100% correct in going after that one fucking dipshit who literally is now trying to pivot into a media career for paying for a sign that said, fuck the Jews at the Barstool Bar, okay? That dude got a gracious exit ramp from Dave Portnoy that he didn't even fucking deserve, where he was going to go to Auschwitz, to the concentration camp, and basically have all of his, like, previous anti-Semitic sins written off, okay? But instead, he decided to go after Dave Portnoy and victimize himself, and now he's going on all the fucking Nazi podcasts. Turns out he has a bunch of Nazi coins, too, like Nazi cryptocurrencies. Okay? And the thing that frustrates me about all of this is that when Nazi sentiment was not allowed on all of these fucking platforms, okay, there was at least a level of shame in being open about being a Nazi. There was a level of fear for a lot of people because they didn't want to be deplatformed. But then there was also a level of shame that was associated with being a fucking out and about neo-Nazi. Turns out, when you let that shit run rampant on the fucking platform, people become really open about their opinions, their feelings. People become, people are ready to engage in fundraisers for a crackhead who called a 5-year-old black kid the N-word with a hard R. And people also end up creating Give, Send, Go campaigns to fundraise after being outed as a fucking anti-Semite. No more shame. What is this? It's not just on Twitter. Far-right Christian Nationals Michigan State Rep Josh Shriver has released an album. The track opens with the line, "I just took some pre-workout. Guess what that means? I should lift." It then somehow gets worse. Trust us when we say you're unprepared for when he goes into a cappella. Wait, what?
I just took some pre-workout. I guess that means that I should lift. Faithfulness replaces doubt. In this life you'll have some dips. I can stop myself from doing what I ought not do. Self-control is what the Holy Spirit will produce.
You've got to call on your God. You've got to call on your God. You've got to call on your God. You've got to call on your God.
I'm not talking crazy. Cracker the day like AV. Jesus came to save me. Shout out to the AP. Get your credits done before you turn 18. Go to Ivy League. It's okay to read. I might just have to go acapella. I might just have to go ahead and let it rip.
What did you come to do? What did you come to do? Aw, shucks. You didn't have to bring any food. I've come to let it rip. We're in a predicament. We've all sinned. How can we make amends? Jesus died, then he rose again. It's not a lie. It's good news, my friend. The good news is the gospel, and the gospel is Jesus Christ. He came and he died and he rose again. If you don't...
You know he thought this was on his Kendrick shit right here. You know, bro, that's crazy. Dude, white people, no matter how racist, are so fucking, they just love trying to rob black culture. But this one is so impossibly bad that, like, obviously it takes a experienced ear to understand what he was trying to do there. Is this fucking Christian post irony rap? Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on.
believe, then I'm not really sure.
I hate that I like the beat. Is there an instrumental available? I didn't want to say anything, but yes, the beat is actually kind of hard. I'm not even joking when I say this. It's very like 90s Chicago house, is it? Or it's just
Sure why, and I don't think that you could
not
even
this
have
part. Not this part. This part is good though. No, not that.
Oh shucks!
This
You
part.
didn't have to bring any food. I've come to let it rip. We're in.
Not just think about it without hearing the fucking awful lyrics. The brr brr brr. Starting to think the Taliban might be right about declaring music haram. Yes. Brother, the spirit of jihad lives in all of ours, in all of us, in all of our minds, hearts, and souls, okay? Y'all just hate seeing a white boy catch a vibe? Let's keep going.
So censorious because the left shut the Overton window so unbelievably tight that basically, if you didn't agree with Hillary Clinton, you were out there in the wilderness. Because of that, many people on the right, their response was no Overton window at all, meaning all discourse must be treated as equally acceptable and valuable.
What?
Which, of course, is stupidity. It's just moral relativism. N-word Heil Hitler is not of the same caliber of discussion as, say, should we raise or lower pharmaceutical prices based on government mandate? Like, what is valuable about the answer is there's not a lot of again, doesn't mean it should be banned.
Dude, you did this. You did this because the conversation about raising pharmaceutical prices, which is what you advocate for because you're in the pocket of big pharma and every fucking big corporation because you're a goddamn libertarian capitalist piece of shit, was so unfashionable that since the Newt Gingrich era, the Republicans decided that the best way to actually fucking garner support from the American population was to entertain culture war narratives. This is the product of the entertaining of the culture war narratives. There is no blaming the left for this. Hillary Clinton, as much as I hate her, is not responsible for this. Shut the fuck up. That is crazy. What the fuck is he saying? Yeah, also, what is wild about it is that Ben hates black people so much he has a harsher take on wet-ass pussy than he has for Heil Hitler. he still somehow found a way to make this the left. The left did this. The left did Wet Ass Pussy, which Ben hates more than the Heil Hitler song, by the way. And now the left has also caused the Heil Hitler song to come out. Interesting, Ben. Let's take a look at what you had to say. Conservative commentator and Orthodox Jew gave a qualified critique of West's anti-Semitism, making sure to praise his conservative beliefs. This is from friend of the show, Nikki Ramirez. Let's take a look. Let's do paywall remover. Let's take a look at this article, dude. Hello. God damn it. Okay. Back from the Jewish holiday now. As usual, two things can be true at once. Kanye moves towards pro-life faith and family conservatism are encouraging. His DEFCON 3 post and Black Hebrew Israelite language are clearly anti-Semitic and disturbing. In response to controversy of Paris Fashion Week, West sat down in a two-part interview with white nationalism's loudest primetime promoter, Tucker Carlson. On Tuesday, a leak of outtakes from the interview obtained by Vice revealed that Carlson's production team cut a variety of bizarre conspiratorial and anti-Semitic statements made by West from the final version of the interview. The removed portions included West stating that he'd rather have his kids learn about Hanukkah before Kwanzaa because at least it will come with some financial engineering. Following a widespread outrage over his display of White Lives Matter shirts at Yeezy Runway Show in Paris, West began posting images on Instagram of text exchanges between himself, friends, and other industry names. Shapiro tweet comes days after his own employee, Daily Wire host Candace Owens, outright dismissed West's DEFCON 3 thread, saying that no honest person would think the tweet was anti-Semitic. Owens appeared with West in a White Lives Matter shirt at Paris Fashion Week and appeared on Carlson's show on Monday to defend West. Owens told Carlson that the result of Black Lives Matter has been white supremacy. You want to know something that's ironic about Kanye West's career and the trajectory that Kanye West has taken in terms of anti-Semitism? Ben Shapiro is also responsible for that too. As a matter of fact, it was prominent neocons, who also happen to be Jewish, David Horowitz, and Ben Shapiro himself, and Jeremy Boring, that were responsible for Kanye West's Hitler arc. You want to know why? Because Candace Owens actually Hitler-pilled Kanye West. Is it Kanye Owens? Yeah, and you know how Candace Owens got a media career before she was after she was at SJW with an anti-Trump website that she ran, an anti-Trump blog that she ran. I didn't even know this part, by the way. Candace Owens' political rise began in 2016 when David Horowitz invited her, a little-known YouTuber at the time, to the Freedom Center's Restoration Weekend. She later called it the conference where everything started for me. There she met Charlie Kirk of Turning Point USA. You might recognize David Horowitz as one of the most insane, one of the most intense Islamophobes of the Obama era. Okay, he fell out of favor and he's fucking dead now. He died recently. Rest in piss. Okay, you might also recognize the name David Horowitz because the H3H3 subreddit actually posted him dunking on a hijabi woman to say, oh, this is how Ethan is going to dunk on Hasan. Progressive community, by the way. Anyway, she later called it a conference where everything started for me. There she met Charlie Kirk of Turning Point USA, which helped launch her to national fame. The Freedom Center supported her for years, hosting her at events and giving her a Courage Award in 2018. But by 2023, the relationship fell apart after Owens made controversial statements about Israel. Okay? Now, remember, David Horowitz played a formative role in the beginning of I keep saying Candace Owens' career. Then Charlie Kirk gave life to it further, and then Ben Shapiro hired her. Okay? Ben Shapiro hired her for the Daily Wire. Ben Shapiro hired Candace Owens for the Daily Wire after it was known that Candace Owens was definitely an anti-Semite. But at that time, up until as late as 2018, Candace Owens was still very much pro-Israel. There are tweets of Candace up until 2018, where she's like doing the classic Zionist Hasbara lines, okay? Talking about like what apartheid or whatever the fuck. Someone I'm sure can find it. So it wasn't a problem for Ben. Then, after October 7, Clandis greatly elevated the anti-Semitic statements and also did the final thing that no one in the conservative media sphere is appreciative of. She became anti-Israel. In the process, she also was responsible for Kanye's Hitler arc. Very cool. And now, Ben is trying to find a way to make this about the fucking left.
With Taylor Swift, their response is, "Oh, that's amusing and not crazy at all." The minute he
Let's
says
see
he's
what Ben
pro-life,
had to say back when Kanye was on the beginning part of his Hitler arc.
that guy's crazy. He's pro-life? No way. He's a black dude who's pro-life. That's impossible. Impossible. Kim Kardashian, by the way, is considered totally sane, despite all of her myriad sexual peccadillos and the fact that anyone who dates Pete Davidson is, by definition, insane. It's an amazing thing, right? The media definition of insanity is not actual mental illness, which Kanye has actually acknowledged that he struggles with. That's not mental illness. Mental illness is when you're right wing. Mental illness is when you put on a MAGA cap.
Yeah, it is. And the more mentally ill you become, the more you become like Kanye. So yes, it is.
Mental illness is when you say that you don't want to kill babies. That's the true mental illness. The pathologizing of right-wing viewpoints goes back a long way. It goes actually back to a book by Theodore Adorno called The Authoritarian Mind. The suggestion was that there was a pathological drive in capitalist societies.
By the way, look at his numbers back then. Oh boy. Oh buddy. 959,000 views, 34,000 likes. Oh, what a trip down memory lane this has been. You know who gets those numbers now? This guy. That's right. 21 hours ago, 698,000 likes, baby. That's right. Sorry. Smoking on the Ben pack. Woo! Sheesh. Anyway. Where'd those views go, Ben? Where'd those views go?
Doesn't mean it should be censored. It does mean that a rational, decent people would not be spending an awful lot of time.
They were saying Asman is your new cow after Ben got cooked. I mean, I don't participate in like lol cow shit. You know, I think I usually just let my haters do their own thing. They often end up ruining their own lives when they get outed. So, at least that's what's happened. Yes, you fucking do, Lamau. Really. I participate in lolcow shit. That's why I spent years making fun of Destiny, right? And only started talking about him after he became an outward supporter of Israel, saying that he was pro-genocide. But why would anybody hate you? There's plenty of fucking reasons. Are you kidding me? People's understanding of the world is that in order to be a socialist, you must actually live like a vagrant. I don't think I need to lolcow a guy who fucking lolcows himself, by the way. Asman Gold, at least. Oh, she probably deleted her other fucking Israel tweets. Oh my God. Amazingly, not a single elected Democrat is here to celebrate this historic event in Jerusalem, a bona fide signal that they do not stand with Israel. This snub will not soon be forgotten, not in America or abroad. Hashtag U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. Hashtag promises made. Hashtag promises kept. Now, I can't retweet this because Clandis blocked me a very long time ago. But I certainly can fucking take a screenshot of this. Feel me? Yeah, she deleted all of her pro-Israel tweets, but this one doesn't say Israel in it, and she's a fucking moron. So she didn't actually delete this one because this says only Jerusalem in it. So she probably forgot to delete this. But she had a shit ton of tweets about Israel. Of course she did. She's a fucking Republican hack. Oh, I guess this does say Israel. Never mind. I guess she forgot to delete this one. I don't know. But she had a bunch of other pro-Israel tweets. I know for a fucking fact. Boom, caught you grifter twat. You can QRT if you just copy paste the link in your tweet. Wait, really? She'll delete it if I just QRT it anyway. She also unblocked you? No, she didn't. Isn't part of her anti-Semitism from her experience with Ben like she's just justifying racism with her departure from the Daily Wire? No, she was fucking... Dude, she was already anti-Semitic. What are you talking about? She was praising Adolf Hitler, associating Adolf Hitler positively with the Trump administration in an effort to defend nationalism. Anyway. Guy who became anti-Semite because Ben Shapiro is so annoying. Yeah, that's not what happened here. The reason why I'm stressing this is because it's important to understand that a lot of these guys are just fucking straight up charlatans. They don't give a shit. They do not care. Back from Jewish holiday, as usual, two things can be true at once. Kanye moves towards pro-life. Faith and family conservatism are encouraging. His DEFCON 3 posts and Black Hebrew Israelite language are clearly anti-Semitic and disturbing. Ilhan Omar is an anti-Semite. Rashida Tlaib is an anti-Semite. AOC's fine with that. Just as she's fine with Jeremy Corbyn's anti-Semitism. Intersectional leftists are happy to let all three off the hook. This isn't complex. 4. Jewish belief and practice should make it more difficult to vote for a party that celebrates and champions Jew haters like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. What? It's crazy you somehow made a song about Heiling Hitler into being about fucking Candace Owens? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Because who fucking made Kanye this anti-Semitic? I mean, he's a piece of shit all on his own, but... What took place, why did Candace block you many years ago? She turned Ye into Yadolf. He's always been a Nazi. He's just not as open with it. No, I know for a fact from background information that Candace Owens played a formative role in Kanye West becoming a right-wing, Kanye West developing right-wing politics. Okay? She played a formative role in a weak moment in his life when he was isolated in becoming a right-wing person, and then Kanye, and also anti-Semitic as well, but she played a even larger role in pushing him in that direction. He was the one who was doing White Lives Matter. There is not that much of a fucking... Guys, And I think it was Rick Rubin who introduced Kanye West to Candace Owens. Is the speculation on background. That's what people think. But like, there is not that much. There is. It's not weird for people who do this to then turn around and be anti-Semitic. Like, these things are in line with one another. Okay? And yes, that Ben Shapiro, this Ben Shapiro video is from that 1 week where Kanye West was like super fucking right-wing and then was starting to openly be more pro-Hitler. Okay? And then in that week-long sequence, he went on Alex Jones and was like talking about how Adolf Hitler invented the radio. You can't say shit like that at most. She had an influence, but he's a full fucking adult. He did what he did. I'm not taking away the responsibility from Kanye West for his own Nazi bullshit. Okay? But she was a prominent influence in his life. That is just the truth. Okay? People need to stop acting like Rick Rubin isn't just some producer hack. Anyway. So yeah. Back to Ben.
With those sorts of folks promoting that sort of trash. But once it starts mainstreaming via social media, then all the bad ideas of the past get to come back, so that's exciting. According to a brand new poll out of JL Partners, this is from October of last year, so it's not brand new. According to a poll from October 7th of 2024, people who say Hitler had some good ideas, people who are 18 to 29 years old, 21%. People who are 65 plus, 5%. Why? Well, a few reasons. One, older people are not spending nearly as much time on social media. Two, older people actually do have some wisdom. They're not as stupid as people who are 18 to 29 years old very often. There is an interesting racial breakdown. Black Americans, over a fifth of them say Hitler had some good ideas. Presumably Kanye is in that category. 19% of Hispanic Americans said the same. Just 9% of white Americans said the same. So, I don't know, put me on the side of people who say Hitler actually did not have good ideas. His ideas were trash. And the people who support them today are trash. And the people who invoke them today as some sort of progressive strike against the leftist machine. There are so many ways to oppose leftist censorship.
Bro. My fucking haters are losing their goddamn minds, dude. They can't even... I never thought it would get to this point. But, like, they are unironically... Bro. Dude, this is like just mental illness, okay? Hamas, Diddy, Bin Laden, Adolf Epstein, Piker, how F this Hassan Piker, search on YouTube. They just keep... I don't... What the fuck is going on? Bro, is this like, are people's brains just actually fucking melting? What's happening? People are losing their goddamn minds, dude. They're getting dumber and dumber. I can't believe I welcome a time when, like, at least my haters had like a coherent, a way to just deliver normal speech that is decipherable. They've gotten dumber and dumber. How is this happening? Hello. Look who's here. All right. What's up? No, you're shedding too much. You're shedding too much. Can't have you. I can't have you on my lap. My haters are fucking devolving. Bro, they, oh God, okay. Well, there it is. All right. Oh my God. Okay, okay. What the fuck is dude. They used to be able to put together coherent sentences. I don't know what is, I'm sad. I'm saddened by the state of society.
Valuable ways to oppose leftist censorship. There are so many things that can be said that the left doesn't want you to say that actually have inherent, real value. And then there are mentally ill people warbling into a microphone using autotune. By the way, I hope that whatever Kanye is making off his songs, he's paying a percentage to autotune. Because my goodness, autotune is basically writing his songs for him at this point. I'm so glad that our pop culture has moved in this wonderful direction. Exciting stuff. The news moves fast. Bad news moves fastest of all. Every day it gets harder to tell what's real, what's manufactured, to control and discourage us. The world doesn't need more noise. It needs more facts. That's why starting today, we are giving you more of the Ben Shapiro Show.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait to get more of the Ben Shapiro Show. Yeah, ain't nobody's fucking subscribing to your shit-ass website, Ben. You fucking failure. Jesus Christ. Yeah, speaking of failed artists, Adolf Hitler, Ben Shapiro. I'm not gonna watch the Leisha Miller video. Thought he was gonna hit the ground news ad. There's no way that statistic is true, by the way. There must be some severe data manipulation, misconstruing going on. Positive opinions about Hitler is definitely more common among WASP than black people. The vast majority of neo-Nazis are white, not black. I know. I saw that poll as well. I don't think that poll is good. I don't think that's a real poll. This is not copium. I do think that there are there's an alarming rate of neo-Nazi sentiment amongst Gen Z for sure. There's multiple different reasons for it, but why do they blame you for other people's opinions? What? Oh. I think most Gen Z are fascists or LARPers. It don't fucking matter, dude. Are you kidding me? It's still happening regardless.
Across the world, the political right is on the rise, and young men are making...
You're on a path of self-destruction? Shadow, you've been following me since 2020. How many times have you thought this? I assume Asmongold ended his broadcast or something, because we have a lot of new dumb fucks in the chat. Is that what happened? Am I correct? Yep, doesn't seem like he's live any longer. Well, there it is. Every day, right around that time. I mean, this is literally fucking... This is just no third spaces, no normal interactions that once was more common. Losing sight of the value of interpersonal communication, like person-to-person communication. And living standards declining. People not having enough free time due to work, or not having the material freedoms to engage in social actions. Like, it's not just the fact that it's the dang phone. I mean, the dang phone plays a big role in this too, for sure. But overall, I think social media or living on social media has definitely changed the way we interact with the world in very significant ways. But I think overall, internet has turned a lot of young men into socially stunted perverts. Yeah. If you can't afford shit, if you have no free time, and also you spend all of the free time that you have on something that is free and immediately accessible, your phone, because all the other stuff costs money, you develop a tendency not to want to go outside. You become less social. And we're social animals as humans. We need that. And the less we do this, the less we have the opportunity to do this and be out in the real world, the more socially stunted we become. That's it. A lot of racism, misogynistic porn. Yeah, that's not the reason. Everybody has, I think, their own personal... Everybody has their own personal bone to pick, so they say, oh, it's got to be fucking porn or something. Like, no, it's not fucking porn. Like... I mean, I don't know what readily available pornographic material does to the adolescent mind. I can't speak on that. I don't know. But porn definitely plays a role. What are you talking about? There's nothing funnier than assuming that like misogyny is attributed to pornographic material and its wide availability, when society was infinitely more misogynistic 100 years ago or 200 years ago, when fucking pornographic material was very hard to come by. What the fuck kind of stupid take is this? Yeah, you think women had an easier go at it before porn was readily accessible? What are you, fucking dumb? Like, you're so laser focused on porn that you end up missing the forest for the trees. You're so fucking laser focused on porn, you're forgetting that there was, like, you know, not that long ago, women were not allowed to be in the workplace. I hate how defensive you get over this stuff. No, because I'm defending the fucking truth. It's a stupid assessment to make. God damn, dude. We're trying to have a normal conversation immediately. Oh, God, we brought up porn. It's fucking... it's cooked. Okay, everyone is... This is the other side of the story, where people have become, like, 90s level Puritans as well. I know. The wokes are concerned with porn as well as the right-wingers are, too. Also, don't worry, rad femmes. The fucking Generation Z is way more fucking puritanical than you ever could have imagined. So they already start talking about how sex scenes in my movie, unacceptable. You know what I mean? They're on that type of shit anyway. Like, the sex positivity movement, did it go too far? Certainly. Like the millennials, the faillennials and their sex positivity movement was fucking definitely gross, okay? Like, there needs to be a balance to presenting your kinks in fucking broad daylight as a matter of sex positivity. It fucking flipped on the opposite direction in a really aggressive manner, and now the pendulum is swinging in the other direction in a fucking really stupid manner too. It's just it's all dumb. Oh, fuck. Look at your mic screen. My mic screen? What? Yeah, there's hair on it. So what? Ugh. Smack some ass consensually, then get back to me. Oh. I am spent. Are you rage quitting the video now? Yeah, I'm tired. I'm rage quitting. I still have a fucking long night ahead of me because we have to shoot the podcast super late because everyone else has like weird schedules this week. I think this issue is another example of your charitability. The problem with most insults is fucking entitlement. Men are not owed a wife. It is not your birthright. It's simple. Be fucking normal and decent and you'll do fine. Women have struggles too. But you don't see insane social media coverage about why women are XYZ. These issues affect everyone, but only sad, insecure men seem to get in their fifis. I 100% agree with you. Having said that, it has gotten to a point where it is literally an issue. So we have to identify what the fuck's going on. That's why I try to always tell people that the best possible thing to do is to engage in the act of self-improvement. Yeah, I have to shoot the pod later tonight because we don't have fucking... It's just everyone is like leaving for festivals or some shit this weekend. I don't know. Anyway. Love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Bye-bye.